has the yoke. Ooh. Okay, so we'll just do the regular route, Sweden route. Gonna prepare now. Start exactly at 10. No, it's at 11. Kind of late today. Need to reset some stuff here, and then off we go. Going here, reset here. Trip info. Just get out the garage first. Close it. Auto. Actually, where's the phone? Oh, the phone fell down here. Okay. Clear data, yes. History, clear data, yes. Okay, let's go. 22:58 actually. First I thought we were going to start at 11, but close enough. This time I don't want to speculate beforehand where I will stop at, but actually because the car doesn't tell me how many percent I will arrive with, so I'm just gonna drive and then hopefully we can charge at Spekkerød or Hogstorp, right? Yeah, so this is the new upgraded 77 kilowatt hour battery, but I measured only 67.6 kilowatt hour net capacity. So we can see what we get this time, right? Yeah, it's gonna be quite bright. It's 6th of June now, getting close to the brightest day of the year. Look at the freaking big truck, man. So, start kind of late. Yeah, kind of low net capacity, if you ask me. I mean, it's supposed to be 77 kilowatt hour gross capacity, but when they did the measurement, yeah, okay, I don't know, we can try. But it seems like it's also slightly non-linear. We'll see also how that goes. I wonder what kind of traffic we have to deal with tonight, but probably not that bad, right? Since we start kind of late, but it's gonna rain cats and dogs around Halmstad. Yeah, I just couldn't start earlier. It's a long day. I met lots of Tesla fans at, or I would say Tesla Björn fans at Flachau at the takeover event. It was a nice event. First time I joined it. Maybe I should join next year also. What the heck, man? Dude, that was not good design. When I floor it, the phone slid off the wireless phone holder and then ended up on the side, inside the interior somewhere. Really? Which means that the angle of the thing is bad and okay, whatever. The blinker will not self-cancel, or it has big troubles cancelling it. That's kind of weird. And I have the yoke wheel. Okay. Yeah, the takeover is great. great event. Seems to be quite well organized. Lots of nice people. It's like a mix of a little, like some stuff like exhibition. Well, not big exhibition, just like stuff they show, products. And Enhance was the main sponsor there, so they were there selling Enhance products and also installing for free for people who wanted it. So I saw lots of people at the Enhance booth. Also nice to see Anton and the other Enhance guys there. So yeah, talk also about Enhance products. So that was interesting. I also met some other guys there. I know, like some of them, like Peter from Jovua was there. I said, oh, big surprise, wow. And also the 3W guys. Would they have some interesting rim cover? I was like, I would like to test that. They claim 7% efficiency bonus. I don't know, 7% what? It can't be 7% improved drag coefficient maybe? Or they claim that they have better efficiency than the Tesla's original wheel caps. So I'm like, okay, we should test that. Well, no, I feel like I'm not that connected to the surface with the steering wheel. It just has some kind of force feedback thing, you know. So yeah, I mean, oh, what a weekend, man. I mean, where do I start? Quick recap. I woke up actually way before I was supposed to wake up. I think on Friday morning, technically Friday night, or I mean early morning, around 3 at night, and then eventually woke up around 4 and started getting ready. And I set the clock to 4:15 at night. And then I booked a Bolt. So at 5. And unfortunately I got the Neo EL8. Yeah. Good thing that no, it's not EL6 is somewhat common. Oh, there's something on the roof. We couldn't fit that in the car, or she couldn't fit that in the car, huh? Okay. But so travel early, Friday, 5, got over to the terminal quite quickly, 5, slightly past 5, 10 minutes 5 or something, and then it was pouring outside, so I had to quickly install the car seat and put the big cardboard in there, the box in there, and also some other luggage, and then off to the airport. And the same at the airport. The taxi driver was nice to find a stroller for me. I mean, what are they calling it? The trolley. I mean, trolley for me. I considered bringing a stroller, but I skipped it. I went for that Jet Kids thingy, the box with a wheel. It was actually very nice. Less hassle when you go into security and all that stuff. No, wait, no.
Sorry, I'm having trouble understanding you.
Press the wrong button. Okay. But when I reached the terminal Friday morning, 5 in the morning-ish, right? Morning. It was pouring outside, so I quickly put Isabel on the roof at the terminal, and then I started moving more stuff over under near the entrance area, and there was like a freaking Norwegian Nisse, a couple, man, woman in their 50s maybe, or could be in the 40s. I don't know. They kind of look older than me almost. And they were smoking by the entrance, and there were like freaking signs there, 4 big signs, no smoking, at the entrance. And I told them, hey, there's no smoking here, we have small children here, standing here, Did they give a shit, those Norwegian Nisse? No, they were just smoking there. I'm like, Jesus, man. If I wasn't busy, I would just call the polizei or I don't know, guard or something. But I was busy just getting ready and how to take the battery out from the Anoris T and get the stuff ready, tape everything, and yeah. So maybe next time I should film them. Say like, hey, smile, you guys are coming on YouTube. Just gonna blur your faces, or maybe I won't blur your faces. But yeah, and then into the terminal, already checked in. Man, I have to tell you guys, the Lufthansa app, that is the shittiest app, or one of the shittiest. It is so unstable. What's up with Germans and computers, man? It fails to load the boarding pass on the way back. It says not checked in. Hello, they already emailed me. I already checked in, and they say, failed to load boarding pass. You need to check in first. I did it several times. But okay, Millennium Falcon will supposedly be repaired on Monday. Supposedly, who knows? Yeah, just okay. Let's hope that it will be repaired on Monday. We have booked appointment at noon on Monday. X-Pen P7, possibly I need to test it first on the range test and charging test, and then, well, I kind of know the charging test roughly. And then we can figure out, well, actually, I already know the charging test. I just have to guess how the range test, the 120 test will go. But, man, how was it again? Yeah, so, got printed out the tag for Schwer transport, oversized luggage, the big box, and then shipped it over. Asked staff over there whether you were shipping. Okay, at the SAS or near the SAS counter. Okay. Lufthansa Star Alliance, yeah. Shipped the box, all is good. Went in past the security, and then unfortunately, Isabel is still considered a kleine Kinder, 4 years old. So I can use the family entrance. But then when I was gonna merge with the rest of the queue, it was like they didn't want me to merge in there. They were like, okay, who are you trying to sneak in here? I'm like, okay. Small children, always a freaking hassle, man, to bring with us, with security control and boarding and shit. That's why we are in the pre-group, so we can board early. First to board the aircraft, which is heaven, man. Oh. If I would choose, I will not bring Isabel with me. But okay, whatever. Yeah. So, got in there. At the security, I probably spent 10 minutes at the security because there were some Chinese guys in front of me, 3 people. I could see on the passport, I could see on their faces. They some stuff there were not allowed. They had some thermos with tea or some shit in there, and the guard was like, okay, you need to drink this or pour it out, and then they drank 1 cup, and then they pour out the rest, and then they had to rescan that shit. I was like, because my shit was also for some reason held back, but they always check the camera and stuff, But then I have to wait for them, those Nisse, to clear the items, and then I can get there. Okay, so, and then finally into the international terminal part, grab some food. Always overpriced. freaking expensive food. We just went for the kiosk stuff. And then had some breakfast with Isabel, and then sent the pictures to wifey, and then boarded the aircraft. Everything went smooth until we reached München, 9:30 in the morning, as planned. Everything, but then over there, we had to walk quite far from the gate to the baggage claim. And then I look, I'm used to traveling, so I look on signs and look on screens and stuff to find out where the stuff is. Okay, right, number 18, carousel number 18. And then I go, okay, but the big oversized thing is not gonna happen there. No, absolutely not. It's way too big. So then I asked the staff, excuse me, where do I find the oversized luggage? He's like, huh? Okay, I'm okay. Grosse. Big, grosse. Schwer. He's like, yeah, okay. 7A. But, huh? Wait, okay. Good thing I know a bit of German. 7, that's 7, okay. Like ID 7. 7A. Okay, went over there. And then, okay, what then? Where's the package? Is it not there? No. And I asked the guy, not very friendly or service-minded. He's like, wait here. No, wait there. It will arrive. Okay, right. And then waited, went to the restroom, went back to carousel 18, where the heck is it? Came back again, and then finally it arrived. I think it took around 45 minutes for the Schwer transport to arrive. Like, holy macaroni. Okay, finally it arrived. And then it was already 10:15 or so, already landed 45 minutes ago. Okay, finally got the thing. And then I had to find out where that Europe car is. Whereas I booked a fossil auto. And I asked around, they showed me there, all right, terminal 1, okay. And then on the way there, they're like, you wanna eat? Isabel, you wanna eat? You want some hot dogs? Yeah? You want wurst? You want currywurst? Pizza? No, 9. Okay. Oh, she wants McDonald's. Okay, let's go eat McDonald's then. All right, McDonald's done. Get over there to terminal 1, and then find the Euro car, and then. Holy crap, man, it's so slow over there. It's like 3 or 4 counters in use. And there was probably at least half an hour to 45-minute wait time. You have to register, scan the QR code, say that you have reservation, and then wait. And every counter takes forever. I don't know. And then finally it was my turn. And then I asked them, hey, do you have electro-auto? They said, let me check. Yes, they have. A Skoda Enyaq Coupe, brand spanking new, only 200-ish kilometers on the odometer. I'm like, oh yeah, it was actually the APP 550 motor. I'm like, yeah, alles gut. But damn, it was expensive. Holy shit balls! It was around 140 euros per day. I'm like, oh damn. Okay, whatever. See why it's paying. Not my problem. And then it had 82% state of charge, and they say, you should return it with around 80-ish%. I'm like, okay, all right, I'll do that. Ionity for the win, yeah. And then I went over there, and I had to go to the toilet first, and then I had to change diaper. I don't know what's up with the people in München. The staff over there, the clerk or whatever, was like smoking near the toilet. Okay, change diaper, done. Okay, and now finally get the Skoda Enyaq Coupe. Ooh, and the box fits in the trunk. Oh yeah, nice. I had to configure it. It was set to French and some pink interior light and shit. And they pressed the power button. I think you have to press and hold. I never noticed. I never saw this before. You press and hold it, and then the screen goes off. I was like, huh? What? I was like, huh? What? How do you control? Did they lock this shit? No. Oh, you have to press and hold the screen button. Then the infotainment comes on. Okay. All good. What the heck, man? That's the kind of guy that the Polizei wants. That Audi. Well, it could be unmarked Polizei. Who knows? But then I had to set up everything. Take the battery out from my bag and put it in the Anoris and set up and put Isabel in there. And like, holy shit, man! By the time I was ready to leave the terminal, it was around half an hour past noon. 3 hours after I landed at Muk, I was ready to go. Gee, man. And then, yeah, I don't know what's up with this, but the car rental company, they put the M+S tires on the rental car in 6th of June. What? Maybe people go to the mountain and there's still snow in the mountains. I don't know. But it was W speed rating, which is, I think that's 270 kilometers per hour. But it was actually set to the winter speed limit tire warning, which warns you at 180 kilometers per hour only. And while the car caps at 183 kilometers per hour on the speedo is the max speed, which is around 180 GPS speed. So, yeah. But I mean, fortunately, the car is quite efficient and it's an ABP 550 motor. So as long as there's some stau and traffic, which happened, of course, I was stuck behind so many left lane huggers. Sometimes I thought I was in Norway. But we got there finally to Flachau, but it took way over 3 hours and to buy the vignette also at the Austrian border. It was like the most unfriendly woman at the Shell station. I was like, it went in there, hello, can I buy a vignette here? And she was like, blah, 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 something. I was like, huh, what? And then she was something like, 10 Tage or something. Oh, 10 Tage, yeah, okay. 10 days, yes, okay, whatever. That's what the Keys told me to go for. All right, put in the sticker, done. Also plug chargers. Like, oh, I was surprised that many fast chargers in Deutschland, they have card payment now. Like, hallelujah, things have changed over the decade. Yeah, I remember 10, 15 years ago with Millennium Falcon, I was digging around there like, oh, how do I charge here? What kind of app do I need? Oh, I need to scan the QR code. And this shit is in Deutsch only. You know, dude, that was 10 years ago at least. Yeah, with MC Hammer maybe. Well, I wonder if it was Optimus Prime and Millennium Falcon. Yeah, it's way better now, actually. So, well, I was like, I figured I should ABC while I buy the vignette. But like, price for charging, 79 euro cents per kilowatt stunde. I was like, oh shit, highway robbery midday, man. Shit. Ionity is only at least 39 euro cents per kilowatt hours. Oh shit, yeah. So I got over to Flachau, also went to the Ionity Flachau, visited that several times actually. Went there, topped up there, called some people, plan a bit, find out if there's any food and stuff, and had to contact Keys and what's the name again? EV Clinic, Vanya. Figure out what to do, where to go, where to park and stuff while I was charging. But force customer returner will the car like 8. No, actually no problem. I'm not done explaining yet. I mean, well, that's still. I mean, it's still not very user friendly. I agree, because they should have AC charging, and you know, the first company that allows you to just return the car with 0%, right? Whatever, who cares? Without any extra fees, they're gonna win the customers because they have. I Googled about this beforehand. Many of these rental companies, they force you to return it with 80% or some shit, and then if you don't get that state of charge, they will punish you with a freaking high price, like over €1 per kilowatt hour or something in that ballpark. I mean, why? You need to adapt. You need to get your infrastructure up so you can offer a nice service to the customer, because that's one of the advantages is very cheap charging at home, slow charging, AC charging, whatever, so yeah, then I went there, Flachau, park at Spa, and then I just walked 5 minutes over to the event. And guys, I've been at events before, or places, right? Like exhibitions or like a car show, motor show. There will be a couple of guys who stops me to take a photo, and but over there at Flachau, I think around 40-50 people took selfie with me and talked to me. It was just crazy. Sometimes I couldn't even walk 2 meters, and there was like people queuing up to chat with me and take photos and whatever. I was like, damn, that's crazy. I was only in a corner, just getting ready to go back for some more clothes. I wasn't in the middle of the fray. And I had to talk to Anton from Enhance. Okay with 10% return. Oh, okay. Talked to lots of guys there. Met Kirsi, So I tried to include some of the important guys there, the well-known guys there. Many people know Kirsi. He's from Finland, And then I had to go a little bit back and forth. First it was kind of warm, but then it became cold when it was cloudy and white, and Isabel was freezing, and I had to find some food, and I found, oh, you need this VIP wristband. Okay, so we get that one, and I got some food, went for some schnitzel and some Kinder meal with some hot dogs and fries and stuff, and Isabel was enjoying the food. Actually, she liked Schweinschnitzel. She's gonna enjoy Deutschland. I think the Deutsche Schnitzel is better than the Austrian Schnitzel. So, and then I went on stage. We had prepared this so that she will eat some popcorn, and then we actually had some ice cream that she was munching on while I was on stage, so she was not bored at least. But actually, towards the very end and at the stage, then she became a bit tired. So. Yeah, this was around 7-ish, right? So it's kind of late for the small kids. No, unfortunately, I did not catch Monroe. Yeah, I was just busy. Like I arrived at Flachau around 3 in the afternoon. There was so much traffic and stau there because people were traveling. So the travel took a long time. Plus, I had to top up stuff. So, wow, long day. And then lots of people stopped me at the event and talked to me and took pictures and stuff. So I was like, well, cool. I mean, I don't mind, that's one of the reasons why I'm there. Many people, some people were like, they didn't want to disturb me, but I do. That's why I'm here. Just photos with me, no problem, This is your chance to meet me. But like, I barely had time to eat. By the time we started eating, it was around 5, and then we went on stage at 5:45 until almost 7 or something. Yeah, I don't remember. And then I stayed a little bit longer because I heard that Franz von Holzhausen will join, but it turns out it was just a video call with him. Okay, so I shot a little bit of that, but then Isabel was getting tired. I was also getting tired-ish. So then I went out, and now I spoke to some of the guys at the booth. They were like, oh, dude, what? Oh, the Thai guy from Peter from Jowa was there, and he didn't know I was coming. I was like, oh, well, it was a bit unplanned. Yeah, just found out on Monday that we were gonna travel. Tuesday, I don't remember. But actually, I had to make this emergency passport for Isabel also. That was so much extra hassle, man, because the passport, we were renewing the passport on Isabel, but it didn't arrive yet, so we had to get the emergency passport. By the end of the day, we didn't really need it, so I was like, okay, whatever, just in case. But it cost extra money, but it was like extra hassle for me to go get it. But the SIVA, they pay for that. Yeah. Keith said that he has a SIVA card, you know, and they have a budget of 1,500 euros, something. I'm like, okay, well, let me try to stay within the budget then. And then after the event, we went to the hotel. I already made all the arrangement, booked it on hotels.com, and then while I was charging at Ionity, I called them. Heidi, I think it was Heidi. Heidi is Austrian, right? Okay, but went there. I mean, they sent me this code so I can get in, because by the time I got to the hotel, and the reception was closed. It was just a neighbor town near Flachau, a little bit northeast of Flachau, just 5 minutes drive. Actually, before we got to the hotel, I was kind of thirsty. So then I went back to Ionity and topped up from around 80% to 97 or something. And then had a little bit of quality time with Isabel. I had a banana, she had the ice cream again, and some, I think that was it, and some drinks also. Just chill time there with nice weather, not too cold. And okay, I didn't want her to eat the ice cream inside the car, so that's why we said, okay, whatever, just charge, even though it's only around 40 kilowatts, whatever. Because I expected that there will be some traffic today on the way back, so there was some traffic, but I had to drive this detour. Well, and then this morning I woke up quite early, like 3, 4 in the morning, and then I peed, and then I fell asleep again, and then Isabel woke me up at 7-ish. We had some breakfast at 7:30, and then around 9-ish we got ready, got over there to the event, and it was actually already kind of crowded at 9:30. And then I shot some video, and lots of people pull over, like, oh, Björn, and took photos and talked to me about the good old days, and they follow my videos and all that. So nice. Talked to Anton again, and then I shot some video in Thai and English, specifically about Jovua, but also shot some video about the wheel cap thing that I was interested in, the 3W, and showed a little bit a quick walk around there, and then talked to some locals, and then we found out, okay, there might be some traffic on the way back to München, so I should leave around 11, no later than 11. I left at 11, 5 minutes past 11, and I had to take this long detour north of Salzburg, went probably past around 30 or 40 towns in Austria. It was like 50 zone, 100 zone, 50 zone, 70 zone, 50 zone, 100 zone, 50 zone, like, all the time, man. All those towns there, just so I can avoid the traffic on the Autobahn, the West Autobahn, and whatever around there towards Muck. And Isabel was sleeping during the drive. It took around 2.5 hours. Eventually, once we got a bit north, and then we headed straight west towards the airport, and I could hammer there. There was almost no traffic, unrestricted, and I just unleashed the power of the ENIAC. But I felt like, some of the fossil, actually most of the fossils, they couldn't accelerate as fast as the ENIAC. They were. I mean, I was slowly gaining on them, but not like a whole lot, unlike Tesla. The Tesla is just way faster. But then I capped at the max speed, and those fossils, they probably could go at 200 or 190 or something. So then they kind of left me in the dust. But yeah, so I figured that I should just hammer it, because the consumption was really low. With the town driving I had and the Bundesstraße, I was actually down to around 140 watt-hour per kilometer. Also because we started at 900 meters over sea level at Flachau. So yeah, 183 on the speedo is max speed. So then And during the road trip, didn't decide where to stop yet. And then at the very end, near the airport, I found actually on Hubject. I used the Vista app. Yeah, good old Vista app. I would see the live status because the car wasn't showing very good, and also the car was super annoying because when I look on navigation, I look on charging stations along the route, I would get all these 22 kilowatt, 11 kilowatt shite that I don't care about, and I was kind of busy driving, so I didn't see easily how to filter out. It wasn't just like a 1 lightning mark and 2 lightning mark and 3 lightning mark or something like that. No, and also the car would nag me. Look at the road, too much clicking on the infotainment. Like, but the infotainment is super annoying because I'm just swiping and trying to zoom in and zoom out and go back and shit, and then it's like, can't touch it. Wait 10 seconds, and then so I kind of gave up on the navigation trying to find me a charging station. Plus that it wasn't giving me any good live data, live status. But then on Vista, I saw one station near the terminal area, or there was Alpitronic. There was a BYD Seal charging there, quite slow. It seems like he wanted to charge 100%, and then I took the other slot and I got 120 kilowatt or 115 or something. I was happy. And then I pumped it up to 82%. Actually, yeah, 82%. And I was like, okay, they shouldn't complain if I return the car with 82%. And that took around 20 minutes from around 35% to 82%. But it was the same thing, you know, 79 euro cents per kilowatt hour. I was like, take my car, dip. Oh, okay, well, whatever. In that situation, I felt like I kind of need to rush a bit because when I was charging there, it was 2 hours until the flight, and I just have to get over there, return the car, and all that. So I got over to it was actually quite smooth to return the rental car, because they have this area where there is staff waiting for you, and you just leave the key in there, and they check everything. Quite smooth, and also wide and open enough so I can open the door fully, unload everything. But that was like, where do you find strollers? I mean, trolleys. They were like, I don't know, go over there. Huh? No trolleys nearby. What the heck, man? Dude, if I design the airport, I will of course have trolleys nearby there. So people have to walk over to the terminal area to get strollers, trolleys, and come back again. It's like, dude, I have this big ass box here. What do I do? So I put it on the jet kits thingy that Isabel usually rides. So it has wheels. So then I managed to push it, and Isabel had to walk a little bit until we got to the terminal area. And I was like, okay, but here we have some trolleys. Great. Let me grab one. Huh? Wait, it's on this rail thing. Huh? It seems to be locked. I was like, okay, maybe pull it the other side. No. Huh? Wait. Huh? They want 2 euros for the fucking trolley? I was like, okay, let's walk 100 meters more, and then I found some trolleys that didn't require coins to unlock. And then grabbed some food. What the heck, man? People are hammering it tonight. Started eating a little bit near the gate, and then only ate for around 10 minutes, and then they call it on the speaker that people who need extra assistance, or people with small children, they can contact the counter. I was like, huh? But basically means you can board. Okay, so I quickly packed and boarded fairly early, and then got over I tried to sleep. I think I napped a little bit, but Isabel was wide awake because she has been sleeping during the drive. Then she nagged me and like that, don't sleep. That I was like, no, I need to sleep. You know, tried to explain to her that I'm gonna drive all night. She doesn't understand. But I did nap a couple of times at least for maybe 5 minutes before she woke me up again all the time. Yeah, but arrived at the Oslo airport, and I was like, okay, get the big box again. Wait for the big box. And then it didn't arrive at the oversized carousel. They had to go to the other oversized carousel. No one told me. I overheard someone else who was also waiting, and then they said, no, it's on the carousel 9. I was like, okay, go to carousel 9. There it is. Waited 40 minutes for it. Got home, and it was a freaking crazy taxi driver, Bolt driver. And first I couldn't find the Bolt. I was looking for Bolt, and they were all busy, except for some really expensive Bolt. Then I finally got one, some Model 3 guy. Crazy mother trucker, man. Oh my, crazy English speaking. I think he's also Spanish or some shit. Some Hispanic dude. I was like, oh, Model 3. Does that fit in the big box? And he just like put in the box, and then he just slammed the door a couple of times, and then it squeezed in the box. I was like, oh, okay, well, it's your car, brother. Okay. Yeah, got it in there, and then it was just driving kind of not very comfy. I don't know, man. Does he know how to operate a Model 3? Should I drive instead? Whatever, let him drive. Got home and oh man, like stuff during that trip. Yeah. So, yeah. Was it worth it? Well, I guess I met some nice people. Made some videos, possibly 2 parts of the travel trip thingy. And of course, because Isabel slept a lot today, then she didn't fall asleep that early. Normally, she would be kind of tired. What the heck? If she goes to the kindergarten and they don't sleep midday. So, yeah. But that's kind of funny. The Bolt driver told me that before me, there was a woman. She was kind of complaining because somehow she booked a trip from the pickup point and just 100 meters away from the pickup point, and the price was low, and she thought, oh great, but she wanted to go to Oslo, you know, not like a loop around there. And then the taxi driver had to kind of argue with her, like, no, you come on, look at this. I mean, it's not going to be that cheap if you're going to go with a taxi all the way to Oslo. And she was like, huh? What? Like, why? Don't people pay attention to it? There's like, when you book it, you see on the map the route from A to B. You know, it's not going to Oslo, obviously. So, like, what the heck, man? Yeah. So, okay, long trip, long weekend. Oh, 2 days, man. Yeah. But next time, if I can travel alone, I will prefer traveling alone. It's a kind of hassle to travel with Isabel, man. Look, is this guy gonna camp now? Seriously? Yeah, go. Oh, can we get rid of these annoying Tesla drivers? Can you just go to the right lane where you belong? Yes. Norwegian Nisse, they don't like to be flashed at. That's what I learned after driving so many years now. They just, I don't know, you want to undertake them instead, actually. It's kind of, yeah, just how it is in Norway. Yeah, the steer-by-wire, I mean, it works okay, but I feel like the wheels, you know, the driving wheels, they don't turn as much as Cybertruck. So I often end up crossing my arms, you know. I can't just go 90 degrees. I usually have to go maybe 120 to 180 degrees, right? So, like, and you can't configure this. So I made a video about this. I haven't edited. I started editing it, but I haven't finished it yet. This one I want to edit myself. Yeah. I have videos and stuff at home. I haven't prepared for editing yet. And also I need to send the bill to Siva for my trip. I think it ended up being around 15,000 NOK or around 1,400 euros for the 2 people. So We had a nice chat on stage. Yeah, talk along with Vanya and Keys. So it was nice. It was nice to see my fans. I didn't know that there were so many Tesla fans out there. No, well, maybe next year, or if it's the same place, if they always have it at Flachau, as long as we can prepare and plan a little bit ahead, I could join there, you know, with a bit of planning. This came very sudden. Everything was like, oh, a lot of hassle with the emergency. I had to go to Thursday afternoon. I had to go to the airport with wifey and Isabel and pull Isabel out of kindergarten to make the emergency passport. It was like extra hassle. Because if I knew just 1 week before that we will go to Flachau, I would of course not renew the passport on Isabel yet. There will be way less stuff to deal with. And then I felt like it was kind of rushing it back and forth. If I plan a little bit better, I would probably try to do some 1,000 kilometer challenge at night or some shit. And then I could stay there longer, or maybe go with family, the rest of the family also. Yeah. No, is that a Ghostbuster? Yeah. No, it was smelly. I could smell the shit. And the blinker here doesn't self-cancel. On the motorway, when you blink, you do the hard blink. After you change lane, it doesn't self-cancel. And then you can't press it on the same direction. You have to press it again on the opposite direction. And sometimes, if you press too hard, then suddenly you blink the other direction. I'm like, what the heck? This is not a BMW E60. It's a Lexus. The E60, E61 also had the problem with not self-canceling the blinker. But then I guess nobody noticed because no BMW driver uses the blinkers. Yeah, it was not meant to be used, or the bug was never meant to be discovered. So yeah, consumption now is 226 watt-hour per kilometer. I think this car underreports by around 1% something. We got to measure it. We are down to 77% now. Would you be interested in the review latest version of the Mini Countryman? What? Is there a new version? Front wheel. Well, maybe. Okay. No, all-wheel drive. Okay. Well, I have to see how popular that car was. It was a Skoda Enyaq Coupe with the APP 550 motor. It stated on the keychain that it was a 285 horsepower or around there. Yeah. I was like, okay, yeah, that's an APP 550. Yeah, very nice. It was actually decent oomph, but I mean, I prefer more. I prefer at least 400 horsepower and maybe 210 kilometers per stunde. So we'll see about the Audi Q6 e-tron I will borrow. The charger is a lot faster, so yeah. But then I guess when you hammer it, it might be thirsty. Because I think the drag coefficient there is not that good. But I mean, it's 800 volts, it's efficient, right? Hey, what the heck, man? The slowdown happens so far, like so early. If there is a car in front, it's not actually going that slow. Stau, yes. Absolutely. Especially yesterday, but also today a little bit, but not that bad. But yeah. Ugh. Yeah, the new EQS, yeah. The new shite. So let's see how far we can go, huh? You know that recent NUF test they did? The 100 kilowatt hour MG IM6 got the exact same range as the Toyota BZ4X, 77 kilowatt hour. So I'm like, really? Well, I knew that the IM6 was thirsty, but but they drove until the car died. So the BZ4X could possibly have, let's say, 74 kilowatt hour net capacity until it dies, right? Or like 5 kilowatt hour buffer. But yeah, but then I don't know about the IM6, how much buffer it has. But yeah, thirsty car, man. IM6, possibly also IM5. See tones, huh? What kind of tones? Color tones? Oh, tons. Well, oh, wait. What kind of test did you see? Because I've seen those sponsored content. I was like, okay. Hmm. 232 watt hour per kilometer. That's actually not too bad because I think we have some wind from the south, what I remember. Yeah, there's wind from the south tonight. 3 meters per second. So despite headwind, then consumption is not that high. But I need to highlight something. This Lexus RZ 550e F Sport. Can you guys guess how much it cost in Norway? In nukes? Okay, we're entering danger zone. They could be laser control. 550k, 500k, 550k, okay. 799, okay. Well, you guessed it right. It cost a little bit over 800,000 NOK. Over 800k. Dude, you can get a freaking iX3 Neue Klasse instead for 800k. And you get like twice the range. And like 3 times faster charging. Does it make sense, this car? Well, you get the steer by wire, okay, awesome. Yeah, I have the yoke wheel. The F Sport has it standard. And it has 408 horsepower, 300 kilowatts. Well, man, this navigation is so primitive because it doesn't give me any estimation on at arrival or shit like that. I have preheating, at least manual preheating I might use. I'm not sure how long before I need to preheat though. Maybe once I'm down to around 50%. I'm at 70% now. Well, I mean, we have the Mark Levinson sound system, eh? That's pretty good, ain't it? Yeah, you get Japanese tech made in Japan, you know? Ancient Japanese secret. You get the yoke wheel, stay by wire, yeah. Dude, it's freaking bright now. It's almost midnight. Let me see, how is this again? After this, on Tuesday, I'm swapping to X-Bank. Yeah, finally, and then I go to the X-Bank trilogy. The X9 first, and then the G6 and G9. And I think I need to start planning the summer vacation in July. It's getting close now. Holy shit balls, man, these really Toyota drivers. You just... But also this car has been totally renewed, upgraded. It has better soundproofing, but I have 20-inch wheels. No? But yeah, improved soundproofing and also improved suspension. So it actually feels nice and comfy. Feels more like a German auto actually. It doesn't bounce too much, but it also kind of settles fast and still softens the bumps. And actually feels nice and quiet in here, but not as quiet as the Volvo ES90. That was insanely good. I hear actually a little bit of rumbling from the wheels. But then I don't know. I haven't read anything about the lights, so I guess the lights are still the same. So I haven't done the acceleration noise test yet. I guess I have an opportunity to do it tomorrow night. Yeah, Saturday night, Sunday night, because then if I wait until Monday night, then it's going to rain at night or something. Yeah, I have to sacrifice some sleeping comfort so I can get the work done. I can usually sleep at least a couple of hours and then wake up. But it's getting harder nowadays. Look at this. Look at how bright it is. How am I going to do the headlight test now, right? Oh, no, I skip it. I don't do the headlight test. Okay, just the acceleration noise test. Okay, then I can wake up at 2 at night and then go and do my test. Just want to measure the noise here. They specifically said that they improved the partial shelf in the trunk there, and it has some sound dampening material so that you will reduce the rumbling from the trunk. So it has some softness and some thickness on that, compared to many other partial shelf that is just a very thin fabric that doesn't do much. Zero mount test? Oh, I don't know if I have time for it. I feel like I've already done it before, right? Didn't I? But this is actually the first time I test the new Toyota battery, the upgraded battery. So you know how it is, right? Before it was, they counted, I think they counted 3.8 times, 3.8 cycles before throttle, right? So when I did the challenge with the Toyota, it was actually the Lexus RZ 450e, the previous gen, with a smaller battery. I had to drive slower, and they did it in the daytime. Not sure why. I think either it was Maya or someone else was here, so they could take care of the kids. No, this was tested 2 years ago, in 2024. Yeah, it was either Amary's mom and dad or Lynn then that was here. But yeah, so I tested it in the daytime. I had to cruise at around 120 kilometers per hour only. That's why the consumption was kind of low on that test. And then I did it in 10:55. But this time I calculated that, okay, they upgraded it, right? So the punishment points. And then I remember on that challenge, I charged at Sully on the last session, and it throttled at the very end of that charging session. The last 10% was throttle, but I was like, okay, no big deal. Yeah. But now they improved it. So from 3.8 cycles, they boosted up to 5 cycles, but also the battery has become a little bit bigger, but the cycle is counted as 10 to 80%. Yeah. So if you calculate based on that, it becomes 350% of the net capacity, which I measured to be 67.6. So if you do the math, I can pump in 250 kilowatt hour or something, right? Plus the initial whatever I have now when the car is full. So it should mean that I can hammer at full speed, and I should actually be able to finish the challenge without any throttling. And then after the challenge is done tomorrow morning, we have to go to Yemen probably, and then do a charging session while I'm doing the wrap up, just to see if it throttles then. It should throttle, possibly, yeah. If it doesn't throttle, then then I don't have time to hammer it and then test it. And then if I take a break, then the cool down happens. So yeah, I mean, that should be quite convincing then, if there is no throttling even after the challenge session, charging session. Yeah, the journalists, they don't see it. No, they are just journalists. I'm not a journalist. So I think I can average 300 watt-hour per kilometer at least without any throttling, but it's not going to be that high. I think I will consume around 260, 70 maybe, yeah, since I go full speed. But it's not going to be a cold night. Around 12 degrees Celsius, like right now actually, is what we'll get through the night. So that's nice. We have to enjoy the nice warm summer nights now while we can, because the summer is so short in the Nordics. Yo, there's this BMW. He's been following me since Mortensrud, I think. He's been camping right behind me for the past half an hour almost. He doesn't overtake me. He's just camping right behind me, like 2 car length. And for the most time, he doesn't use the blinker. I saw him use the blinker for the first time here. So many people, they get paranoid because I have this screen in the car and the camera. Like they think I'm some kind of undercover police. But dude, who the heck uses a freaking Lexus RZ 550 F Sport as a police undercover car? They don't. Don't worry, you can hammer me. A stalker? Who knows? It could be a stalker also. But it's a, I'm not sure, it's a BMW, I think it's a 3 Series. He doesn't have low beam on. So I quickly found out, figured out that that's not the undercover police behind me. Because he's driving with park lights on. So, with the angel lights on, you know. That is actually not legal to drive at night. You need to have the low beam on, even with lit roads like now. But I wonder if that is around 2000 and was it 2004 3 Series? I don't remember if that was the. Oh, it could be the E90. Yeah, sedan. The E90 possibly. Isn't the E60 was the first to come with a new the facelift face. A total change from the E39. You know? The badass look. And it has just a different look now. Actually, the E39 is still nice. That's a classic, man. I like the looks of it. Yeah. Okay, we're down to 61%. We haven't left the country yet. Well, this guy is probably not going all the way to Spekerød. I bet he will leave soon. I bet he won't go to Sweden. The BMW behind me. I can show you that I'm if I do this. You can kind of see the guy behind me, right? Not sure if it's that easy to spot it, but there's an auto behind in the yeah. So yeah, pretty sure. He's just camping there. So whatever. Well, okay. Oh, okay. Consumption has gone up to 242 watt-hour per kilometer now. I remember when I did the RZ run in summer. It was nice and warm, and I drove slower. Then I averaged only around 220-ish, something. Yeah, that was a trick to drive slower so I don't throttle. Because with the Toyota, I drove too fast, and then I throttled already at around 700 kilometers, and then the charging session went dog slow. So it actually pays off to go a little bit slower with those with the punishment points. But that's what we're gonna test today. Is according to my test calculation, whatever, charging, whatever, no problemo. We can just hammer full speed. If it's true though that you get 5 cycles and whatever, you know, yeah. It basically means 250 kilowatt hour, which is roughly the same as what the BMW i4 had as the limit. Well, he's driving around with park lights, like a typical Nissan. No, but I kind of know the mentality on those BMW guys. They just like, okay, I mean, it's nice, it's beautiful. I also like the angel lights on the E60, but it's not legal at night, you know. In the daytime, it's actually legal. So do we have a timer here for how long it took? Okay, I left. I left at 22:59, yeah, to be exact. So I probably need to shave off a minute or two at the border anyway. There's always some slowness around Oslo or before. Oh, we're autos there, just like, hey, can't see the lines. Energy density too low, huh? Oh man, I hope I can survive. I had to grab a battery because I'm not sure if I got enough sleep last night. Plus that, okay, oh, there, finally the BMW exited here at Sarpsborg. Yeah, but yeah, I'm usually not a fan of people driving behind me, you know. What if I have to brake hard for a moose and the Nissan is right behind me? You know, if your need to improve at least factor 4, which is what? In the car, huh? What are you talking about? Huh. What is that a question? What is the question? Well, it's nice and calm at least. For now. Not sure how busy it's going, but it's we finish on Sunday morning, so that should be nice and calm, right? Wait, but except for like we finish kind of late in the morning. Yeah. Opportunity cost, you could have done something else with your time, huh? What is he talking about? Opportunity cost, huh? What? Yeah, it's gonna rain cats and dogs around Halmstad around 3 at night or so. So I will hit it right there, bullseye, once I'm there. I was hoping I could start early, but it was almost impossible. The kids were not that sleepy yet. Sleep when the car charges itself. Yeah, what? Consultant, huh? What are you talking about, man? Consultant and are you talking about that EVs need to charge, a fast charge? That's not the problem. I mean, if you're a consultant, you're not going to drive 1,000 kilometers per day anyway, and you can easily drive 500 kilometers per day And even if you need to drive that far, I mean, what kind of consultant are you that you need to drive so much? You should be stationary somewhere, talking to your clients or what the shit you're supposed to do, not driving. You're not a fucking trucker. No, EVs are actually, when you count in the total cost of ownership, EVs, they beat fossils, no problem. Even second-hand EVs, they're also quite cheap. It's a no-brainer, man. And if you don't even talk about lost time, like fossil guys who never driven or owned EVs before, they have no clue. Like just charge at home, 400, 500 kilometers range. Fossil drivers, they need to go to the gas station, man. And some people maybe take detours to go to the favorite automated unmanned gas station to get lower prices. So you have to fill up. Like, don't try to fill up in the weekends. Then it's expensive. Like Friday, you guys know how it is. Gas station, they raise the prices for the weekend. Then you fuck EV drivers. Norgespris, charge at home. No. Trust me. I have just been in Deutschland. The Germans, they don't hammer at 160 kilometers per hour. They don't. Like most of them, they just lump around at 120 kilometers per hour or slower in the fucking left lane. There are a few people who hammer it, but it's late. Wait, more people, less people that I see there drive fast, and more people that drive slow over there. 130, 120 something only. Dude, I mean, we are in 2026. Why are we wasting time discussing about this? Like, whatever. We should be talking about something more interesting than why EVs are superior. Don't you're the one who should not talk about lost time. Just refueling, that is lost time. You know, just plug it in at home. Didn't charge on 11 kilowatt or whatever. Germans, they have 400 volt TN at home. Very common, unlike in Norway. Yeah, dude, like so many people are hammered yesterday and today. I don't know why the heck the Germans are driving so slow. And they're also hugging the left lane. They have fossil cars. They should be hammering it. You know what's ironic? Many of the EVs, they were hammering it, going over 150 kilometers per hour. I was behind a Mercedes EQA and some Teslas and some stuff, right? Yeah, and also a few fossils, yes. But most fossils, they were just camping on the right lane, going at 120. And some of them also, I don't know, many fossils, they also camp behind trucks. I was like, why would you waste your time? You waste your time at the gas station, filling up. You have Benzinstau, you know. Oh man, okay, what? I give up. Sorry, you're clueless about that. Business people, take a trip to Norway and you see how it works over here. But it doesn't even have to be Norway. It can actually be in Germany also. Even for businesses, it works just fine. Okay, I think I'm done. It's pointless. The discussion is pointless. Is that it has ended. I need to focus now on the distance error and stuff here, and also check the at the border. No, it's not called Holland. It's the Netherlands. And in Netherlands, the speed limit is 130 kilometers per hour max. And I've been in Netherlands many times. But again, why do I discuss this? Whatever. You know, it's end of discussion. It's pointless. Seriously. But you know what? This is the disappointing part, which is that even in 2026, we have people like him, like the Nisse, what is it called again? Yeah. Like people who are not educated, they don't understand how stuff works. They don't know how far EVs have come. You know, it's not 2013 anymore. It's 2026. You know, it's like even in Germany, you know, like 300, 400 kilowatt chargers and plenty of them. I was just blown away by how good the charging network in southern Germany is. Oh, sorry. I have bad. Well, it's Nisse, right? It says Nisse there. I have bad eyesight now at night. But the whole Nisse fits perfectly. Oh shit. Yeah, but this car is underreporting. 104. Huh? Yeah, I forgot because of the Nisse. I forgot to pay attention to under the bridge. But we can check once we stop and charge. We're down to 49% now. iX3, okay. Lane, automatic parking, blah blah. Okay, we're perfectly, blah blah. Errors. Okay, yeah, that could be it. Yeah, unfortunately, when I got the press car, I don't know, things were not working that great. Okay, let's see. Yeah, they've done the Baustelle here. That's good. 118. Yeah, it doesn't show. I think it actually shows the time here. It's easier. Is it correct? The one. What? Wait, how does it count this? 8, 19. No. Trip duration, right? No. It's 21. Okay, let me not look at that one. That's confusing. Okay. It took actually 1 hour and 20 minutes to get there. This is one of the faster runs. Okay, back. Bok. Yeah, I actually saw lots of EVs in Germany when I went there. And not just Tesla, actually many different brands. I also saw lots of Audi A6. And also, of course, Volkswagen. Yeah, the ID7. Quite popular over there. I bet the Germans, they prefer German brands. So they can support their own country. But do you guys know, do we have any Germans here? Did Germans force CPOs to have card payment? Because I was quite surprised to see at least the 2 places I stopped that they had card payment there. Oh, it's wonderful for tourists like me. Okay, the only hassle is that I had to find it first on some app or somewhere. And but I was like, oh, okay, okay, it's kind of expensive, but whatever, you know, it's expensive in Deutschland. If I didn't have the, like, if I wasn't in a rush, like the first day, then I could visit Ionity and get lower rates. But today I needed to rush over to the airport. I could have taken a slight detour to an Ionity, but I was like, okay, whatever, it's not super important. I paid around 25 euros to top up. And actually, while I was doing that, I started preparing the car. I had to take out, there was a rental, so I had to start packing some of the items, getting ready, and then also plan ahead for, check the stuff, email, and about the check-in and where to go and so on. Wow, it's surprised that it's so bright. Dude, how am I going to do the headlights with the X-Bangs, man? It'll be right around June, mid-June. I don't know if I get any good headlight test. Fortunately, I'm heading south when I do the test. Usually at 1 at night, it will be the darkest time. I need to test the X-Bang lights, all of them, X9, G6 and G9. EU. Oh, they did. Wait, huh? It applies to EU. Norway is not part of EU though. The jävla nisse. My light wasn't that strong. What? You can hammer 300 kilometers, no problem. Just get a Tesla. Just get a Model 3 long-range rear-wheel drive. It has amazing efficiency and range. Or you can get a BMW iX3 Neue Klasse. But then you can't, once you hammer it, it becomes kind of thirsty. Why do you still keep talking to this guy? I'm not gonna waste my energy. Okay, whatever. You can just live in your bubble. Yeah, okay, whatever. Okay, you're right. EVs don't work. Yeah, if you're a businessman and you need to go 300 kilometers, EV doesn't work. You can go tell your buddies that Tesla Bjorn confirmed EV doesn't work at all. There are no cars that can go that far, that fast on the Autobahn. Yeah. Because in Germany, of course, you can just hammer it on the Autobahn. There will be no left lane huggers there, no campers, none of that Nisse that I experienced this weekend. And same with normal days when I go there, there will be no one in your way. They will always move over, and so you can hammer at 200 kilometers per hour. No problem. Yeah. And there's no Baustelle in Germany. I just experienced it, but they finish it after I left Germany. So you can hammer it like 300 kilometers without any Baustelle. No problem. About 50 kilowatt. Wow. Yeah, I don't care about 50 kilowatt chargers, but that's too slow, man. I want at least 150 or more. Yeah, because the Skoda Enyaq couldn't take more than around, I'm not sure. Well, actually, if I went deep enough, but I actually didn't even go deep enough. I had to stop several times to do some stuff like the vignette and the stuff. Wait, I'm down to 42%. I think I need to start preheating now. because the car might be a bit slow to preheat. Let me see. Preconditioning. Okay, turn it on. Okay, it's on. Now the thing is that this Lexus is like, when the preconditioning is active, it shows up on the freaking instrument cluster. It takes up 40%, or okay, at least 30%, or maybe 30-40% of the instrument cluster is taken up by this big ass dialog box. Battery preconditioning is active. Oh, wait, okay, let me try to can I permanently dismiss it, or is it? There. Hopefully I can dismiss it. Yeah, okay. So that one wasn't that bad. It was another case where the car kept nagging me about something else. What have I done again? And it kept coming back again. I wonder if it was low battery. Yeah, I think it was low battery. And I was like, okay, fine, I know it's low battery. And then, low battery, turn off. Okay, dismiss it. Hold to dismiss it. Nope, low battery, turn off. Like, dude, like every 10 seconds. Did they not test the software before they released it? Or did you just do git push on beta software? Now I could dismiss that dialogue, the preheating, but now I don't know where the heck the preheating message went. I have to go into the preheating setting to see if it's on or off. But I tested it when I went deep, that this car will preheat down to 5% or so, or maybe even, I don't remember, it was 3% or 5%, but way below 10%, so that's good. Not like those annoying Korean cars, man. 12.5%, seriously? They even upgraded the battery. It's 84 kilowatt hour. It's even bigger than this battery, and is being so stingy on the preheating. Right now I feel like the heating power in the cabin has been reduced. It seems like it might. What does it use a heat pump to heat up the battery? The consumption has gone up though. 257 watt hour per kilometer. We're down to 38%. 141 kilometers of range. I'm not sure about that. Yeah, right now I'm still not sure where to stop yet. Let's go a little bit more before I decide. Okay, let me see. Quick math. 1% if it's as long as it's linear. 1% is 6.7 kilowatt hour. So that should mean that 1% should give me at least 2 kilometers of range. Yeah. So 37% is possibly 75-80 kilometers then. Plus the current distance, then 250 we stop. I wonder if that is Uddevalla or what's it called again? Hågstorp. Well, maybe I can go to Uddevalla. I can use the V4. Yeah, this car needs more than 150 kilowatt. It will actually top about 160, where it pulls around 165 kilowatt from the charger. And then the car screen shows lower power than that. So I need at least V3, V4 supercharger, or Ionity, or the Albertronics. Or around 400 amps, maybe. Didn't pay attention to the amps, but roughly there. And it has this nice flat curve. I think, yeah, if you look in the charging curve on the result table, and the result, you will see it there. It can actually go 160-ish, for 50, 60, kind of flash it flat-ish until around 30 something percent. But then past 50%, the speed drops actually quite fast, faster than many of the MEB cars. So then, yeah, I calculated that it pays off to charge to only around 55-60% on this car. Actually, maybe 50-55%. I have to check my numbers again once I start charging. Just, you want to ride on that 150, 160 kilowatt wave. Well, I mean, it's flat-ish until around 40-ish%. And then they start throttling something, and then it throttles quite steeper past 50%. But it's like, when you're paying 800,000 for this car, like, either you should get 110 kilowatt hour battery and 200 plus kilowatt charging, or at least 400 kilowatt charging, right? Or 800 volt. I don't know, but I feel like for the money you pay for this car, 800k, you're not getting good performance. You're not getting that many horsepower. You're not getting a big battery, and you're also getting like a fat e-tron charging speed, kind of, you know. So it's like you're getting 2019 charging speed and battery size for 800k, and even I-Pace and like Fat e-tron or some of the other cars that came out like 7 years ago, they had around 400 horsepower. So yeah, you're paying for the Lexus brand and the Mark Levinson sound system and the soundproofing and the yoke wheel. I mean, okay, if this car was only 600, 650k, look, then I would be like, okay, man, it's a decent car for the money. But it's like 800 plus, really? Well, you can get a lot. The starting price is way lower. If you don't get the beefy motor and all that, the F-Sport yoke wheel and all that stuff, then it's cheaper, yeah. But then it's like, why buy the Toyota or Lexus when you can get an ID.7 with actually way better headlights, more space, faster charging, more efficient car, actually quite nice and quiet also, nice ride, especially if you get the DCC. And they only cost around 650k, the ID.7. Okay, it's not an SUV, but I mean, this car, I feel like it's not as tall and spacious as a Model Y anyway, or like a Neo EL6. You know, they're kind of taller and boxier and spacious. Or for example, the MG EL6, no, the MG, what's it called again? MG S6. That was surprisingly spacious. Only problem I have with the MG is that the software is not on par with Tesla and even the Seeker 7X, but in the more modern, bigger screen and better utilization of space and better design in the UI and software and features. But still a very nice car for the money, the MG S6. And there's a really good legroom in the MG S6. Here is like, well, at least it's better than the Puma. Anything is better than Puma. Well, yeah, kind of. The iX would actually be. I mean, they have bigger battery and faster charging. Yeah. Well, thing going for the Lexus is that it's actually not that heavy. This is only, well, it increased by 80 kilograms. The old was 2,180 kilograms. This is 2,260 kilograms. So maybe slightly bigger battery, maybe some more soundproofing, maybe, I don't know, about the motor and stuff like that. So more power. Well, since Oslo now, we average 262 watt-hour per kilometer. Okay, maybe not the most efficient car out there. We have to see in the Varberg stretch, we will probably hit over 300 watt-hour per kilometer. I'm guessing maybe 350. So from the range test, I get the impression that the drag coefficient here might not be the best. So if I have time on Monday, I should try to do a Sunday drive. Yeah, not sure which route I will take. If I have time, I could go to Venabygsfjellet maybe, but maybe people are getting bored of that route. Also, the light here, they are just mediocre. They're not that great. I feel like roughly on par with other Asian cars. Like, what did I test recently? Don't remember. But it's like, meh. Yeah. Not that bright, also not that wide. But I remember in some of the German cars, like, ooh, yeah, like ID7. Like, oh man, that is so good headlight, man. The ID7. Oh. No, I haven't gotten flashed yet because, yeah, well, at least it seems like maybe the Matrix stuff here is good. Or maybe some guys flash at me. I wasn't paying attention. I have to check the preheating status here. Let's see. Battery preheating. Well, it's still on. Okay. Not sure how long it's gonna preheat. Oh shit! I'm down to 27% already. Oh. Okay. Let me start planning now. 27%. I have roughly 55, 60 kilometers of range left. Let me go for. I actually want to save some money and go for the Uddevalla. There. There, go. That's 54 kilometers away. That sounds perfect. We should be there maybe with 5%. At least the car doesn't slow down in the curves, so that's good. It's like a ninja, the true ninja. Yeah. Hi. What? Suddenly start wiping? What the heck, man? Let me turn off the wiper. Oh, no, wait, there. Shit, man, now I got the streaks all over the windscreen suddenly. How do I squirt? You have to pull it against me. There. Oh, okay. Southern Europe. Well, unfortunately I'm not able to go there very often. This summer we will just take a family trip to Gdansk. That's the plan. Just want to chill there, eat some nice food, and enjoy some nice weather, and then take the ferry back. So maybe I should book stuff soon. At least start booking the Göteborg. Yeah. But then, yeah, also depends on the weather. Yeah. In case it rains, cats and dogs, what the heck do we do then? Skip it maybe? Go somewhere else? Wow, 266 watt-hour per kilometer. Okay, I know roughly what to expect. So in the pure 110 stretches, I have to expect something like 280 watt-hour per kilometer maybe. Because now I have the Oslo stretch, the slower Norway stretch that counts in the average. Yeah, we have headwind. So of course on the way back then we get the tailwinds and then it'll become lower. So let's see now. 44. Yeah, 46 kilometers away from Uddevalla. I don't remember. Hey, do you guys know? Remember when they closed Max Uddevalla? I brought some food with me I can eat, and drinks, of course. %21 now. Oh, well, I could stop at Hogstorp if I must. Or maybe even Hobby. Oh, one. Okay, I won't be able to get there in time then. Yeah, unfortunately, because I started late. But no big deal. I have food with me. Eventually, we should stop at some Circle K so I can grab some food. Yeah, I think maybe the scale is non-linear. I will also try to calculate the net capacity at the first stop, and also, of course, the distance error, which is about 1% or so. Yeah, I probably have around 20 minutes of charging time, or I'm not. No, it could be less. If I'm going for only around 55%, then yeah. Maybe only 15 minutes of charging. It goes okay speed in the beginning, charging at around 2C. But actually it will always start kind of slow in the beginning, and then it hits the peak around 20% or so. But for some reason car scanner didn't work with this car. I don't know why, because it worked earlier with a Lexus and also Toyota. So they must have changed the signals. Maybe they don't want me to and other people to know what's going on with the high delta between min and max temp and so on. 19% now. I don't remember if I can go deep here. I think I could, right? Is it still preheating now? Let me see. Yeah, it's still preheating. I haven't seen any notification that preheating has stopped. And there is no preheating symbol, no bacon like that. They could have made it really simple, you know, like many other autos, no? It's like the big notification and now it's on. Or I don't know, I dismissed it, so I don't know where that preheating notification screen went. .37 kilometers to go, 70 kilometers on GOM, really? I think GOM is being a bit optimistic here. Yeah, I think this is what I remember, that GOM is like, and then suddenly it drops faster and faster towards the end. 18% now. Hey, that is a Volvo EX90, isn't it? On the tail lights. Let me see. It's a fat Volvo. Yep, Volvo EX90. Dude, I've been driving too much and too many cars lately. But I tend to notice what the taillight look on different cars. And I can usually guess maybe over 50% chance what kind of car it is at a distance. But I have to say, it is nice and quiet in here, despite that we have headwind. I think that maybe that's the whole point with this car. You just want a Lexus, you know, you want the Lexus brand, the Japanese quality and styling, and then range is not that important. Charging speed is not that important. Efficiency, same day, is not that important. You're not going to drive that fast anyway. You're a Toyota driver. Interior quality. Well, I mean, it's nice soft materials. Yeah. But bridge design, but only one charging plate, and it slips really easy. If you floor it, the phone just goes flying into the cabin. I was like, what the heck, man? Like, seriously. Should at least put some non-slip material there, or like a phone stopper or something. No. I need to maybe show this with a phone that is not so expensive. Well, mine is not that expensive, but it's a main phone. But it's like, no, you're not supposed to use full throttle in a Toyota, you know? What is it? Why do you complain, Bjorn? Stop bitching. Stop finding faults about this car. Well, just me. I just floor it in the beginning of the challenge, and the phone went flying backwards. So like, what the shit, man? It was. I know. The car was designed for the previous motor, the weaker motor earlier, 300 something horsepower, and then suddenly it got 408 horsepower, and they didn't redesign the charging pad for it. Or maybe it's my phone. Always blame phone. Always blame Samsung. You know, this wouldn't happen with iPhone. Or of course you need to put on protective case that doesn't slip. Then no problem. But I like to run it without protection. 15% now. We are 28 kilometers away. Okay. Yeah, we have to stop there at Uddevalla. From there is a gap over to Ljungskile, which I cannot reach. So okay, Uddevalla sounds good. Go deep, and then go charge at the cheap supercharger V3. Then I can have some night food and drinks and calculate stuff. Yeah, I'm using some new Stormbag pans now. They my favorite pans. They stopped selling them, but I found some new ones that actually feels better. It has a bit of stretch, which is good. So when I bend over, it doesn't rip my big butt. I mean, my big butt doesn't rip open the pans. And it has some stretch on the waist, so I actually don't need to use belt. I was like, oh, okay, well, why not just skip the belt? Yeah. So it's good. Found, with Stormbag, once you find good clothes and whatever, it could be socks, could be a hat, you need to stockpile on it, because next time by the time it wears out after several years, they will stop selling that shit. They will go out of stock. Or not out of stock, just they will stop selling that. It happened many times. Like my favorite shorts, they stopped selling them. I have to try to find some other shorts. Yeah, almost 2 hours. We're down to 12%. $269 watt-hour per kilometer. Okay, I'm gonna try to calculate the net capacity once we stop. Or we can go past Håby at least, and possibly also Hogstorp. 22 kilometers left now to Uddevalla. Dude, is it getting bright again? What? Wonder how it's gonna be on the 21st of June when I do the challenge, or I don't know, close to it. I think that would be the Xpeng G9 or G6, I'm not sure. Welcome to Håby, or Munkedal, the Monk Valley. Okay, pass Håby with 11%, and that means probably around 5% at Hogstorp then. What? Let's see. No, the car. No, the car suddenly started suggesting some charging stops for me. No, don't do that. Oh, so he knows that I won't make it there, or I don't know. I'm down to 9%. Oh, is it still preheating? Oh, it's still preheating. What? Switch to range mode. No. The traction level. Now it bugs me about the low battery. I'm at 9%. And we are 16 kilometers away. Yeah, we should be fine. The GOM claims 37 kilometers. Okay, well, I think I'm gonna stop the preheating manually, just in case we go low on juice here. Wait, so the V2 superchargers at Uddevalla, they are closed, temporary closure. I wonder if they're upgrading. Well, that's a bummer. It can make it speculative, but we have headwind. Keep in mind that around 3 meters per second headwind. But of course, if the car is aerodynamic, then it's not that much affected by headwind. Wait, how is the auto? You know the auto. Wait, is it? I feel like it's blinding the oncoming traffic. Okay. 8%. Okay. There's a slight power limit. Well, I think I'm 70% power now. Hogstorp coming up soon, but we can probably go past it. Let's see. Yeah, there's only around 10 kilometer extra distance from Hogstorp to Uddevalla. So now we get the Swedish price, 2.1 SEK per kilowatt hour at Uddevalla. The V3 supercharger, so that's good. And actually the charge port, well, no, it's on the wrong side because it's on the front left. Yeah, so I'll be parked on the wrong direction or whatever. But whatever, it's at night. I'm not gonna bother anyone. %. Always go deep. Yeah, I don't know if it pays off to go deep. We'll see. But I can also measure the battery capacity and everything now in one go. So if the car claims 27 kilometers of range, well, and hopefully we get 27 kilometers of range, right? Well, but then 6%. Well, 6% should be at least 10 kilometers of range. We are 9.4 kilometers away from the Uddevalla. Yeah, we might arrive with 1% or 0% then. But this car should have a massive buffer, just like the other Toyotas. What? I can't charge over. Really? Okay, well, we'll experience it then. We'll see. Is it really that bad? And but I actually want to reach the first. I want to reach Uddevalla so I can get the cheap pricing. Otherwise, I have to pay twice as much here. 5% now. Okay, let's go for it. 8 more kilometers. Let's ninja it like a ninja. The true ninja, the Japanese ninja. The car claims 22 kilometers of range. Really? Okay, so GOM is being optimistic. What the heck is that? Let me clear the way. something is kaput there. No, don't fire up. 4%. Always go deep. Well, we will see then. We will experience it firsthand that we get shitty speed maybe. So otherwise, I have to arrive with more than 10%. Really? That means that I have to charge from 10 to 50%, 55% only. I can only use 45% of the battery. Well, is this with the new version or the old version? Maybe they fixed it. Hopefully they fixed this, right? 4%. 17 kilometers of range left. We should be fine. 4.8 kilometers left. And I think also the battery should be warm. Now we've been sitting in the garage all day, 18 degrees Celsius. So the battery should be at least 25, maybe 30 degrees by now. I'm not sure how hot the battery wants to be. What the heck is this? Why does it start fogging inside here? What? Fog is going on now. Well, stop bugging me by the traction battery. Shit. Okay, microphone off. Keeps bugging me about the low battery. And even if I dismiss it, it comes back after 5-10 seconds. It's super annoying. Yes, I know that we have low battery. It's like Isabel nagging me. Yeah. It's like, I want milk. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get it. I'm just washing something. Just hang on, my hands are dirty. I want milk. Stop it. Stop nagging. I'm going to give you milk soon. Just wait till I finish this, wash my hands, and then I'll give you milk. Then she's quiet for 5 seconds. I want milk. Kids, man. Norwegian Model Y. Alright, let me see. Take one of these stalls here. I'm not sure which stall you want to take, but so go one of these. Wait, there's freaking rubbish on the thing. Okay, I can take the one far to the right, the left now. Okay. Here-ish. There, I probably want to turn off HVAC. I don't know if that's needed, but no, right. Traction battery, stop bugging me. Okay. 244.6 kilometers, and I need to see the consumption here. Stop being annoying now. 3% left, and 269 watt-hour per kilometer. Okay. And then there's a power button. Why is there a power button? Dude, I have to go closer, I think, because what was the silly placement of the charge port? No, can you just stop being annoying? Okay, recharging. Power. Okay, let's see then. Oh yeah, always go deep. Oh shit. See how that turn on lights here. Wait, no, what happened to what happened to the charting screen? No, it. Dude, where's the charting screen? Hold on, you show me the charting screen, please. There. Stupid car. We are now at Luala Supercharger. Oh yeah, charging. I went deep to 3%. And look, we're taking 120 kilowatt. Oh yeah, we're already at 8%. Okay, alles good. There was one guy in the live stream, he said that below 10% you will only get 85 kilowatt. Well, that is apparently not true, but dude, the car is being kind of annoying. Because okay. Yeah, no, hey, what happened to the... Wait, hey, there's a power button here. You have to power up the car. Wait. Oh, what happened to the cooling? I hope I didn't mess up the cooling. Okay, I don't know what happened there. Well, okay. Yeah, all right. All is good. Now no. What happened to the charging screen suddenly? It's like I need to open the door. Yeah, there. Okay, okay. We have to play the open the door game, just like in the Mercedes. Shit. Okay, let me see. I need to calculate some stuff now. 244.6 kilometers. Let's do the distance area first. Home to here, okay. Swap it around. 249, okay. No, wait, dude, can you stop that? Okay, whatever. As long as I see the charting screen, then we're good, right? Like, we zoom in a bit. That was on 249 versus 240. Let's see, 249. Okay. No. Oh, Jesus, man. Wait. 1.8. Wow, 1.8% underreporting. Right, and then the next thing I want to find out is 269 watt hour per kilometer times 244.6 divided by 0.93 if it's linear. No, 0.97. There's 3% left. Yeah, that is 67.8 kilowatt stunden, and then in the range test I measured 67.6 kilowatt hour. So close enough. Well, that's what we have apparently. Was the range test I split it in many different segments, and then I had to add them together. So there was some error there. Range with I don't know. But whatever. Okay, let me see. I have to check some numbers here. Well, it is kind of dark in here. How do I turn on the lights here? There. Okay. Test result. Let me check here. Charting curve. Yeah. So now it will hit 160-ish soon. Yeah. According to my calculation, we need to charge to. The optimal is to charge to 50 or 55%. So then from here, can I get to, I don't know, water bike at least? That'd be great. Yeah. Let me see. So since I'm passing by the city, I don't know. Look, if I'm not paying attention, is that a question? 146 kilometers divided by, oh shit. Okay, I have to expect something like 250 watt hour per kilometer then. Yeah. Okay, 146 kilometers multiplied by 250. Okay, divided by what was it again? It was 67.6, 67. Let's say, yeah, 67.5. Yeah, close enough. Oh, I need to spend 54%. Well, I can go 60% then, just to be sure. Yeah, I need to film this that we hit the max speed now, and that actually is. Now I'm done with the calculation. So now, okay, can I put the thing here near the yoke? No, okay, no, it doesn't fit there. No. Where is it? Microphone. Oh yeah, at 28% we are hitting 163 kilowatt. Wow. And then here in the Tesla app, it reports 168. So this is probably before losses and some cooling. So what is shown here in the tiny screen here is possible. Can you focus? Is possible. It will hit the maximum speed roughly at 30%. and then it will have a quite steeper throttle past 45-ish. So you actually want to charge to only 50 to 55% for the best 1,000 kilometer time. And now I need to quickly eat. Have a little bit of time for eating. Alright, so let me just keep the mic. But maybe you guys can just watch this instead, because it's getting annoying with that whole. Here? Is that better? Oh wait, shit. So I don't have to open and close the door every 30 seconds like a mofo. You see, it's relatively quick. We've been charging for only almost 10 minutes. But I might have to go to 60% just to be sure that I can make it to Viberg. Oh, look at that speed, huh? E-tron, go home. Well, did I get that speed when I did the charging test? What the heck is it now? Whatever. Don't care about what the car is nagging me about. Oh, yeah, no, see? Blah, 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 blah. I need to keep track of something. How many percent I add on each session. So I'm gonna go for 60%. I'll just write it now for now. How much? Can you see more? There, if I do this and then zoom out slightly. You can even see the time. But only 12 minutes charging. We're almost good to go. Well, actually, 60%. Oh, okay. Maybe 126 kilowatt. I'll take it. What? Geely. And Xpeng, they are laughing and they'll be like, lol. Yeah. I think the Xpeng P7 Plus was charging at 125 kilowatt at, was it 80%? I don't remember. Yeah, I wonder if this is a flatter curve than I recorded. Well, I could have sworn that the maybe battery was Colgating. Wait a minute, look at this. At around 40%, it throttled to 125 kilowatt, but then it was flat at 125 kilowatt until now-ish. I wonder if this is a better charging curve than I recorded. Maybe my recording earlier, it was Colgating slightly, but now we actually went deep. We're getting this nice curve. Huh? This is actually quite good for maybe 2020 speeds. Yeah. All the Geely and the Xpeng, they'd be like, lol, yeah, and also MG. Well, this is better than Tesla. It's charging way faster than Tesla. 16-minute charging now. But except for Tesla is so efficient, so I need to go 60%. A Tesla could probably go 50% to go the same distance. The BM iX50. Oh, that is nice. But I wonder why did it throttle so much in the other test I had? That is a good question. Well, it's still pumping in 109 kilowatts hour per hour. Interesting. This time the speed didn't plummet. Maybe I need to do a retest on the charging. Except for that, I might be getting some punishment points. So I'm not sure when I can redo it. It seems to be flatter now compared to when I tested it. So, but I remember, okay, when I did the preheating, it stopped because the state of charge was too low. So maybe it was Colgating. Yeah, so according to my calculation, we should have enough for Varberg now. And just go deep at Varberg also. I could skip Varberg and then even go to Himle if I must. What's that? 19 minutes now. Well, that ain't too bad in it. Okay, let me get ready to leave. Oh, is the alarm active? Ding, ding, ding. Pan. The cooling is running though. Sounds like. Well, we're good to go. I should have enough juice to go to Varberg now. Maybe even Himle. 61%. Yeah, from 3 to 61% in 20 minutes. Okay, let's go. This is actually better than I recorded earlier. Yeah, bye-bye. Just when I arrived, dude, I don't know why this happens sometimes. This is non-deductible. Like I push the brake, push the power, and then it doesn't go into ready state. There, doot, then it's ready. Okay. Why do we even have a power button? Wait a minute. Wait, where did the Model Y go? Okay, the Model Y actually finished before me. What? It disappeared. The EX90 that we hammered earlier is still charging there, but the Model Y charged there, I don't know, and then disappeared. I wasn't paying attention. To turn off some stuff, and let me just get back on the main road. Boy, I haven't navigated anywhere yet. I have to turn off the nagging. Let's see, right there. Oh, there's something hitting me. Dude, that charging curve was a lot better than I recorded. My only explanation is that the previous session must have been cold-gating then. But I can feel slight power limit now. Okay, let me see. General, driving assist. Driver support. There. Turn off the driver monitoring. It seems like you can go deep. Alright. That's okay charging curve. To the Vallabron, yeah, nice. tonight. Well, okay, the trip meter here is kind of silly. You don't have part trip meters. You don't have since last charge. You don't have the trip meter like in a 2015 Soul or a classic Ioniq. There's only one average consumption since reset. So yeah, that's the 1,000 kilometer challenge consumption I have to save. So now we go for Varberg. When we plot against Varberg now, just to get an idea how we're cooking. But the car couldn't make it to Spekkera, so that's a big, little bit bummer. And okay, if we had some headwind, at least it should have made it to Ljungskile. Even the Mazda 6e made it in Ljungskile. Wait, huh? Wait. That was even a smaller battery than the Mazda. Wow. Okay. This car is kind of thirsty. That's what we know so far. Can we find Varberg? We're just going to manually find it. There, and then... okay, maybe I just plot one of the charging stations this time. There. Yeah, some Ionity. Okay, go. Yeah, navigate to the Ionity. We will see if the... So what the heck is this? Okay. We'll see when it preheats. Does limit charging speed after 2 stops? No, not 2 stops. It was more like 5 or 6 stops on the Toyota. But they have raised the limit. So we, from my calculation, we should be able to finish the challenge without any throttling. And then after the challenge, I will plug in and charge while I'm doing the summary. And it goes relatively quick, you know, to 60%. And then that takes 20 minutes. So and then I have time to dig around and chat a little bit and also calculate some stuff and shoot the summary. But then I might probably want to talk about the summary. I mean, wait until we see the throttling or whatever before we shoot the summary. And that will conclude everything. Oh, this is good. The headlights actually detects the weak marking lights on the top of the truck. Many cars will not detect it and fire up full beam on it. So you see, when you buy the Lexus, you get quality. You get Japanese tech. Yeah. Not that German shite that annoys the oncoming traffic. Then I get flashed at a lot. And also, I don't know if you noticed, but it's nice and quiet in here. So let's enjoy some Mark Levinson, right? Let's see. Let me put the thing. Yeah, but it's annoying because it always starts the music when you start the car. So why do we even have a power button in a freaking EV? I don't know. There was a power button there. Wait, maybe that's the one that has the communication here. What? There's a kind of weird ordering here on the things. Okay, let me see. How is it again? Volume. No, wait, huh? Well, that's phone. Hold on. What? Oh no, it's here. It's here. It's here. Oh, almost no wind at Ljungskile. So there, we don't get too much wind all the time. But usually it's kind of windy around Varberg, Falkenberg. So yeah, we went from 3 to 61% on the first session. So that counts as plus 58%. So keep track of the percent. So it should throttle at plus 350%. But then there is also, I mean, already from the first charging session now, it starts, the cool down on the first session already starts counting, right? So out of the initial 58% we added, in 10 hours or so, actually in around 9 hours before the last session, then maybe the 58% has been reduced to 50% or, you know, whatever, right? Oh, the bass is nice and punchy. Dude, this thing plays loud. Holy shit, also, I can try to max it now. Oh, okay. But it plays freaking loud. Proper loud, and also I couldn't hear much clipping. It was just so loud that it almost became a bit uncomfortable for me. So there's a proper amplifier in here. I'm surprised there's traffic around here almost 2 at night. Okay, okay. Don't want to. That is extremely loud. I can damage my hearing if I play it too long. But it's very loud and very little distortion and clipping. Dude, this is some top-notch stereo. Way better than Chinese. Chinese, I don't know, man. They put in a 10-watt amplifier in there. This, I feel like it's possibly at least 200 watt RMS, maybe more, maybe 400 watt RMS. Not sure how they measure it. Like when the Chinese, they claim 1.6 kilowatt or 1.3 kilowatt sound system. Like, really? But I mean, it's so loud, you don't want to play that loud, really. But it means that if you're playing at 50% volume, it should sound really nice and clear. Yeah, it probably has a big buffer below zero because I measured it now twice, right? On the range test, and now I measured 67.6 to 67.8 kilowatt hour. So my measurements are quite accurate, or I mean, they're quite consistent. So which should be fairly accurate. So only 67, around 67 kilowatt hour. And then actually, according to EV database, it's supposed to be 72 kilowatt hour net capacity. So yeah, what happened to the, let's say, okay, 68 kilowatt hour best case when I measure it. What happened to the other 4 Kilowattstunden? Ich weiß nicht. Oh, that was a kind of late turn off. And because, you know, because the car is fairly quiet and you can actually enjoy the nice sound system. Many cars actually has okay sound system, like, you know, many of the older Teslas, but they're just too loud. The noise is just too loud, so you can't enjoy the music unless you're driving slow on some fresh asphalt, maybe. Now we spec it out 46%, so we spend another 15% here. So we needed 100 and I don't remember, but you know, it's kind of funny that the Model 3 Standard made it all the way to Hungal on only 60. Well, it was around 57 kilowatt hour net capacity, which is actually less than this car has. Yeah, this has 67. This has 10 kilowatt hour more net capacity. That must be a Volvo, man. They're annoying oncoming traffic. Let me see. I need to see what car that is. Yep, that is a damn Volvo. Freaking Volvos, man. But this is also good. When I flash at oncoming traffic, it doesn't change the auto high beam or matrix settings. Tested a car not long ago. Every time I flash at someone, it would just default to low beam or some shit. And then you have to click again or some shit to get back to the automatic. Wow, the hi-hat is really nice and crisp here in this song. So it sounds pretty good. It has the crispness in the treble. It has the details in the mid tones, and the nice punchy bass, not overwhelming, not too boomy. And also some decent mid bass. So actually, the Bang & Olufsen I heard in many Audis, they tend to lack the mid bass. It sounds pretty good. Oh, what? Battery preconditioning is active now? The fuck, man? We are 1 hour away. We just fast charged. You need to preheat now? The heck, man? Does it have a 2 kilowatt battery heater? Like the Neos? Oh shit, I forgot. I thought, on Monday I can do a Sunday drive. No, I can't. I have an appointment with Nasir at noon to film repairing the final stuff on Millennium Falcon. Well, I mean, I'm not going to tell them how to do their jobs, but Millennium Falcon has been sitting at 0% for a while, so they need to take care of charging it up a little bit, or I don't know. Yeah. I don't think I need to tell them. You guys might want to charge him to, let's say, 20% before you do the repair.
I've been sleeping on my late night dreams. I've been dozing off on you and me. I've been scared to face reality. I've been sleeping on my, I've been sleeping on my, I've been sleeping.
Well, I mean, I have to ask you guys, would you buy this Lexus for 800k NOK or around 70,000 euros? Or would you consider another car for the same price? Or maybe you can buy two cars for one of these. Lexus good reputation, not for you. Yeah, that's also what I got the impression. There was this sexy Lexus sedan. I was like, oh, nice. But it's fossil. They probably have good reputation all over the world. Maybe especially in US also. I think they are quite common over there for a premium brand, premium/luxury. But they have been sleeping in class when it comes to electric. And people actually want electric. And you know, with the dropping price on solar and maybe other components, like, I don't know if inverters and anything else drops, but it makes more perfect sense to go electric then, because you know, you can get your own home power plant, but you can't get your own home oil refinery, you know. Well, what's up with the traffic, man? 2 at night? What? Okay, soon we will arrive at that really noisy asphalt. You get the impression how noisy it is. US, agree, they are not good at all with EV. No, I would say that Nissan is actually further ahead. They have more models out and they've been in the game for longer. Ever since Leaf actually. Even though it wasn't that great, but at least they made EVs available. And they have vans and shit, you know. Twigo. Oh, I don't know what the original Twigo is. I never heard of it. Dude, I need to work hard so that next year I can afford an eye surgery. I need to improve. I need to somehow improve my eyes, if it's possible. Synthetic lens or whatever, so I can read better at night, and also for the night vision. But I'm far-sighted, so for me it works still. But it's just when I read screens and read phones and stuff, and at night I'm struggling. Even in daytime it looks kind of blurry. Here, this is a really noisy. But actually, when you pause it, when you mute it, it also pauses the music, so that's good. This asphalt layer is getting old. Should be replaced, or should be resurfaced soon. In noisy cars, you can really hear the rumbling here. Well, I mean, Aria is one of the better EVs out there, you know, from Japan. Yeah, the Aria, and it's like, well, it's kind of efficient in the drivetrain, but not as aerodynamic and not as efficient as some of the like some Tesla and the Koreans. I feel like they have more efficient drivetrain, and also MEB platform is more efficient. And then the new Leaf, well, I don't know, I'm still waiting for the Leaf. Who knows when it will arrive. Twingo, okay. But I mean, the Nissan software is still clumsy to operate on, and I think Nissan, one of the few, they still have the setting in the instrument cluster plus the setting in the main screen. You know, like, and it's quite clumsy to change the setting in the instrument cluster. You have to use the steering wheel or some shit like that to navigate them, and it's really old-fashioned and not user-friendly and not intuitive. Like, I can understand, like, in the old days when you didn't have an infotainment, it was like the CD player in the center console, right? The Blaupunkt. And then, yeah, then you have some settings in the instrument cluster. You can use the steering wheel buttons to set some stuff there. But I mean, that is from the 90s. That's 30-year-old tech or design. With modern big touchscreen, you should be able to change settings and access various things way faster, way easier. So yeah, so Nissan still like old-fashioned in that regard, software. And also the Koreans has been stuck in that loop for a long time. They started making the bigger screen now in the PV5, but it's like still kind of behind Tesla and many of the Chinese. Cupra, huh? I'm not sure, maybe. Well, this BMW is hugging the left lane, but he's a Norwegian. Oh, shit. No, the self-canceling thing, super annoying. Come down to 32%. Preheating has been active for a while now. I don't know what the heck it needs to preheat. Like, didn't you just fast charge half an hour ago? Like, didn't you generate lots of heat? Huh? No? Nissan. Oh, can you stop? Oh. Okay, no. Man, those annoying taxi drivers. Well, we should at least spend one day at Tusenfryd this summer. It's gonna be busy over there, yeah, but at least maybe if it's nice and warm, it doesn't have to be 28 degrees Celsius. As long as it's 21 to 25, then that's good enough for me. If it's actually too hot, then I will be sweating too much. I have to carry stuff for the kids and shit like that. Yeah, then I'll be rapid gating. Well, there's so many taxis out driving right now. 2 at night, yeah, people are going home from parties and shit. of the specs of Lexus. It's pretty much top spec. I don't remember all of it. It has a long list of equipment. But have the F Sport, F1 style steering wheel, or they call it the yoke wheel. Well, more taxis now. So many taxis out there. Okay, down to 31%. We are 64 kilometers away. I think we should be able to go to Varberg. But it seems like this car actually doesn't mind going deep. So I want to try to get down deep to around, I don't know, do we want to go 1% deep? At least 3% deep was okay. So, well, I'll consider it if it's worth it going to, or if we can go to Himmler or not. Yeah, I still have food with me, so I don't have to go to any gas station yet. Another taxi. I mean, taxis everywhere, man. So yeah, hopefully we can get a time. According to my calculation, this time in the video I didn't reveal the time. I just said, oh, it's going to be a big improvement, 40 minutes faster or something like that, right? So it's supposed to be. Well, can you guys guess what the time will be? The previous run, the slower run, was 10:55. That's pretty much the fastest you can go, since if you go faster, the consumption is higher, then you will throttle. And then that thing might slow you down by 20 minutes, the slower session, even though you travel faster when you drive, yeah. Okay, 10:10, right? How media hated the Tesla yoke, but lots of cars make it implemented, right? Well, yeah, but they need to make. The problem is steer to wire. The Tesla, well, at least Model S and X, didn't have steer by wire. Not steer by wire. I mean, didn't have it. So it was silly. You have to rotate 270 degrees when you want to park and shit like that. It was super clumsy. But the Cybertruck did have. The Cybertruck has steer-by-wire, and it actually works really great there. But I actually claim that the Cybertruck works better because in the Cybertruck, it's the wheels rotate more than this car. So here is like you will see in the video in a couple of days. I post how it works, and you can see that I need to cross my arms and have to go 180 degree with the steering wheel, and then I end up concluding that the way it works best in roundabouts and maneuvering and parking lot is that you have to only use one hand on the yoke, which is not ideal. I prefer two hands on the steering wheel. Well, according to my calculation, it's supposed to be 10 hours and 20 minutes. I have to go only around 120 kilometers between each charge. Well, actually, on the way back, it would be slightly better because then we have the tailwind. But yeah, according to my charting test, we should go to only around 50-55% for the best time. But I don't know, it seems like the charting test was based on a not so flat curve, or maybe a slight Colgate, I'm not sure. Because when I look at the data again, it seems like, okay, 10 to 60% took 17 and a half minutes roughly. And then we needed 20 minutes to go from 3 to 61%. So it seems like it's roughly the same time. It's getting brighter soon. Okay, 2:30. Right, we're gonna hit into the storm after. Well, how is this again? It might be soaking wet when I charge around Halmstad or Mellbystrand or somewhere. Okay, but it's only around there. 3 at night-ish. It's gonna rain around there. I can check maybe yeah soon how it is once I start charging around Varberg, or I'm not sure. Yeah, it seems like I will stop at Varberg. 26% left and 52 kilometers to go. Yeah, sounds like Varberg. I don't think we can make it to Himle. So the 62% I estimated, 61%, or I estimated we need to spend 55% or something. Seems to be spot on. So I estimated 54%. Okay, so we might arrive with 7%, or it might actually be less than that. Oh, big buffer. Well, I mean, in general, well, I mean, I tried to go deep, but also the car seems to be a bit thirsty, so that's why I'm not sure how much I need actually. Because the problem is that Varberg, there is no bailout point before it. Well, there is one bailout point 40 kilometers before it. So if there is a bailout point just 5-10 kilometers before, then no big deal if I miscalculate. So kind of need to make sure I have enough, and then actually if I have a little bit too much, then I can always try to go for Himle, which is only 10-12 kilometers down the road, but at the high speed stretch. So I actually tried to go to around 5% or below. I'm not trying to aim for 10% or higher at arrival. We're going to be going charge of 50-55%. What overhead do you allow for? Well, I mean, in general, I try to go for around 10% overhead. I mean, or 10% margin in case I miscalculate. Oh, okay, the overhead. Well, I usually count maybe around 2 to 4 minutes overhead. And then also, but it also depends on each location. Yeah, some locations are faster to exit and enter. Some locations are slower. For example, Halmstad, depending on which direction you go, it could be quite slow detour there. Especially actually if you're going south now, than Halmstad, then it's slow. But northbound, if you're going supercharger, then it's actually quite fast. I wonder if they have increased the speed on the 90 stretch. They slapped down new asphalt. Usually after a couple of weeks you can speed up there to 110 zone again. So I don't have to deduct for it. $45 kilometers to Varberg, 24% to go. Yeah. We're gonna go deep. It will be something like 5% at Varberg. I think that's deep enough, and that's not enough to go to Himle. Linnon, I recognize the exit. Yeah. Linnon, that's right. Correct. I went there when I went to that Airbnb. I think maybe I should start booking Airbnb. Well, except for that, we kind of want to look at the weather also. Yeah, so I probably want to book Airbnb around 1 week before we travel. But I know now roughly the date we're gonna travel. Well, of course, if it's raining cats and dogs, then that kind of sucks. Then what the heck do we do in Göteborg when we arrive there and stay there for 2 nights, possibly? I think I want to let the kids play and stuff so they don't get too bored. And then the plan is to travel around 600 kilometers actually from Göteborg. And we will skip Copenhagen this time, and then go straight to Legoland. So maybe I could consider a ferry, for example. Then it'll be less boring for the kids. They can play a little bit in the ferry. But also, what I'm not a fan about the ferry is that you have to enter the city. So from Göteborg to the other side there, or that Malmö ferry. Yeah. Just want to stay on the motorway and hammer it. And I still have the Brobis pass, so I get the discount on the bridges. So maybe it'll just be a little long-ish marathon for the kids, drive 600 kilometers in 1 day. Maybe allow them to play a little bit halfway while I charge and eat some lunch and whatever, and then, yeah. Status? I don't know. He's been sitting at 0%, and we're gonna try to finish him on Monday. It'll be great. I need to figure out what I do. If Millennium Falcon is drivable on Monday, I just have to leave him there first, and then I could go and retrieve him at night, because I kind of want to use him as the family car, you know. Oh, now suddenly the BMW slowed down. What the heck, man? Left lane hugger, Norwegian BMW. Maybe he's gonna exit here. He's somewhat inconsistent in how fast he drives. Yeah, he exited there, Kungsbacka. Okay, 110 zone. Driving straight into the storm soon, around Halmstad. So what I could do is Monday night, I could, after the kids are gone to bed actually, I then have to maybe take the train. It's gonna take a while, I can probably, I have to take the train maybe. I have to somehow get over to the train station. You know what? It would be great if I can get the scooter up and running. Oh no, they have GoGo. They have the electric scooter service. So I can just scoot over to the train station, take the train, get over to Oslo S or somewhere in there. I don't know where the heck it stops. and then get over to retrieve Millennium Falcon and then drive him home finally, and he will be the kindergarten service, shuttling and going to city and stuff, and then I don't have to take the car seat in and out of every press car. The car seat will be more or less permanent in the Millennium Falcon, and I will actually not use him as press car shuttle for a long time. Yeah, but I mean, the press car shuttle is somewhat useful. I've been using public transportation / some Bolt, actually mostly public transportation, and it takes time, really. Last week now, when I returned the Ford Puma, I had to get from Follo or Ski over to Drammen to pick up this car, and it was almost 2 hours of public transportation. It could have been a half an hour drive only. We take the underwater bridge or the underwater tunnel, Oslofjordtunnel, cross over there. So well, for now, since we don't have any other options than Millennium Falcon, maybe we can retire him eventually if we can afford a Model 3-ish something. I don't know, some kind of Model 3. Yeah. Maybe just a second-hand Model 3, but I kind of need funds and all that, so we've been investing in Millennium Falcon now, so well, whatever. I can trips and stuff to try to win back some money I invested on him in some tests and videos. Regain back some of that. And then eventually, I mean, we're not going to use Millennium Falcon forever for family press car. Family shuttle. We probably want to have a Model 3 instead, a more modern one. And then that's the whole idea. I can put lots of sexy stuff in it and showcase what's possible. So I don't mind maybe like a 2022 Model 3 with the original Tesla stocks and the nicer Hella lights. But I don't want the 2019 Model 3, that's kind of shite. But I remember when I tested Marcus Model 3, I was really impressed with the 2021-22 models. They softened up the suspension a bit, they improved the soundproofing, and good efficiency, and the octavalve is always kicks ass. But when it comes to battery, though, probably we will end up with LG battery, which is good for degradation, but actually bad for repairability, according to Vanya at EV Clinic. He says that the LG batteries are really bad versus Panasonic batteries. So okay, yeah. We have EV Hub and Nasir EV Hub and Valdemar. Maybe I should go make some Valdemar's garage now. It's been a while since I was over there. He's probably busy repairing lots of cars. Maybe I can visit him with Millennium Falcon. We can test the battery, 12-hour battery, see if it has taken any damage by staying at 0% for a month. Gee. Well, how are we cooking now? 16%, 28 kilometers away. Okay. Yeah, looks good. Yeah, the car really doesn't tell me how many percent I will arrive with. Like, seriously? In 2026, it should be standard. It should be mandatory on EVs to have a percent estimation that is fairly accurate. It can't be like way off, like many cars tend to be. Wait, is it still preheating? Check here. Dude, the preconditioning is still active. The heck, man? Always be preconditioning. This thing needs freaking 1 hour to preheat. What the heck, man? most modern cars like a Tesla or MEB platform, or even the what's it called, the Audi, they need around 10-15 minutes only. Even the eGMP platform needs only around 20 minutes. Rapid gate, well, I mean, the car should know what it's doing, right? Wait, maybe we should stop it. Maybe I'll just manually. Wait, can I turn it off now? I don't know if that turned off the preheating or not. Wait, there was a thing about preconditioning at based on navigation. I turn off that also. We should have plenty enough heat now, according to my experience. And then, I know that it has a big gap between min and max temp. So what it could do is that it's being stupid. It will preheat, but then it will rapid gate because it preheat. The max temp becomes too high. %, 23 kilometers away. Let me see, but from Varberg to the turnaround point is 100 kilometers, okay, and then a little bit more, and then okay, I will probably stop at Mellbystrand, but I think I need to go to 60% again, but I'm actually not losing that much. Like, if I go to 60%, I will only lose 1 minute total on the challenge, which means that only around 20 something seconds then on each session. So it's still not that big of a deal to go 60%. But of course, if you want a ninja for the lowest time, yeah, then 50-55%. But I mean, okay, we also have to look at what is practical, you know, and also consider which stops are not ideal to stop at and so on. For example, you want to avoid southbound Halmstad, yeah. That is bad. You could lose maybe, I don't know, 1 to 2 minutes because it's slow detour. Actually, maybe more. I've never actually counted how much that impacts the total time. I could actually count how long the detour takes. And then you have to look at typical like a specular or something. They are usually only let's say 45 seconds exit from the exit until you pull up at the charger, roughly 30 to 45 seconds. And then there's the handshake and all that stuff, of course. But then the Halmstad detour might take almost 2 minutes, and then another 2 minutes to get back on the road again if you do the southbound, which is quite slow. So then we're talking about maybe 2 3 minute lost time because you went the wrong way. Oh, I'm gonna get flashed at now. Okay, here. So here it's still 90, all right. So that means I need to slow down. I need to count. 8:45 on the counter, but whatever. I don't think I need to overcomplicate. Okay, 8:45. This is well, let's see, Kungsbacka. There's a slight delay there, usually around a minute, I think. There's only 90 versus 110 speed limit here. So in percent, it's only, let's say 90. It's like no, switch to range mode. No, and then it bugs me about the low. Can you turn off that shit, man? Like it suggests charging stop and shit once we're down to 10%, and that's kind of annoying. Especially because we navigate to Ionity, and the car knows that in 14 kilometers we will arrive at Ionity, you know, and the car even claims that we have 39 kilometers of range. So why are you doing these annoying things? And it bugs me about the low battery also. So it's like, dude, like, stop being annoying. Like, okay, total consumption since Yes Home is 272 watt-hour per kilometer. So it's still 90 zone here. I mean, they mark the lines and everything. It's like the asphalt just needs to be I don't know, harden or burn in before they set the speed limit at 110 again. Okay, but it's gonna speed up soon after the tunnel. So let me see. It was 8. Okay, so that's 8, 9. No, it's 3 minutes. Oh, it's gonna be almost 4 minutes then. Yeah, so that's a 1 minute delay. I think that's what I also measured before with the other challenges. There, okay. What, 8%? Always go deep. 8 kilometers left. Yeah, okay. Based on my butt feeling, I guess we can't make it to Himle. So I'll go get some cheap Ionity charging again. 7%. wait a minute. On the first session, there might be low gap between min and max temp, but as we progress now further into the challenge, then the gap widens and we get 18 degrees Celsius between min and max temp. I don't have any insight in what the battery temp is. Oh, I just remember now. Wait. What if... Oh, I forgot. Well, even if it works with the route planner, it doesn't show min max temp. It only shows the temp average and shit. Okay, 6%. Always go deep. Seems like we might arrive with 3-4% again. Possibly 3%. Architecture. Would you rather obtain 800 volt system or 400 volt system with a if the price well, I would rather get the 400 volt more efficient car than an 800 volt inefficient car. For example, if I had the choice between an IM6 and a Model Y, I'll take the Model Y any day. Because I experienced that like the ultra fast charging or the hyped up 800 volt is not really like a must have, but better efficiency always helps. Okay, 5% deep enough. Yeah, I don't want to dare to go to Himmler. It's too risky. Because you have to go schnell. So then, yeah. Most likely I will arrive with minus 1%. And I don't want to do that in the challenge. 5% is deep enough, right? Oh, the car is kind of sluggish now. Feels like it has only around 60% power. I just wanted to say some display here. I feel, yeah, maybe around 250 horsepower left. Okay, let's see. The charge port is right there. So then we'll just use this. I'm surprised that there's no bugs splat on the screen. What happened to all the bugs? Okay, do I take this one? I think I have to take the other one. Here-ish. This should be good. Or we can maybe... Oh. Maybe we can look at the IoT screen. How about that? Wait. Off there. Well, I should... Wait, I totally forgot to check all the... Yeah, okay, anyway. Do it now. Bye. 5%. Okay. I brought down the stats earlier. It's a big deal. Okay, let's just not annoy ourselves, and we just try to aim the shaft towards the ionity screen instead. Can we do that? That'd be great. Yeah. Do it here maybe? Should be possible, right? Please. Oh yeah. Wait. Yeah, the classic tritium chargers for the win. Okay. Right, so this car might work with a OBD adapter and stuff. Let me try it. I need to get the CX, which I should have laying around here. I'll try to fire up this. Just want to connect to the OBD CX. We'll give it a try, I guess. Let's see, where's the OBD? It's gonna rain here soon, for the weather forecast. There, OBD adapter's in. Let's fire up this phone. Borrow some internet here. Well, it always ramps up slow. Okay, went to the restroom, that's okay. Bought the banana, have to keep the banana box stock high. And then, yeah, we come to this. This is consistent for now. Yeah, 164 kilowatt at 32%. All good. Now I'm gonna test, I'm gonna try to fire up the thing. Let's see. Do I need to update the route planner? Oh, okay. We try to connect to the OBD and stuff like that. Maybe you can get some battery status at least. And if that works, I could. What the heck is wrong with my route planner? Yeah, it's quite slow. Oh, it should have been slow. Okay, so can I switch? Oh, it is there. Okay, good. Then, let me see. I'm gonna connect the OBD thing. Connect like this. I have to fire up the car, but then it's gonna boom. There. When I fire up the car, it's like boom. The connection link. Oh, it failed. Oh, I've seen this before. Right now it works. Okay. And it failed. Okay. Well, it seems to be unstable. Okay. There. Let's check here. Did I pair the Bluetooth? OBD link CX has been paired. Okay, whatever. Whatever. We're not gonna waste time on it. Let's connect. At least we tried it. But 113 kilometers. Okay, let's just try to 60% and then we see where we end up. But now I'm just gonna have some more. Ooh. Yeah, let me try to eat that. First, before I go with banana, since banana has a natural wrapping that can stay for a while. Yes, this food might spoil the rice. So now wait. Now it goes a bit slower than before. We had 125 kilowatt previously, didn't we? Okay, the rain just started. It's gonna rain now for a while. I'll probably stop. Well, I'm not sure yet. Let's go to 60% and see how far we can go. I would say at least Mellbystrand on the way back. Maybe even Halmstad. Let me check something. How's the price on Halmstad? Supercharger. I have a doubt we can make it there in the rain. Oh, 4.3 sec per kilowatt hour. Well, actually 4.6 by the time we get there. No, should be 4.3. Well, that's slightly more expensive than I wanted to, but still okay. Like the other ECPOs. What? Oh, I forgot to move my microphone. And don't forget to use question mark when you ask a question. You learn it from here first. Maybe almost good to go. Only 114 kilowatt is still well, close-ish to the 160 or whatever, 50-ish we get. But this seems to be a good trade-off. Just charge every 120 kilometers-ish. 120, actually we went 160 kilometers this time. Let's go for 60% again. Yeah, now it's gonna rain, so that kind of sucks, but don't have many other choices this weekend. Put away the shaft, 58%, almost good to go. Nine. Yeah, 60. There, 60%. That was 5 to 61% in 20 minutes. So it's consistent for now, but it started raining, so the consumption is gonna go up. Okay, good to go. Yeah, a little bit over by the time we leave, but that's fine. Okay, let me write down. We leave 61%. Actually, 62%. Okay. Now I need the output wipers. There, and then here and there. Okay, output, let me see. All right. Oh, now we have full power, yeah. I feel it. Or maybe a little bit power limit. Could be around 95% power. Oh, it's getting bright now. Damn. So yeah, right now I have no idea how far we will go. Well, it is just light rain for now, but it's supposed to be a lot heavier further south now. So hope that the road won't be too soaked, so I can still hammer it. So I actually went to 62%. Let me see if it's linear, right? So I went to 5%, and we can see if I could have made it to Himmler or not. I'm already down to 59%, so this would have been 2% then. Well, at least the sun is coming up soon. I don't have to drive in complete darkness with the rain. Average consumption is 272, but this car underreports by as much as 1.8%. So we have to go to 982 kilometers only. Start with some light rain, and then it gets a bit heavier further south. Yeah, I should have been here earlier, but if I was here just 2 hours earlier, could have avoided most of the rain. Now it's gonna hit us right in the face. It will be heavier around Falkenberg and beyond there, Halmstad. Okay, look at the weather radar, which is quite accurate, which is only within a 1.5 hour span. But the car is actually remarkably quiet even at the high speed. So yeah, they did a good job of soundproofing it. Okay, here, Himmler. 56%. Oh, let me see. That is 5. Yeah, that is 5. No, 6. That is 6% spent. So I will have been here with minus 1%. Yeah, that is a bit scary. So you know, I just remember something. When you precondition the battery, it could also mean that it's trying to cool down the battery. I remember I was complaining that the car was actually rapid gating previously. So maybe I want to let the car precondition as long as it needs to. Yeah. Until we plug it in or some shit like that. headwind. Oh, I see it. We have headwind. Yeah. And rain. Oh, they slapped down new asphalt here. Sun is coming up in not too long. It's already 3:17. Car is kind of struggling to maintain the course here because of the new asphalt. How is fuel? No, how is fuel premium? Huh? Interior on Lexus, by the way. I mean, it still feels, yeah, it feels premium, like the average lower cost Chinese car. But they're nice and quiet. But it's the funny thing is that you can already get many of these features in, for example, the X-Bank P7 Plus actually feels nicer in the interior, has real leather, and cost almost half, and charges 3 times faster. You know, like okay, and it's more efficient. But of course, it's a different segment. But what about the even the G6? The new G6 has a really nice interior. Okay, now we're back on the old lane markings, which should be better. The old asphalt, and it's actually not that noisy yet. I'm gonna wait for the stuff. But actually, oh, I can feel it now. For some reason, I'm feeling kind of cold in the leg area, so I activated the, well, it's combined seat heater and the infrared heater, and it actually gives me some nice heat. But it was too much, so I set it to 1 only, 1 out of 3. But you know, on the way to München yesterday, we sat in this electric bus at the airport at Gardermoen, and I don't remember which one, what brand it was. Could have been the VD. I wonder if it was a VDL. And it was okay, like, not that hot outside. Maybe just 15 degrees outside. So when the doors were open, it was like a kind of semi-cold, a little bit chill outside. And but when they closed the door on the bus, I felt this heat from above, and I could see it. It was like you know, like speaker grill right above. I suspect that is infrared heater they use, same as the technology they use here and in the BMW iX. It's very efficient, heats up really fast, and it's based on like infrared rays instead of just the resistive heating. It just heats up the surface. There we go. Okay. We are now at the concrete surface around Falkenberg, and how noisy is this car? Well, you know, Lexus, in the press information I received from the Norwegian importer, they have stated that they have improved the soundproofing a lot. Like lots of soundproofing materials in the wheel arches, in the wall, in the A, B, C pillars, even the partial shelf in the trunk has some sound dampening mat that will soften some of the rumbling from the trunk. So yeah, how is it here? This is a perfect example to test it. This surface resembles the roads in Belgium or in UK. Okay, I can show you. If you move over the left lane, which is smoother, then it is a lot quieter. And this is with 20-inch wheels. When I tested the other RZ 450e, it had 18-inch wheels. So this is a disadvantage actually, but I feel like it's not that loud. Okay, you hear the rumbling here, yes, but it's not the quietest car I ever experienced. For example, the Volvo ES90 I tested recently was really quiet, Yeah, here it's better than the average, way better than the average, actually. It's still very impressive, and I guess if it matters, I don't know if well, if you can fit 19 or 18-inch wheels here, then you will probably get way less rumbling and better comfort in general. So yeah, maybe 18-inch or 19-inch would be something like this. But I mean, however, I should mention that we have headwind. I don't know if you saw it on the wind turbine. We have headwind. This is the 120 zone. We're driving at 120 kilometers per hour plus VAT. And I'm actually really impressed of how nice and quiet it is in here. So, I mean, it is a Lexus after all, you know? Do they place themselves as premium car or is it luxury car? I'm not sure, but remember that this car, it's not the entry level. It's loaded with a Mark Levinson sound system, with a yoke wheel, with I don't remember all there's a long list of equipment here, and this car costs over 800,000 NOK. You could almost get a BMW iX3 Neue Klasse for this price, so it better be good. And at least when it comes to soundproofing, it's way better than the iX3, that's for sure. It's actually getting kind of bright outside. Wow. That's actually good for me. A few days ago, I sat in the new BYD electric bus, Hungary. Apparently, it doesn't have a good climatic coverage compared to... okay. But yeah, I can feel it. The infra heater thing is active. Maybe I should show it on the next charging session. It actually gives nice heat. Well, I need to charge the camera then, the thermal camera. So I'll just camp this lane here because I'm lazy. I want to enjoy. There was another Volvo with annoying headlights. I want to enjoy the quiet. But actually, it is nice and quiet in here. But I would say not the quietest car. I noticed in the Volvo, like instantly, like, ooh, that is a quiet auto. Yeah, but here's more like, it's nice and quiet, but yeah, in the upper half, you know, like in the top 20% quietest cars. I need to test it. Possibly tomorrow night. Yeah, just we got to get up early and then, I mean, at night and test it, and then, yeah, well, I have an appointment with Nasir at noon, so I'll just drive this Lexus over there and shoot the video with him around noon. I can leave home around 11, almost 11:30. Yeah. So actually with that, with this leg heater active, I don't need the cabin temperature to be that high. I felt like it was kind of cold earlier, so I had to crank it up to 22.5 degrees. But I'm just heating up the whole cabin for almost no reason. So you can have it slightly lower and still have good comfort. It's mostly in the leg and the body area I need some heat. Okay, we'll see if there's still Baustelle. Yeah, it seems like on the map it marks it. So they're not done yet, but I bet they want to finish the Baustelle before July, before Fellesferien. So that's in 3 weeks. They need to finish it. Not sure what they're doing there. They're resurfacing the other side or something. Dude, we are down to 41% already. But okay, the rain wasn't that bad, so that's good for now. But this is the only chance I have with this car to do the challenge, since I had to go to the Tesla takeover. But it was hopefully worth it. I made some video there. It'll be at least 2 travel vlogs, and that includes the traveling there plus some videos on the at the event. Yeah. So you kind of need to watch the whole thing if you want to see everything. Well, at least you can skip the travel part and only see the event part. That also works. I mean, in other cars that does not have that good soundproofing, even the left lane will be semi-loud, right? Like the Ford Puma. But here is nice and quiet. But it better be, because this Lexus is nice and quiet. But the UX300E, holy crap, man! It was louder than the old Model 3 even. That's crazy how bad it was. And I remember back then they sold that shit for 400k. I was like, huh? 400k, man? Back then, I think Model 3 Premium, what they were sold for less, 300k something, or maybe the SR Plus. Make sure you are fully prepared in Tesla takeover event, because they have interview for you from your video earlier, huh? What kind of interview? What? Did anyone interview me there? I don't remember. What do I need to prepare for? It's getting kind of bright outside already. Wow, 3:30 at night. Or should I say 3:30 in the morning? So they're resurfacing on the other side. Maybe it needs time to harden. But are they actually adding concrete there, or is it asphalt? Not sure what they're doing on the other side. Dude, it's getting bright already. I bet in half an hour it'll be a lot brighter at 4 at night. Well, you can only enjoy this for roughly 1 to 2 months before it gets dark again. That's kind of depressing. SA want to be on stage, huh? What is SA? South Africa? Well, the rain isn't that bad for now. I also don't see any crazy dark skies. I mean, dark clouds for now. But wait, what kind of event are you talking about? Do you mean the takeover I was at? I'm not sure what to talk about here. Make sure you are fully prepared in test and takeover event because they have interview video earlier. Well, I saw people recording video with their phones and various cameras when we were on stage. They recorded all of it, I guess, the whole 1 hour session. Yeah. But actually, Vanya was talking a lot, and then he was talking most of the time, Vanya, and then Keys was more like the moderator there to lead the way, what we would talk about, and then I had some input, but actually most of the questions were towards Vanya anyway, so I was like, okay, just standing there and let him reply. Watching you from northern Italy. Oh, still very dark. Okay. Oh, so over there it's dark. Okay, so yeah. But I mean, I was surprised that even in Flachau, which is quite far south, right? near the Alps, then it was still kind of bright-ish at around 8, yeah, 8, 9. It wasn't that dark. It wasn't pitch dark at 8, 9. But it's actually quite bright now in Norway nowadays, even at around 10, 11. Could be down to 32%. That means roundabout, well, actually now in the high speed stretch we get less, but I'm not sure, 50 kilometers of range left, or I'm not sure. We are about 40 kilometers away from the turnaround point. Yeah, sounds to me like we should be able to reach Melbystrand on the way back, but it might be raining heavier over there. So okay, that's not the worst place to stop and charge at, except for that there's nothing there, but that's fine. And from there I could possibly, well then, what does it make sense to go back to Varberg? Rather not stop at Kungsbacka, because it tends to have slower charging there, and maybe yeah, it's kind of expensive there. I'm gonna try to keep on Ionity, stay on Ionity and supercharger. Well, I could go around 50-55% only, and then go to yeah. And then I can just jump on the regular. If I go back to Ionity well, actually on the way back I have tailwind. Yeah. Okay, we have a little slow down here, but it's not that long. Well, the cruise control accelerates quite slow, like a Toyota driver. I have to press the accelerator flat, actually floor it to accelerate faster. Okay, I see that it's been raining here earlier. It's wet on the road. That increases the rolling resistance slightly. Here we come to Halmstad. Wait, can I actually come back to Halmstad? Well, let's see. I have 29% left. There is a possibility I could stop at Tesla Halmstad on the way back. But then what? Then I'm too close to Varberg. Maybe I could try to reach maybe not Spekerö, but I could reach whatchamacall again, Kongalv. But then I kind of need to jump far from Kongalv to Strömstad then. Yeah. This car doesn't have the greatest range because it's a bit thirsty. So actually, Halmstad on the way north is a quick detour. If you go to Supercharger. 279 watt-hour per kilometer, but you have to subtract 1.8% to that. Which is, let me see, that's almost 2%. That's around 4 watt-hour per kilometer. So around 275 then, so far. But they've been going against the wind now. So eventually we'll turn around soon, right on the tailwind. Since this car is kind of boxy, then it should be some significant differences, yeah, with the tailwind, headwind. Sunday today. How do I do that? I just survive, and then I sleep at lunch, and then I don't know what we're gonna do today. Just stay home and chill, I guess. I can actually see parts of the landscape that is usually pitch dark. I look up on Lexus 500e. Came out Hungary market. Wow, that's only for the that's only for the 500e. Wait, so the 550, what is the difference? Is it more powerful motor? That's it. Same battery, right? And then still overdrive. It would actually been great to test the Audi A6 e-tron on the road trip instead of the Q6, but then I know that the A6 doesn't have the most space. Actually, the ID7 would have been better. It actually has quite decent space, but then I ended up with a Q6 instead. which is kind of thirsty at high speed, I suppose. I haven't actually done any high speed hammering with the Q6, so that'll be interesting to try. Because I would assume that the Q6 is more popular than the A6. People just want SUV. So okay, let's go for it. Has fast charging anyway. Just pump it up at Ionity. And Tesla, but Tesla, well, you know what? I could even go for Tesla supercharger if I know that we're gonna have some lunch and that the stop will be an hour long. Then when we don't care, Tesla supercharger will work great, as long as it has okay prices, of course. Not sure how it is, but in Norway, some places daytime supercharger is quite expensive. Then I want to avoid them. But on the other hand, since this car charger, since the Q6 charges so fast, so then maybe no big deal to just stop for around 15 minutes to top up, and then we can move the car. Because actually, if it charges quite fast, then it would be stressful when I have a lunch somewhere, like we experienced with the EL8 last summer. We ended up with with a Gen 1 battery, but it was fine because when we had lunch, we needed to spend at least 45 minutes to an hour anyway. So then the car would be at 90%, 95% by the time we finished eating. But that's the problem, because we are more or less just stuck that you kind of need to wait almost 1 hour or 45 minutes anyway, whereas with the Q6 you can choose. You want to top up for 15-20 minutes, okay, no problem, or you want to stay longer and go for almost 100%, then that also works. Let's see if the Snappipe Pawel is up and running. Well, the bags have been removed. Oh, it seems like it might be up and running. Let me check the Circle K app. Yep. Wait. No, wait. Yeah, there. Yeah, it's up and running. 6 stalls. Pawel, rated at 400 kilowatt, but as far as I know, the old Pawel still operates at 500 amp boost. They don't offer 600 amp, but like the Alpetronics. So in order to get 400 kilowatt, you kind of need 800 volts, which is somewhat rare. Most 800 volt cars, the so-called 800 volt cars, they operate at around 700 actually, and some of them even goes as low as 550, like the EV9, and also many of them operate at 650 to 700 volt only. Okay, but here is a Melbystrand, right? So on the way back, I could consider a Melby, or maybe even yeah. It seems like I just need to go deep with this car. Okay, we might have some expensive sessions, but we'll try to go for the cheap ones when it fits. So we'll see where we end up. But 19% is probably at least 35 kilometers. So that means on the way back. Wait. Okay. I could try to go for Snappipe. Snappipe and Melbystrand is actually quite close to each other. And that's a 300 kilowatt charger, but it's 500 amp. Yeah, so that's okay. We get max speed on this car. That's Snappipe. Or can I actually reach Halmstad? That would actually be better. the rain wasn't that bad. No, it's good. Down to 15%. Let's see here. Well, I could go for snap one. Wait, shit. Forgot to preheat. We're down to 15%. Well, we can preheat now. But I think the battery should be nice and warm anyway. Okay, let me see. Let me quickly preheat. Zoop. Yeah, usually the high-speed stretcher and heated. I mean, Colgate is not a problem, even with cars without preheating. Well, let me see. Oh, okay. It seems like we should be able to reach snap pipe, but does it make any sense though? Oh, maybe I'll go for 60% again and then see how far we can go, right? With a tailwind, that should help. 50%. All right, turnaround point at 489 kilometers. Okay, yeah, it counts a little bit too low there. All right. So time. So it's actually current time plus 1 hour ish, roughly. So which means that we are already at a little bit past 5 hour mark. Okay. No wait, how's this going? You have to count the other way around. Current time plus almost an hour. It's like, let me see. Time wise, 58, 59. What was it? 58 I started? Okay, what there? 23, 1, 2, 3. Current time plus 57 minutes then. ES is 1 weak electric motor. Okay. Smaller battery. Okay. Physical size comparison are set. Longer length, shorter tail. Oh, really? ES is RZ is 4.8 versus. Oh. Wait, huh? So there was different bodies of this also? What? Really? Well, what I noticed was that the RZ is actually bigger than the BZ4X. But I guess the price of the BZ must be lower. Maybe just a bit cheaper interior and so on, but still the same drivetrain. Or no. Even the old RZ was more powerful than the BZ. So the BZ, I mean, the Lexus was better overall. More space, more power. Versus the BZ, but then people probably went for Toyota because it's cheaper. Many taxis actually use the Toyota. Wait, I'm at 10% now. Okay. 10% snap pipe with the tailwind. 11 kilometers snap pipe. We can go to snap pipe just fine. I even wonder if we can make it to Halmstad. That would be great. Yeah. I have to recalculate again once we are close to snap pipe. But it's preheating now. Well, I don't know what the heck it's doing. Pre-cooling, preheating, who knows? % now. Well, it sounds to me like snap pipe is the place to go then. See, so is it still preheating? Yeah, it's doing that. I'll probably arrive with 5% again. Yeah, but it seems like I can't make it from Snappberg to Halmstad. Well, or can I? Well, probably not in the high-speed stretch here. It's somewhat intense on the juice. But I can skip Melbystrand at least. Well, if I go to Melbystrand now, I will arrive with 7 or 6%. Okay, let's go for the faster option then. A shorter detour. Yeah, we skip this. It's not that cheap. Actually, the first session was quite cheap. Only 2.1 SEK per kilowatt hour at Uddevalla. So maybe I can grab it on the way back. I'm not sure. We'll see. 6%. Well, okay. Let me cancel this and just plot in Halmstad. To see what it gives me. Distance. Oh, 17 kilometers. Ain't gonna happen. Okay. Yeah. Snappberg is a quite quick detour. Wait, is it coming up now? Yeah, okay, there you go. Microphone off. Hopefully it's okay. Is it open even? Seems kind of open. Okay, let's see which side do I go for. I actually prefer that side. Need to go this way. Only 300 kilowatt hour per hour. That's not that will fine. There, off there, and then mark. Yeah, 280 watt hour per kilometer now. 5% again. Snappberg. Well, now what? Now you guys gonna see this screen or can you see this phone instead? Not sure what it's showing. It's okay. It shows some speed and stuff. Let's put it here. It updates really slow. Come on. Charging now for almost a minute. Come on. Well, this app is slow, man. Okay. It's just annoying that the things turn off so quickly. Pump the shaft, okay. There, it shows something, okay. I'll put you guys here, and you can turn on the thing. The screen will show it at least for a little bit. Cooling started. Let's do this dance. You see the percentage? 9%. There you go. We are not charging, that's okay. It's not bad. Yeah, consistent every time. Boom, 120 kilowatt. Wait, it was only the first time it was kind of slow at around 108. This time, every time now we get 120, more or less, quite quickly. So yeah, we ended here with 5%. Yeah. Oh, the charging screen. This is silly, man. The charging screen shows up for. Wait. What happened to the charging screen now? Can you just stop being annoying? Sorry, I don't know what happened to the power screen, the charging screen. Okay, sorry, I just have to shoot some video here first. Wait, is it not active? Oh, wait, so the infra heater. How does it work again? I can feel the heat here. But it might just work a different way. And then it turned off. What? Okay, I'm just gonna go check out the solar tree instead. 132 kilowatt now. Okay, I'll be back. And the car will be off a little bit. Wait, huh? Oh wait, it throttled already. Okay. Okay, we can check. That's a good thing. We can check on the charger. Oh, this is interesting. This time we didn't hit 160 kilowatt. It peaked at 144 and then we're down to 125. So did we actually see a slight throttling already? I don't know what happened here. Why are we not getting that speed? I started preheating kind of late, but really? Guess I'll eat a little bit more. I have a little bit of time on each session to eat, but I also need to figure out where I'm gonna stop next. But it sounds to me like it's a good deal to charge to around 60% every time. Well, unless I wanna go back to Ionity, then I need to go soon. Actually, right around 50%. We actually went more than 20 kilometers. That means that if we want to go to Varberg now, that is 86 kilometers away. If I go 50%, I should have enough to Varberg. So I could go the regular Varberg, Spekerön, Strömstad, but then what? Okay, I think that's it. I'm gonna go to Varberg. 86 kilometers away. Let me calculate how much energy we have in the budget, roughly. Oh wow, 300. Huh? Wait. I go 60%. Yeah, but this session seems to be a bit slower than before. Okay, let's eat and stay longer then. Maybe go 60% again. Then I can go to Pawel. Wait, does that make any sense? No. It doesn't. Let's go to Pawel. Which means we have to leave now. This session was a bit slower than the other ones for some reason. It only peaked at around 140 kilowatt for not too long, and then it dropped. So I don't know why. Okay, 5 to 54% this time. How to go? I have to wait for the car to slowly boot up anyway. I'm gonna wait for it. Okay, back on the road. So yeah, that was only around 16-17 minute charging. The other ones were 20-ish. But now we only go to Viber. I ran out of the idea, so this car doesn't have the best range, so it's slightly harder to skip stuff. So we just sync it with Varberg and then Spekkerød and then Strømstad. Go around 120-ish kilometers between each time, or yeah. Now we charge only around 50%, 50-55% jump between them. Now, it was strange that it was starting slower. We didn't see 160 kilowatt this time. Previously it was hovering at 160 for a long time. So what the heck do I do now? Do I preheat? Okay. Let's navigate towards Varberg. Let's see. Recent Ionity Varberg. Go. Seems to be slight summer traffic now. Oh, the sun is rising now. The sun has entered the chat. So to make it simple, you take the current time plus 1 hour. It's actually plus 57 minutes, close enough. That is the current 1,000 kilometer time. So we are almost at 5.5 hours into the challenge. We're on the high speed stretch, and now we can hammer it and gain some distance. Well, I don't know. I mean, what we saw on this session could have been an early stage of the throttling. Who knows? The first 2 sessions were great, and then this was slightly slower than the other ones. Maybe it has more like a gradual throttling. Maybe we won't see 160 plus kilowatt anymore. So the rain should stop around Pawel, I think. Well, actually, I might hit it around Gothenburg also. Okay. So if I charged a couple extra percent, I could have made it here to Halmstad. But then would that have made any difference? It's quite long to go from Halmstad to Spekeröd. I kind of want to sync with the... From Spekeröd, it's perfect distance to go to Strömstad. Probably have to charge with 90% to get to Strömstad. Or, not 90, 60%. Or maybe 50 if I have some tailwind, but it's going to be wet there, so... Yeah. I'm going to calculate again. But yeah, so far we have around 278 total consumption for the challenge. Ooh, that's kind of high, man. But now that we have the tailwind, it's nice and quiet in here. Almost no wind noise. Just a bit of rumbling. I think there's a taxi driver doing. Man. He's definitely using his phone the way he drives right now. me see. The plan is to go Varberg, Spekkerud, Strömstad, but then Strömstad all the way to the finish point. That's kind of far. Unless I charge to, let's say, 65%, then it should be possible. Because I did actually drive 160 kilometers from where was it again? Uddevalla to Varberg. I believe that was 160 kilometers. No, that was only 146 kilometers. Oh, but Norway stretch is always gentle on the consumption. So, but actually, it's no big deal. It's safe. I can pump it up to only 45%, and then hammer it, and then I pump it up again the last leg, and then I don't lose too much time. Because what could happen is that if I go 65%, I might not have enough, and then I have to go slow. Yeah. But I remember in the Norway side, the consumption wasn't that high, around 230, even with the headwind. But then, okay, if I expect, let's say, 250, then... No, wait. Let's say 240. But then I have to drive, 180 kilometers. That's quite far. Oh, then I need around 70%. Which is a bit slow. Yeah, so I might go for around 50 or 45% then. Just ride on the highway and then stop at Rygge or somewhere. As a last point. I can do that. Just go Strömstad, Rygge, and then home. Just have some shorter stops at the end. The only minus is I hit the max speed around 20%. But okay, whatever, I can arrive with 10% then, or 15%, then I get the max speed faster. It's a Volvo doing in front there. Suddenly he just moved over to the left lane without blinking. And now I move back to what? That is kind of strange behavior in it. I don't think the police uses that old Volvos. Oh, it's a woman. Maybe she was putting on her makeup. airbag. Okay. So far, so good. Not too crazy rain. What? Do I need to preheat now? Well, let me just manually preheat. I don't know what's going on here. Precondition. Doesn't say that the preconditioning is active. Not sure what's up with that. The car doesn't tell me anything about charging capabilities or anything like that, unlike what the MEB cars will tell you. The optimizer is super useful. And even the Audi Q6 will have a little gauge of how many how hot or cold the battery is. Oh, I see. The surface on the other side is up and running. They actually put asphalt there. Oh, it means that they will open it soon then. Yeah, nice fresh ass over there. It is so bright now. So bright now. Not even 5 in the morning or night. We are currently at 280 watt hour per kilometer on the challenge. It's gonna get the body, and we're also riding on a tailwind. Yeah, so it should the end consumption should be lower, but maybe around 260, 70, which is still kind of high for a not that big car. Oh, battery preconditioning active. Oh, okay. It's not preconditioned now. 38 kilometers away from my own thing. Okay, whatever it needs to do. I don't know. Hopefully you're cooling down the battery, heating it, so we don't rapid gate or cold gate. We are riding on a tailwind now. 28% left. Oh, okay, seems like we'll arrive with some, I don't know, maybe over 10% this time. But that should be okay. We will get the max speed earlier than it seems. Like it seems like we cannot hit 160 kilowatt at 10%. We will usually hit it at 20, 25%. 9 kilometers to go. Oh, I might arrive with about 10% or 12%. Oh, there finally. Get back to the asphalt. Quiet the asphalt. Okay, that means getting close to Wildberg also. 24 kilometers to go. 24% left, right? Well, 22% now. Okay. Yeah, it might be 10% on arrival. Let's see if we get 160 kilowatt. Well, okay, almost at Wildberg. Getting kind of tired, but we must keep going. But I could take a 10-minute power nap maybe. Man, I should start bringing the pillow then, a yoga pillow. 13 degrees. That's actually nice and warm for morning at 5 in the morning. Well, we are still maintaining roughly, we're hovering at around 100 kilometers per hour average speed with starting stops. In around 5 minutes or so, we'll hit the 600 kilometer mark. No, I mean a 6 hour mark, and also very close to the 600 kilometer mark. Now I have a tailwind now. Maybe it's not that easy to see, but if you look at the wind turbine, yeah, we have tailwind. That's obvious now. Wait. We talk about the wind. Okay. 11 kilometers to go. Yeah, but there, we can't skip bye-bye. We have to stop there. Then we just go right on the Ionity wave all the way back home, actually. Oh, there's beehive. Oh, are the beehives? Oh, I don't know. I didn't pay attention. On 8.4 kilometers left, 17% left. No, it's 5 over here. But you take the current time plus 1 hour, you get 1,000 kilometers an hour. Okay, get ready. That's kind of high. Okay, just stick it out. Men spekket. Varberg. Okay. See. Write down some stuff here. Varberg. That's 14%. No, okay. That's 14%. put you guys in the shaft. Yeah, 14%. Okay, so now we need to calculate how to get the speculator. That's it. Too hard. There. Check now. Okay. Time is. There is 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Gonna be a charge 58. Okay. Here it's But yeah, I don't know what happened at the previous stop. It was slow-ish. Okay, and look at that. Maximum speed, yeah. Oh, I was getting so tired previously, but now I'm kind of awake again for now. But I feel like I need to go to the restroom, but I'm just gonna grab the last few bits here. And then I have to calculate how long, but we're not gonna stay that long. We'll speculate. This is actually the idea that we can reach the maximum speed earlier if we start with high state of charge. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Well, not 118 kilowatt hour, but 118 kilowatt. But yeah, it's charging a lot faster now. So I wonder what the heck happened at the snap bike. It could be that the charger over there had limited power. I heard about this rumor that some Circle K chargers are like that. But okay, let me see. I have my notes here that, you know what? First I thought I was going to ride on the Ionity way, but no, I have a better idea. We can go back to Uddevalla. So on the way south with headwind, I went from 61% to 5%, so I spent 56% getting here, which means that with the tailwind, well, actually not that much wind, I can get back there. If I charge 60%, I should be able to go back to Uddevalla. So let's go for that. We're gonna get ready. We will leave soon. So I can go to Uddevalla, charge there, and then that would be good timing, because then I can charge. The last stop can be maybe I can skip Strömstad and I can go for what's it called again? Sarpsborg, yeah. So we skip one charging stop. Because this car seems to have okay range as long as you have some tailwind. We're back with 58%. But listen, when you fire up the car, even though the HVAC is off, listen. Oh, the AC compressor stops momentarily, but then ramps up quite quickly, and then the music starts. Even though I pause the music, yeah. But well, it has the infrared heater here and here, so there's actually no glove box here. And you have to choose to run the climate here, or I mean run the infotainment, otherwise it's gonna stop by itself. But okay, I have a better plan. We're gonna go back to Uddevalla. Quite cheap charging over there, only 2.1 SEK per kilowatt hour. So we can find it here quickly. Wow, it's not loading that fast. In it, there. Whoa, what the heck, man? Booting up. Okay, whatever. Wait, can I find the other chargers? Okay, whatever. Go. Wow, it is kind of slow. Okay, let's go. We have 61% now. Oh, now it's going kind of slow. Okay. Now time to leave. Oh, that's the thing powered off. Okay. Okay. 61% this time. Shut down this. Go to the vehicle. Driving assist. Turn off the thing there. Auto. Auto, come on, auto, there. Wow, I have to click on it 3 times before it reacts. So that was only around, oh, I didn't pay attention, but maybe it was 17-ish minutes, because we started at 14% this time. But we had a quite nice curve there, 160 kilowatt and whatever. So it wasn't, we haven't been punished yet. I suspect that there was some shite going on with the Circle K charger. So we lost 1 or 2 minutes there. But I mean, timing wise, what could we done different? Well, you know what we could have done? We could have stopped at Halmstad instead. No, wait, we wouldn't have enough juice to get there. We could have stopped at Mellbystrand maybe. Yeah, okay. With slightly higher state of charge, which is no big deal really. And then we could have made it here. So, but then the Mellbystrand exit is slightly slower. So I think summa summarum, it's more or less the same. But the little bit slightly cheaper, yeah, over there. I have to be careful now because it's slightly slippery in the road, so I don't want to hammer too hard in a curve. I'm not sure how sticky these tires are on the wet. Okay, back on the road. Yeah, so now we're actually gonna drive quite some distance. So, yeah, in the original plan, I was thinking about just going the Ionity route, you know. Here, Strömstad, I mean, Varberg, Spekkerød, Strömstad, but then I was like, the distribution is not optimal, yeah. So then it's probably better to go the supercharger route instead on the way back. And actually they're a bit cheaper also, especially Norway side. I think, well, I don't remember, I have to check the price at Sarpsborg. But Uddevalla is quite cheap, 2.1 SEK per kilowattstunden. And then let's check, I think that's a good distance from Uddevalla to Sarpsborg. For 9 in the morning. Yeah, 2. Yeah, I should be there before 9 in the morning. Yeah, I get the 2 NOK per kilowatt hour. So quite cheap charging. We only had one expensive charging session at Circle K, but all the other ones they were at Ionity and Supercharger. So that's good. We have to drive 146 kilometers from Varberg, but we have the Göteborg section with lower energy, and this car seems like it's kind of boxy, so the lower speed it kind of benefits on it. And okay, I charged 61%, but I know that I needed 56% to get the other direction with headwind. So with some wet road, it should be fine. We might arrive with 5% or maybe more. And even if we arrive with more, it seems to be no big deal, because then we can hit the maximum speed slightly faster. And then from there I will calculate, the next leg, how long. But yeah, I actually remember. We can try it now. Oh, the bird. Okay. From Uddevalla to Uddevalla to Inspiria or Supercharger is only 127 kilometers, and we have also a bit of Norway stretch there with some 100 zones, so that will be fine. And then from there home is another 124, so that's actually pretty good distribution. Yeah, that's why I often end up like that. That the Sarpsborg Supercharger will be the last one. It perfectly balances with today's cars. Yeah, it depends. But some cars I can actually drive like 180 to 200 kilometers if they are efficient with large batteries, or if they charge quite fast. Then I tend to charge, let's say 75, 80% even. then I can actually go 180. But this car seems like it wants to go around 120 to 150 kilometers, depending on the stretch. But the Göteborg stretch is lower speed, and this car is boxy, so then it benefits from lower consumption there. But for example, Model 3 is not that much affected by the Göteborg stretch because it's already quite efficient, or it has good aerodynamics. So I also look on the weather, and there will be some rain, but not that much. It's ramping out earlier now. 118 kilowatt at 50. Okay. That could be Rapid Gate. Who knows? Because we've been hammering it. Okay, well there I'm gonna. I navigated to the fast charger now, so it should. Let me check here. It should preheat. Yeah, I enabled I enabled both of it right now. I'm not sure what it means. We turn off the preheating, manual preheating for now. But it should preheat automatically because I navigate to the fast charger whenever it feels like it. We are still 133 kilometers away, 1 hour and 22 minutes away. Yeah, seems like no penalty points yet. I mean, we still hit the 165 kilowatt, right? It was just that one Circle K charger. I don't know if that was a coincidence, but I experienced before that Circle K chargers tend to be a bit slow. That I heard at Circle K they might be a bit stingy on the power from some guy who knows a thing or two about CPOs and chargers and stuff. And it was it a coincidence that the one and only charging session I had at the Circle K was the slower one, but all the other ones at Supercharger and Ionity, they were fast, 165 kilowatt every time, bam, 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 3 times, and then only 1 time at the Circle K. So I actually try to avoid Circle K because they are kind of expensive compared to Ionity Supercharger. Actually, Supercharger is cost only 1/3 of Circle K. So I mean, yeah, for a thirsty car like this that consumes 280 watt-hour per kilometer, actually right now is hovering at 282. Well, let me check here. Corrected consumption. It's 286 on the display, and then let me check the numbers again. It underreported by 1.8%. So the 286 divided by 1.018. Now that's 281. Okay, so so you have to subtract 5 watt-hour per kilometer roughly. Yeah. Okay, 281 is kind of high. Okay, we had the headwind initially, but now we've been riding on the tailwind for a while. At least for 100. More like 120 kilometers on the tailwind. But okay, the consumption will drop in the slower sections on Göteborg and Oslo. So I'm guessing we will end up with, let's say, 260 watt-hour per kilometer, which is actually on par with many SUVs, legacy SUVs. But Tesla Model Y, I think it was around 220 only. Yeah. So that's the thing that many people fail to understand, is that if Tesla is 10% more efficient when it's charging at 250 kilowatt, it equals to charging at 275 kilowatt on other cars, like 200. Yeah, like Audi Q6 e-tron. But if the difference is 20%, then 250 kilowatt on Tesla is roughly the same as 300 kilowatt on other cars. And even when Tesla is not so impressive at only 100 kilowatt at 50%, and that is the same as, roughly the same as 120 kilowatt on third-tier cars. Huh? Oh, you okay. Well, is that Model 3? Model 3 SR Plus, right? Yeah, those Model 3s are really efficient, especially with the Octovalve. But also Highland is more aerodynamic than the pre-Highland. So yeah, I mean, I kind of want a long-range Highland. Okay, just don't have the stock, so that's kind of a minus, and also the weaker headlights. But the comfort and soundproofing is really nice, and also the efficiency, especially when you hammer it from time to time. But it should also mean that in winter, when the air is dense and it's cold outside, then it slices through the air better than the legacy Model 3. And especially MC Hammer, which doesn't have heat pump. It will do some stupid stuff after supercharging, which is to dump the heat. And then, yeah, because it cannot scavenge heat from the battery. Well, that's kind of dumb shit. But also, yeah, newer cars, they will have the LG battery. So I was like, well, once it goes kaput, then it's not that great to repair. But at least they don't degrade that much, which is a small bonus. But also, they don't charge that fast, unfortunately. Or maybe the latest and greatest LG, whatever it's called again, M6 something, is okay. You know, I've been looking at some videos. It was a look at this, the DJI Osmo Nano, and I kind of like it because I always wanted an action cam, but I wasn't sure when to buy it and stuff. And then, okay, as I look at the Osmo Nano, it has the magnets on it, which is nice, and also that. What they were called again, not remember, but you can hang it around your neck or in the chest, right, with a magnet. And it's like, oh, because it's so small and light, you can just snap it on there. So actually a chest camera would be really useful for me, since I can do the POV driving. And then, okay, it doesn't have the best low light condition, but then I don't in the case I would need POV on the chest, I don't drive that, don't record that much in the dark. And then I could also use the POV when I'm just like digging around with some handshake problems, you know. Then I just want my hands free, and I could just let the camera run, and I could just record it, whatever, you know, even if there's no handshake problems, just to show the stuff going on there. Normally I don't have the time to do that stuff, and my hands are available. I could put the car on a tripod, but that's extra hassle that I need to deduct. You know? So if I just snap it on, get the camera rolling, and then go out and do my stuff, then that will work. But I see that the low light is not as good as the bigger sensor, the Action 6 now that they have. And also, it's waterproof, the camera, but not the monitor part, or whatever they call it again, the docking, So it has a bit of minus here and there, but I kind of like that it's so portable and still offers okay features and image quality. Because if I want the Action 6, it's so big and kind of bulky compared to the Nano that I need like this strap, like chest strap, if you want to strap the camera on it. So I'm like, And also it's cheaper, the Nano. So yeah, maybe I'll go for it. I will do it. I still have some stuff I need to sell, like my old Mavic Pro. It's been sitting there for years. I'll have to charge the button, fire it up, and see if it works, and then try to sell it to someone. Model 3 Canada comes with a CATL 6M LFP battery. Oh. But I think in Norway, I probably want all-wheel drive. Even though, rear-wheel drive will be just fine. But then, do we go anywhere where we need the all-wheel drive? It's more expensive. But okay, maybe we can get the standard, and then we just beef it up with some sexy button and sexy lights and stuff. But I'm not a fan of the lack of the button for adjusting the seat. So, or maybe we could kind of mimic the set. We could use a bunch of sexy buttons and slap it on the seat where it was. Kind of mimic the motion you need to press the buttons to adjust. That could work. We have the forward and back, and then the tilt or some shit like that. Yeah, that's mostly what you need it for anyway. But you have the up and down motion also, so it's, you need lots of buttons then to substitute for the lack of the seat adjustment. But there are also some other things. But I saw Model Y standard at the takeover event, and man, that was a lot more stripped down than the Model 3. So, not sure if I would get that, but maybe, okay, maybe I can get a Model 3 standard. No, Model 3 rear-wheel drive, whatever it's called again, premium, but brand spanking new. Kind of need to get a loan then. I'm not sure if, maybe I can get a loan now, because I've been paying down on the house for quite some years now, so maybe there's headroom for me to get a car loan. But also, I asked, when I was at Flachau, I talked to Anton from Enhance, and I asked him, what would happen if I connect the sexy strip to Millennium Falcon? Because Millennium Falcon has no communication. It cannot communicate with that thing. It's just too old. But I mean, it should light up, right? And then whatever color I set it to previously, it will just light up with blue or whatever. Right? But it's just dumb. It's just a dumb LED strip. I mean, I could probably get something else, like, but yeah. But unfortunately, none of the enhanced stuff works with all Model S. Well, you need to somehow power the thing also. Standard Model 3 Canada, just premium rear-wheel drive. Use Model 3s. Well, I think, well, I mean, it's been a while, but I think by now you can get second-hand Model 3. Well, it depends. Like all 2019, they probably go for only around, let's say, 10 to 15,000 euros or dollars. And they want newer 2021, 22, then closer to 20,000 euros or dollars, or 200k NOK roughly. But okay, I have to expect some degradation on those batteries. But I mean, I know roughly more about them. Do I want Panasonic or LG? But I think I kind of want the heat pump because it's so efficient during winter. We have winter lots in winter in Norway. So I want the heat pump. So we had that, whatever, like 2019. I don't like them because there's too harsh ride, too noisy ride. I was annoyed with MC Hammer. I was still gonna, did lots of stuff to try to improve the noise, but by the end of the day, it was just bad. But 2021, 22, they were actually okay. But then people recommend 2022 because of the newer chip, not the Atom, but the Ryzen chip in there. So, yeah, I mean, possibly I would buy a second-hand 2022. It would be with LG. It's still nice with the original stocks and stuff. Or a brand spanking new. But if I get second-hand, I'll probably get the long range. And it's nice to have the all-wheel drive in Norway. For the days when it's a bit slippery or wet, then all-wheel drive is always welcome for me. 7.5%. Wow, well, really? But what kind of app did you use to measure it? I'm not sure if many of those apps they look at rated range or whatever. I was like, well, can you trust that? What you need to look at is the kilowatt hour reported, as long as the car is calibrated. The rated range and the stuff they could change. Wait, there's slowdown here. What? How long is this? Okay, let me check here. 1936. Oh, it seems to be a short one only. Because eventually that will be the daily driver, family hauler, whatever you call it. And then Millennium Falcon would just be the press car shuttle. It is actually convenient to use a press car shuttle, so I can save some time and also some money. But it depends. In 1 month, I probably spend in public transportation / some taxis now and then between the press cars. I probably spend maybe 1,000 NOK, and that's maybe what it costs to keep Millennium Falcon on the road, in insurance at least. But then I save time. Yeah, I could save maybe half an hour, 45 minutes every time I swap cars, which is also worth a lot. Oh, okay, you look at the rated range. Okay, well, it's not that accurate. You need to look at kilowatt hour. And I have some measurement how much it had initially versus how much it had, but most likely you have more degradation than that, maybe 10%. Velkommen til Göteborg. Hmm. 2 minutes now in. This is actually quite a long stretch. Okay, no, it's not that long. Okay. Well, I'm not sure if this how to measure this, but yeah, we hit the 80 zone here. There, okay. Three minutes. 3 minutes is 180 seconds. Ah, okay. Yeah, well, you can't look at the kilometers. It's not accurate. Because Tesla might change that. You have to look at the kilowatt hour. Let me see. So that was roughly 3 minutes of slowdown. But then it was only 10% slower for 3 minutes. 3 minutes is 180 seconds. 10%, that's 18-second delay. Roughly. Okay, whatever. We're not gonna bother. I can go 1 kilometer per hour faster for a little bit. Hmm. 91 kilometers to go. I'm down to 38%. But in the city I should get at least 3. Almost 4 kilometers per percent. But it seems like I've been looking at the Chevy Equinox, okay, and then Ioniq 6. Oh, but it seems like even today, it seems to be fairly easy for me to borrow some press car for the yearly family trip, road trip. I mean, eventually we should be able to go further once the kids grow bigger. I guess at one point we need to allow them to use some screen. Nowadays, we limit the screen time a lot. Like, it's about might get only around 15 minutes screen time per day. But ultimately, they're going to be used to screens and also interacting with them. But they need to learn how to use them properly. She knows some of the stuff like swiping and clicking and stuff. We haven't even taught her that. So eventually, if they can just watch a cartoon or something while we're driving, or play some games, or chat, who knows, then time flies when you're just driving, right? And then we could at least try to go, let's say, 500-600 kilometers in one day, rather than just 300 plus. We could finally try to go to Bled maybe one year. So the whole idea with the Model 3 is that, okay, we can use it as a daily driver. But it doesn't really need to have that long range. And as long as it's efficient, then that would be good enough, right? And then for longer trips, we'll probably just borrow some press cars. And then people might be a bit fed up with us driving the same car on different holidays. So it would be more refreshing to watch some other cars. Just borrow, I don't know, an Xpeng P7 Plus next year maybe, or I don't know, something that is not super hot that all the journalists want. I worry that kids, what? You worry that kids, okay? Oh, we're near, well, yeah, I'm not only nearsighted, but it's about the whole, they will not focus, they will, I don't remember what, they will have problems paying attention and learning and stuff, so you don't want to introduce screens to them too early. I see at restaurants that parents, they let the kids watch video while they're eating, and it's probably like the easy way to do it, right? But we do it the hard way, is that we don't allow screens when we are on the restaurant. We want to interact with kids. There'll be a bit more hassle maybe, they're a bit nagging at us, but okay. We will not mess up with the development of the brain. Man, I need to get over to the dentist one day. I haven't had a dentist visit in almost a decade now, so I feel like I need to go there soon. But I need to ask Pawel maybe, because I wonder if it's cheaper, well it should be, right, to take the dentist in Poland instead, since we are gonna go there anyway. Norway is really expensive. You could spend maybe several thousand or several hundred euros for dentist treatment, or I mean tooth treatment, cleaning, check, whatever is needed. Could be half price in Poland, but I don't know. I can ask Pawel. He knows everything. He's local, you know. Oh, left lane huggers as usual. Dental insurance? Well, I don't know, but I'm not insured. But these kids, they get the free dental service until I think 16 years old. So that's good. We pay a lot of tax in Norway, but the healthcare and schooling and education and whatever, lots of stuff there, social welfare for kids is excellent in Norway. Oh shit. What the heck, man? Like some people, like, how do they drive? Like the seating position, like like when I pass some people, you can barely see the heads popping above the dashboard, right, and above the steering wheel. I'm like, what the fuck, man? Seriously? They have way too reclined position. You're supposed to sit quite upright. And also your arms are supposed to have around 90-degree angle. Or elbow, arm, versus the steering wheel. But some people, they have maybe 120-degree angle towards the steering wheel. That is not safe. I'm not sure how ergonomic it is. Oh, they closed the whole thing here? Oh. Kabul. Okay, how is it cooking now? 75 kilometers left to the Valla. We have 34%. Okay, we're still in the city area-ish. This is also quite rough asphalt. Little patch here. Before we get to smoother asphalt. Now. Well, the kids normally don't wake up at 6, but they could wake up at 7. But no, I think Isabel went to sleep late, Axel also, so they might wake up around 8. But I'm not gonna finish by 8. I'll finish by 9. No, actually, let me see. I start at midnight. 9:30-ish. I will finish. So no traffic. Well, but there will be some traffic in Norway side by the time I finish, because I finish kind of late. I'll pass by Oslo around 9, and then by 9, then many Norwegian Nissan, they're out driving, hugging the left lane, shit like that. But if I'll pass by Oslo around 7 or 8, then that'd be great. Yeah, fast cars, and as long as I can start around 9 in the evening, then I will actually pass by Oslo around 6 already. Okay, good to Fallen, all right. 6, almost 7 in the morning. I'll arrive there. Seems like it's gonna be kind of cloudy. This area is always kind of empty. There's just some swamp area. They just hammer it. I don't know, just some fields. So it's either Kungal, where people are, where it's populated, and then Göteborg. But on the other side, there on the river, to the right of us, or to the east, then there's also some houses, and actually a nice autobahn also on the right, or to the on the east side of the lake, no, the river, yeah. TV is interesting. It's about the size of the Model Y and comes in 90 kilowatt hour. Okay, what kind of brand is that? Where is it from? Which country? Never heard about this before. Is it Chinese? Huh? GM US? Oh shit! Is that like some kind of Ampera E follow-up? I don't know, man. Somehow I'm not super impressed with the GM cars in the past. The Ampera E is like meh. I mean, it's okay, but yeah. Wow. The consumption has dropped to 277 watt-hour per kilometer only. But in Mexico, freaking Mexicans made it. Shit. New motors and battery. How we mean? Oh, it's brand new, right? Not second hand. have a ZSEV, first gen. It's like Doraemon. Well, actually, wait, is it? Or maybe it's this facelift? No, I think that's the original. Yeah, it is the old school, the OG. Yeah, I wonder when those Sunwood batteries will come out in Tesla. And if Tesla finally will get some kick-ass charging speeds and car, well, it's gonna work. The rest of the industry uses faster battery without costing a fortune. You know, like, can you imagine the 100 kilowatt hour IM6 battery in a Tesla? That'd be awesome. Or the Zeekr battery. Oh shit, the BYD Blade is kind of shite. Bad cooling. High delta between min and max temp. According to Vanya at EV Clinic, those Blade batteries are repaired. And his EV Clinic also doesn't like the pouch cells. They're also supposedly shite to repair. And also they tend to fail. And it's like, he's wondering, I mean, whose idea was it to use pouch cell in automotive industry? And cylindrical cells are way better. That's what they mean. Like Tesla and Lucid. And what I understand, like home batteries, many of them also use cylindrical cells, and well, power banks, or like, I think if you open up a flow or something similar, they're also with cylindrical cells. I see I have tailwind now. Yeah, the fat cell doesn't seem to perform that well. Maybe they're good cost-wise. Well, I feel like they need to mature. I bet that Tesla is still developing it to make it to make it better. So that, it's similar to, I don't know, something else that came out. You know, in the beginning it wasn't that great, and then they slowly improve it. For example, yeah, if we talk about LCD monitors in the beginning, they were kind of shy. They were talking about the response time on the panel and maybe resolution and contrast ratio and stuff like that. You know, so the early LCD screen or the monitors, they were not that great compared to today's LCD. And even back then, good CRT would perform better than the LCD. Deeper colors and yeah, I don't remember. But then eventually LCD gained more and more. They develop it further because the whole industry is moving towards using LCD everywhere. You know, literally bringing everywhere. How did they do it in the old days with cameras? Camcorders need LCD, right? Or viewfinders. Yeah, there was just low quality displays back then. So it was a time when LCD were expensive and not that great, spec-wise. But eventually it became better. And in a way, you can say that also about with electric cars, that in the beginning the lithium batteries were not that great, and also they haven't designed the cars that well. Like, there was no octavalve or heat pump. They just used PDC. No one was experienced in making EVs. They didn't know how to do all that stuff. They kind of just took a fossil platform and put the electric motor there. And then eventually we got better batteries. We got more and more variants of electric motors that will perform better with the heat scavenging, and you actually use existing technology that has existed for decades, but you find out we can use this and this technology in an electro auto to make it better. Yeah. But I mean, fundamentally, the fat cell should perform better because it's bigger, and also the whole that was the whole thing with Tesla. They designed a bigger cell. They didn't want to stick to the industry standard, the 18650 cells, because it had limitations, like physical limitations. But it's just that I feel that Tesla needs to perfect the fat cells because of the foam. Huh? What? Well, are you sure about that? I can ask Vanya, because they have repaired some structural batteries. They extracted a cell, but it's not the fat cell. It's the 2150, no 2170. I mean, cells that Sandy Munro claims to be unrepairable because of the foam, but then Vanya did it, no problem. Okay, let me see, 21%, 43 kilometers. Okay, we might arrive at 5% or something. You see, with 14 degrees Celsius, nice and warm. Okay, we might go deep to the Walla. That's fine. That would be the second to last stop, actually. So we'll have 5 stops total. Wait. I think 5, right? First stop was at the Walla, second stop was Wyberg, third stop was Snappipe, fourth was Wyberg, fifth, no, 6 stops there. I read a post on Facebook the other day. And some EV people, they were wondering, what's up with all this hate against EV cars, you know? Just another energy storage or energy, yeah. I mean, why hate on it, you know? Why dislike that propulsion or that energy store? Nobody goes and hates on the hydrogen cars or diesel, you know, the benzene people, like, lol, diesel sucks. Yeah, that's not the real car. Diesel cars, they are tractors. Benzene cars, they're the real cars. Huh? What's up with that? You know? But still today, still in 2026, I see comments. There seems to be two different religions here. The fossil people who think they need 1,000 kilometer range, and EV guys, EV lovers who have seen the light and they're like, dude, this is wonderful. And then, yeah, each camp is mocking the other camp. Why can't we be friends? You know, it's like, why do we? And this is why we have war in the world. But what is actually quite common is that people who drive EV and love them, they have driven fossil cars. But people who is anti-EV, they have fossil cars, obviously, but they never driven EV, many of them. But they have never owned one. And many people who go from fossil to electric, they stay there. And then few people, they go back to fossil for some reason. But well, let's say you bought a Tesla many years ago, and then you had lots of issues. And then you go back to fossil. Be like, fuck that shit. Well, but the problem is not the electric car, the problem was Tesla. Maybe it's time for another TED talk about this topic. Touring, and the other one, we'll see. The Toyota guy, he responded really slow, like 1 month slow, you know, 1 month, roughly 1 month after I requested the cars, he replied, and I was like, okay, and then he suggested some dates in June. Like, bro, I'm fully booked until September. I haven't responded to him yet. I had to look in the calendar and stuff. We've been busy. Well, let's hope it doesn't take another month before he responds, because we're not going to sit and wait with those slots. And also, those Toyotas aren't super interesting. There's one dude maybe, or two guys who's asking for about those cars. But most people, they don't care. They don't give a shit. They want other stuff. They want to see other shit. No, okay. Well, just like my neighbor in Alabru, we had this. There was it again. It was an Audi A3 e-tron, and he was mostly driving electric. He was a good boy charging at home, and he was mostly just driving electric, and then maybe just once every 2 months he would need to refuel. Then he realized, okay. He can charge at home. He doesn't drive that long trips most of the time. Then he went ahead and bought a 24 kilowatt hour Kia Soul. And he's happy with it. He seems to like small compact cars. I prefer bigger cars with longer wheelbase, better comfort. We'll be going deep because I have 12% and we are 24 kilometers away. BZ4 Central, and was not a good EV, okay? Okay, what was the problem with the BZ? I would like to know. It's charged not good in the cold. Okay. Oh wait, huh? This was before they had preheating, right? EV fossil, 1,000. With BZ4X, well, it's somewhat popular in Norway for some reason. But I agree that software is kind of clumsy. It's not very well designed as an EV. They have the start-stop button. Many times when I press the start button, it doesn't start properly. It doesn't go into ready state. Huh? What? Good. I'm testing so many EVs. I feel like I'm quite ninja in this. Somehow, I cannot put the car in ready state in the first try. And then when you're charging, the charging screen stays on for 1 minute or so, and then it disappears. Like, what the fuck, man? How about just show the charging screen as long as you're charging? Lots of stuff, right? When you navigate, why don't you show how many percent you will drive with? No? So it's like it hasn't been designed for EV, unlike Tesla. Tesla also didn't have percent at arrival. And like this thing here, like, it keeps nagging me about low battery. I mean, I know, for fuck's sake, man, I have 10% battery. Stop nagging me every 10 seconds. Even if I dismiss the message, it just comes back. So, like, oh. So the software annoys me. The car itself, okay, it's thirsty. There's no reason that this car needs to be consuming 275 watt-hour per kilometer in summer with 12 to 14 degrees Celsius outside, and it's driving only in the 110 zone most of the time. It's not that fast compared to Deutschland. So that is also minus. And also another thing is that every time you start the car, it starts the music, regardless of what you had previously. And every time you start the car, regen is reset to the lowest. Then you have to tap on the flappy pedal to increase regen. It's like, remember it. Remember what I had last time, So the software is acting very annoying. Yeah, now every time I enter 10%, it automatically searches for a charging station. I need to search, see if I have it. But I mean, why does it need to do that? Because I have navigated to a fast charger 15 kilometers away. The car tells me I have 31 kilometers of range. Why the heck does it bother me with a charging station? We are going to a charging station now. We have enough range according to your own brain, right? So it's being so annoying. It's like they did this. Did they not test this before they released the software? No preconditioning. Only charge at 100 kilowatt max. Wow, really? Damn, that's shite. When they put on the wall box and unlock the doors afterwards, it stopped the charge. Okay, that is also very annoying. I had to disconnect the plug and okay. Yeah, that is also not good. It seems like we're gonna go kind of deep now. 8% and 13 kilometers left to Uddevalla. Yeah, I will be there and catch the 2.1 SEK per kilowatt hour price. And also very annoying, when you're charging the car, you don't see that much charging information. You see some kilowatt, which is good, and the power, actually the charging limit, or what the car can take. But then the charging screen disappears. And then also, even when you power on the car, it will, after a little bit, a couple of minutes, power off the car, unless you choose that you want it to stay on. I mean, why? Why do you need to choose? Just keep the stupid system on. Just like Tesla and many other Chinese cars, and even Geely and many cars nowadays. Yeah, as soon as you sit in the car, in the seat, like a MEB car, and then it fires up the infotainment, of course. You can navigate and do stuff while you're waiting for the charge. And you can see the charger status there. Now they're like, it doesn't have the preheating symbol here. It has the big ass pop-up screen that takes up 30% of the screen. Preheating is active, yes. And then eventually you get fed up with it and you remove the pop-up screen. And then there's no symbol in the instrument cluster that preheating is active. So to dig into the menu and see that the preheating button is on in the main screen. It's like there are so many things with this car I would change if I was in charge of designing the software. I would not let this shit get in production. But it seems like nowadays nobody cares, or people who buy the BZ or this car, they don't care, or they don't know, or they don't understand, or they don't want to understand. They just want to drive the car. They don't touch the infotainment and thing. Okay, I'm down to 5%. 8.3 kilometers left. Always go deep. Real men go deep without protection. Yeah. One thing I like about the Toyota, and I think also this, is that it has fairly good throttle response. When you push it, it goes. You know, you get the torque. Unlike some of the Chinese cars, that's super annoying. That you press it and then it's like, well, actually, it has a little bit delay. Yeah, here. Okay, I also noticed it. I was going into the intersection and I was like, oh, okay, a gap, and then but then I was like, wait. That was a bit of maybe a couple of 100 millisecond delay. Why? There is no reason to have that delay there. Just apply some torque. Okay, maybe not 100% torque, but at least 30% torque, and then gradually more, so you can get the wheels running. Okay, I'm down to 4%. This is the deepest I'm gonna go, seems like. Dude, I even went to 62%, so I don't know why we are suddenly consuming more on the way north versus south. Are we not supposed to have tailwind now, or I'm trying to figure out where the heck the wind blows? I see the wind turbines over there. Okay, 4%. Yeah, I think we're fine. We don't have to slow down. Just go full speed. Go deep. 3%. 3%. Always go deep. You have 14 kilometers of range left. Well, we should be able to trust the car, right? 14%. Traction battery empty, output power reduced. What the heck are you talking about? You have 3% left. 3% is not empty, honey. 3% is 3% left. It's not empty. Traction battery empty, output power reduced, charge vehicle now. What do you think I'm doing? I'm navigating to the charger. We are 3 kilometers away from the charger. The infotainment is acting like my 4-year-old daughter, you know. 2% now. It's fine. It's fine. Now we slow down anyway. We get some kinetic energy back. And then also the message comes back even after I dismissed it. After 10 seconds or 5, then it comes back again. Reminds me that, okay, we are empty. No, you're not empty. You have 3% left, plus the buffer. Yeah? Where you hiding? Huh? I don't know, probably 5 kilowatt hour buffer below zero. And they say, no, we are empty. Oh, but the car is kind of sluggish now. I can feel it. Where's the taxi going? %. Always go deep. Oh shit. Okay. Well, maybe they haven't opened box yet, right? Do they? 6? Well, maybe they open. Okay, I didn't catch it in time when they closed, but maybe I'll catch it when they open. Wait, can you guys check when Max opens in the morning, Sunday morning? Maybe they open at 7. Yeah, we have to come back and chop with the family. Quality time with chop. Okay, let me see. Do I go for the same? Yeah, let's go for the same. Well, at least I know that it's not buggy on the thing. Let me see. Okay, birds, you guys have to move a little bit. There, okay. Off. No, don't shout. Hans. Okay, 2%. No, stop bugging me about the traction batteries. Shit, I want to see the consumption. Voila. Oh, Jesus, man. I dismissed the message and then it comes back again after 5 seconds. Max they open 10. What? Well, I guess you never check the input before you press enter, right? We're back at the Duvalla. We arrived with. I was looking at something. That shit. We are at 2%. Yes, real men go deep. Oh, we're getting pretty good speed now. Oh, yeah, okay, good. Seems like we don't take any penalty by going deep, so that's good. All right, so this will be the second to last charging stop. Wait, I don't want to turn on the infotainment because it's gonna stop the thing. Okay, whatever. We're gonna charge one more time in Norway. So we are actually enjoying some nice cheap supercharging here. Only 2.1. Okay, now what? Okay, I want to get rid of some trash. And yeah, I need to calculate the next stop. Okay, let me see. Inspiria. Yeah, so it has this slow ramp up always. You don't get 160 kilowatt until around 20+%. Okay, 127 kilometers, but this next stop is the next one is going to be kind of heavy on the consumption, maybe around 250, I would assume 250 times 127, okay, divided by 67,500 ish. Oh, I need 47%. Really? Let me check on the better route planner here. Okay, as I claim 47%, maybe that's a bit optimistic. Inspiria. Okay, come on. What about a better route planner? What? 41%? Really? No, can't be right, man. No, okay. You see, next and last stop will be Inspiria, because from here to home it'll be around 130 kilometers. So well balanced, 127 kilometers. So the way I do it is that I go here, 127 kilometers. It's not that hard, 127. Then if I would guess the consumption, let's say 250 watt-hour per kilometer, and then divide it by the net capacity that I have measured, roughly, we need to spend 47%. And then I'm gonna consult the Oracle, which is about the route planner. You know, they should have called it the EV Oracle or something. Yeah, but then they will be sued by Oracle. You know? Okay, but here, about the route planner estimates that we're gonna spend 41% only. Huh? Really? I'm not sure if I can trust it. But okay, maybe I'll charge to at least 55% or something before I go. What? Can I enter? Doors? Good. I have to go to the restroom, guys. So this will be off anyway. So I'll be back. Right. Okay. Let me just do this. Maybe you want to enjoy the interior. Let me know. Okay, I'm almost good to go. What? Okay, I think I want to prepare for 4K podcast, but I might want to record. Let me see, menu. A little shot in the car first. Also, do this, and this. Get here. Get ready. There. Okay. That was okay. I'm pretty good to go now. Yep. This ready. Okay, off we go. This need to put on the. Yeah, so that was 21 minute charging something. But we're getting nice speeds. Let's see, and okay, I can navigate there eventually. Auto, have to get. Okay. Well, that's annoying. Okay, stop then. It's so annoying to disable this thing. There. Okay, good. Let's go. Yeah. I'm a Heimscheißer. I had to go to McDonald's. At least now I know that the McDonald's here is open. Just a little bit run. I had to run over the field and stuff to get over there. But I'm preparing for the 4K podcast also. Just want to talk about EVs versus what's up with the hate. You know, Oslo. Okay, go here. This is the first. I think this is the first time when I actually visit with the Pawel on the way north. Normally I don't do that. Okay, that was another great session. Charged for around 21 minutes to 61%. Then off we go. So, how is this Lexus? How is it to drive? Well, it has some annoying features that I think, at least, you might not agree with me. But I mean, why do we have a power button? You know, why not just power it on? And also when we are charging, it shows the charging screen here, just in a small screen for 1 minute, then it goes away. You know, and then when you power it on with the start, you will ask if you want to keep the infotainment on. Yes, of course. You know, and the list just goes on. Music starts automatically every time, regardless of what you did previously. If you pause it, every time you start driving, the region is then set to the lower setting, so you have to use the tab here to, you know, and then many times when I press the start, it doesn't go into ready state, so I have to go again. I have to stop the car and then start it. So, like, yeah, okay, not gonna complain too much. Like, I feel like the software has lots of annoying features that maybe Toyota/Lexus didn't care about or didn't know about when they designed the car. But when it comes to the comfort, it's actually great. The refined suspension feels great. It doesn't have any harshness over the bumps. It also doesn't bounce too much, and it's nice and quiet in here, despite that we are hammering it. Yeah, and the Germans here. And the yoke wheel actually works fairly well, especially on these roads. When I go much more in the city, then I feel like it's kind of clumsy, but you just need to get used to the whole blinker, you know. Speaking of blinker, this car is like that's the BMW E60, E61, is that when you blink, can you hear the blinker? You can kind of hear it. It will not self-cancel, and then you can't just click on the same direction to cancel it. No, you have to click on the opposite direction to cancel it. But then if you push it too hard, then you blink the other way. Then you look like an idiot. But okay, you can get used to this, and you can just ignore the software things that I am annoyed by. Just drive the car, and then it's fine. At least it doesn't slow down in the curve. And then, of course, the Mark Levinson sound system is wonderful. Oh, yeah. Oh, I cut before I sneeze. Oh, what? Oh, shit, I need to redo that. Oh, I was wondering why it was like that. Okay, redo it again. I had the ND set to 64. Okay. Well, back on the road. That was a 21-minute charging stop. The car was performing well. Still no throttling. You know, okay, the punishment point still counts, but no throttling yet. Still, we hit 165 kilowatt again. It was something weird about that Circle K session. I heard that rumors that Circle K might throttle. Like they throttle, not the car. Yeah. Because all the other sessions now with Tesla, Supercharger or Ionity, full speed, except for that one Circle K session. But okay, so how is this car? It has at least some things I don't like. Like, why do we have a power on/off button? And actually, many times when I try to power on the car, it doesn't go into ready state. Huh? What? And then I press again. No, you have to power it off, power it on again. Oh, ready. Ding. And then every time you start the car, the music comes on, regardless of if you pause it. And then the region level has been reset, so you have to increase it. For me, I like the highest region. You can do it with a handle here. And then the navigation doesn't tell you how many percent you will arrive at. You know, the whole system feels a bit clumsy and primitive and not well designed compared to many other modern cars like a Tesla or even the Seeker or the Volvo or, I don't know, X-Pen, you know. But I mean, the car itself drives well. The improved suspension feels great. It feels like a German car, and it's also nice and quiet. Yeah, but also it's not bouncy. It just goes over the bump in a nice way and settles quite quickly, you know. And actually, when I drive it, I don't feel like I'm driving a big SUV. I'm more like I'm driving some kind of tall sedan, you know. But it's nice and quiet here, despite you have 20-inch wheels. And the auto steer is doing a good job. It doesn't slow down in the curve, so, you know, thumbs up. And the yoke wheel works great. The steer-by-wire. Once you get used to it with the blinkers and all that, it works great. Speaking of blinkers, This car is like the E60, E61 BMW. The blinker will not self-cancel, and if you try to like soft touch it in the same direction, it doesn't self-cancel. You have to go the other direction. But then if you go too hard, then suddenly you're blinking the other way. You know, look like an idiot. So, yeah, but for the most part, the car is actually nice, comfy, nice interior, and let's not forget the sound system. Oh, it sounds, the Mark Levinson sound system sounds so good. Oh, okay, next song. And you can actually play really loud, like proper loud, you know? I feel like there is probably a 200 or 300 watt RMS. We're not talking about PMPO or DIN or with lots of distortion. It just plays clean. It has nice bass, some mid bass, crisp treble. So if you don't care about the software, you just want to drive the car and listen to the music, perfect auto for you. Okay. Yeah, so that was a better recording. Now I'm gonna prepare for the TED Talk. Going to full HD. I mean 4K. All right, I'm ready. Yeah, we have to drive a while until we reach the next charger. Okay, let me get ready. Might have a little bit of wiping. Wait, let me see. Let me go manual here, yeah. Manual focus. Wait. Oh shit, is this thing on auto? Oh yes, it was on auto. There, MF. Okay, that's better. Yo, what's up? We are now sitting in the Lexus RZ 550e F Sport, and I'm now doing the 1,000 kilometer challenge. I tend to have time nowadays to have a little TED Talk or the 4K podcast. And yeah, today's topic, it seems like you guys enjoy this rambling, or I should call it, like a podcast rather, while we are just driving and enjoying some Swedish landscape. Yeah, sorry for the rain. I could not fix the rain, but today's topic will be about the hate against EV drivers or EV in general, you know, and also maybe the other way around. Like the hetzing, or what you call the mobbing of the fossil drivers. I mean, like fossil drivers, they make fun and they don't like EVs or EV drivers, and the other way around. I mean, why? You know, like even now in 2026, whenever there's a car fire, you can see in the car in the comment section, it's like, lol, it's an EV again, or it's like, we need to get rid of the fossil cars, you know, they are dangerous. And there's like people arguing left and right about in general two camps, right? two teams here. We have the fossil team, diesel and benzene versus electric. And then hybrid, they don't talk too much. And I guess hydrogen, they also they are kind of non-existent, or they're actually out driving, trying to find a hydrogen refueling station. No, okay, sorry, Björn, you're being a hypocrite. You are making fun of the other camp, yeah, the third camp, the hydrogen. Okay, sorry, I don't want to be a douchebag, okay, but yeah, I mean, what's up with this? You know, like, I mean, why is it that I've seen some memes on Facebook, right? Okay, it's like, oh, what's up, son? You know, you bought a Tesla. Oh, you're not my son anymore. You know, you're homosexual, or you know, like a vegan and EV drivers. You know, and they're like, oh, like you do crossfitting, huh? EV drivers, they are crossfitters, damn crossfitters. You know, I don't know, man, like the whole like stereotyping of EV drivers, that they are some kind of evangelist, tree hugger. But I think the average EV drivers, they are just normal people, just like you and me. They just chose an energy storage or energy container that just happened to be electric, and the drivetrain, you know, that is electric. Whereas other people, they went for the highly volatile, or what they would call it, the highly flammable but high energy density fossil. And of course, I have to admit, yes, I also from time to time I will kind of also make fun of the fossils. Yeah, I mean the EV team, you know. But I mean, I at least whenever there's something, I don't actively try to comment or talk down the fossil. I'm more like nowadays, like, why do people even buy fossil if you live in a house or somewhere where you have charging capability? You know, there is really no reason to get fossil. It's way better to get electric. But I mean, I'm not gonna do some kind of missionary work here, trying to convince people or force people into electric. I mean, if you feel like it, go electric. If you feel like burning benzene, go for it. Or if diesel is the best, I don't know if there's actually even a sub-camp of diesel versus benzene. Diesel is like, diesel car, that sounds like a tractor, lol, you know. Whereas benzene is best, yeah. But then the diesel guys, they're like, benzene has weak sauce. They have so low torque, whereas diesel is power, diesel power, you know. I don't know, but it seems like they are united. The fossil guys, they are united against the EV. Like you would think that in Norway we have a uniform, we have, you know, the glorious, we have Nirvana where everyone buys electric. No, even in Norway, I read on the Norwegian like groups or comments or posts, there's still lots of anti-EV people. Pure Norwegian guys, girls, whatever. They're like, oh, jævla mannskit or dildo-bil and all like that. Hey, it's not dildo-bil. Dildo is a manual thing, that manual toy. Vibrator is electric. Yeah, ABC, always be correct. You have to say a vibrator car. Vibrator-bil, that's correct. Not dildo-bil, that's unpowered. Yeah. But yeah, they go this very often, you know, radio-bil, you know, like the whatever they call it, they have in Tivoli, you know. Like, so yeah, that's very typical. That if there's something, if something about an electric car in the news or Tesla, doesn't even have to be a Tesla. If it catches fire or in an accident, they'll be like, lol, the electric cars are so dangerous, or what if it would catch fire for some reason, right? Because it happened to have the LG pouch cells and it just self-ignites or something, yeah, like maybe it happened with the Ampere E or the Jaguar I-Pace. Oh, lol, you know, they're dangerous, they should be banned, the electric cars are dangerous. But I don't know. I mean, do you guys know why there is this hate against electric cars? I mean, what's up with that? I mean, we are not talking about, okay, in many countries, electric cars are expensive to buy. And even I experienced this when I went to München recently now, is that when I went to the rental website, I needed to get a rental car. And it's Europe car or whatever. There was on the Lufthansa website, you could like, after you buy the ticket, be like, by the way, do you need a rental car? I'm like, oh yeah, dankeschön, let me see. And then only fossil cars. Like, huh? Why the electro autos? Well, I'm not sure. There was supposed to be a Cooper or Tavascan somewhere, but I wasn't sure if it's available. And then when I went to the counter, I booked actually a fossil Volkswagen T-Cross. I needed some space for the box. But long story. But then I asked, and then they actually had it was Skoda Enyaq Coupe. But dude, it was expensive. Like, initially when I booked the Volkswagen T-Cross, it was around 100-ish euros, and I didn't get the insurance. But then, okay, the guy sold me insurance. It was like 20 euros per day. I'm like, okay. But then it was like electro auto, yeah, 2 days, almost 300 euros. Slap in the face. Like, what the heck, man? Why is the electric auto so much more expensive than fossil? Ich weiß nicht. Yeah, but whatever. It seems like in many parts of the world, electric cars are expensive to buy and expensive to rent. I don't know. Maybe electricity is expensive, but still, okay. So what? But does it mean that the fossil people, they are hating on EV drivers because they are filthy rich bastards? Or, you know, they always say that, you know, they are not environmentally friendly. The battery is bad, you know, it can catch fire. The battery it has a high CO2 impact. The batteries degrade, and in just a few years they are scrapped. The batteries are kaput, ready for the scrap yard, you know. And then every time they get Tesla post that it needs to have some really expensive repair from Tesla, don't repair the battery at Tesla, like 200, 300 or 20, 30,000 euro repair for the battery at Tesla service center. Don't do that. Go to EV Clinic or Valdemar or Nasir instead, and you get the repair done there. You might even want to upgrade your battery while you're at it. Get a 90 pack instead, to charge it faster, stuff like that. But we know all that stuff, you know, because we are EV ninjas. But they don't, and then they just read the headline and they're like, lol, when electric cars or Tesla goes kaput, the battery costs twice as much as the car is worth. Lol, you know. And then there was like, yeah, this hate against EV or Tesla. I mean, okay, the anti-Tesla could have something to do with Elon Musk, but okay, if you disregard that, at least there seems to be some anti-EV in general, you know, against many electric cars, not Teslas also. And I actually don't know why. But I have to say one thing though, to be brutally honest. There's a couple of things I don't like about fossil cars. I don't want to actively try to like make fun of them or hate them for any reason. But when I'm driving my nice and quiet and clean electric car, whenever I get a fossil car in front of me, especially during winter or when it's cold, cold engine, it's smelly. And if it's if it's Dieselgate, Volkswagen or VAG, whatever, Audi, I can smell it. It's like, oh shit! It smells. You can see the blue smoke even, for some of the cars. And some of them, many fossil lovers, they love the noise. Okay, I mean that's for you. You love the noise. Okay, fine, but they seem to want to rev the engine and make lots of noise in the city. Maybe that's cool for some people, but for me, I don't like it. my wife doesn't like it. You know, maybe guys think that girls are you know, they get excited about fossil rumbling noise. Well, my wife is not like that. She doesn't like it. She hates the noise and the smell. But other people, you know, the real women, for real men, of course, you need to burn dinosaur juice, make noise. That's the real car. Yeah, electric cars are just toys for men. You know, that's just how it goes. But that's the one thing I don't like, is that the noise, the pollution that they make. Of course, I mean, it's not their fault. What are they supposed to do? You know, it's like, okay, you stop breathing. No, the fossil needs to pollute. Yeah, otherwise the car won't work. You know, so yeah, you can't do anything about it. At least that part, you can't do anything about it. I mean, well, you could do some stuff like you could install an engine heater. If you have electricity, you could preheat the engine block from the grid, right, from a Shuko or something, and then it actually has lots of benefits. You save fuel. You run the engine at a nicer temperature, so that you don't have to do the whole cold start and cold running in the beginning. Probably healthier for the engine's lifetime and all that, you know. But then that means investment, and then we're like, no, we don't have that money, you know. I get the impression that the fossil cars are for poor people, and then electric cars are the rich bastards, or something like that. That's what I keep hearing all the time. But yeah, so at least that's the things I don't like about fossil, is that they tend to be loud, and also you have those rånere in Norway, or what they call it in Sweden again. I don't remember, but yeah, not rånare in Sweden is Swedish is actually robbers. Yeah, but okay, no, those guys, you know, they tune cars, and they have loud exhaust, and also the guys who love those classic cars. Yeah, raggare. Sorry, I remember raggare in Swedish. That's rånare. You know, the guys that tune the cars and whatever. And okay, they have a hobby. Okay, I don't mind. You know, it's just that they pollute, and also the classic cars, the old like AM cars. Actually, in Sweden here, I see them very often. I call them the Ghostbusters. They tend to have these big ass American cars from the 60s, right? And they tune them. They put loud speakers in there, and it just smells like now. For example, if I was behind one, I could suddenly pick up the smell. I'm like, oh, there's a Ghostbusters ahead. 2 kilometers from here. I will see it in 1.5 minutes, and then spot on. After 1.5 minutes, I see it. That thing, it's just smelly. It's just something about that old smell from those engines. So, but I mean, what can they do? They're not gonna rebuild that engine to be electric. So of course it needs to pollute. So there's basically nothing you can do about it. It's just a hobby, fine. But I'm not saying that, you know, those guys are losers, and you know, they are dinosaurs. They just have a fun thing. I was also like that many years ago when I had fossil car, you know. But it's like, well, but why do those fossil gangs tend to hate on electric? I have no idea. Maybe you guys know why it is like that. Is it because of envy? I don't think so. Is it because some electric car beat you in a race, in like a stoplight race, or on the highway? You know, because the electric cars, depending on what it is, they are faster. You know, in general. Yeah, it depends. You know, it depends what you're doing. But actually, most races, whatever, like street racing, when you meet a random guy somewhere, either in you know, maybe in the city area or outside, those races, they don't last for 1,000 kilometers. Trust me, they will last maybe for just a couple of minutes, or not even a minute, right? And then it's like a standoff, show off, bro, and then okay, you are faster, right? All right. And then usually it depends, but electric cars, they can accelerate way faster, but they usually have lower top speed, and then depending on state of charge, then they might not have the maximum power. So, but I don't know. I mean, is that it? Some fossil cars, they got humiliated by electric cars, and that's why they are hating on electric. No, I don't think so, because there are surprisingly many women who are also against electric cars, and I'm like, huh? What? In general, women, they are not that much into cars in general. It's just a vehicle that takes you from A to B, and then they have lots of damages and dents here and there and curb rush. And like, oh shit, they don't care. They just okay. They had a little accident. For me, it's like, oh shit, we need to fix that. But they're like, no, whatever. So I actually have no idea. And also, I mean, does it mean that I'm talking shit about fossil? Well, okay, from time to time I might make some jokes about fossil. That happens, but I mean, genuinely, I don't hate fossil drivers, except for when they make noise or pollution on purpose. Then I don't like that. Okay, like I pointed out. But like I don't point and laugh at people who drive fossil. Like, lol, you're stupid. You should have bought electric, or we are so much better because we are electric. Like, lol. When the diesel. Or when the fuel prices went sky high, okay, I was kind of like, well, I wasn't like laughing at the others. I was more like, well, you had the chance to go electric, right? But you didn't, like especially in Norway, because we have so good charging network and we also have very cheap electricity. And then they're bitching about high fuel prices and that is expensive and stuff. So it's like, well. At least people who went electric, they are not affected by the fuel crisis, right? But it's over now. They lower the taxes and stuff, so it's not that bad anymore. So the whole thing kind of settled down. But also, remember what though is that many EV drivers, well, I would say maybe almost all of them, especially that has some age now, right? They have also owned fossil cars in the past, just like me. I own some benzene, some diesel before I went electric, and I stayed in the electric camp. But there has been a couple of people who had fossil initially, went electric, and then for some reason went back. It could be maybe because they had bad experience with Tesla, or if they went early to Tesla, that great, noisy, not that great design on things, not that practical, no tankekopplung. Lots of issues, went in and out of the service center. So like, shit, fuck that shit. I'm gonna go back to fossil. Yeah, okay, fair and square. But that was not the electric car's problem. It was Tesla back then. So, but the thing is that many people who are anti-EV, they have never driven an EV before, or they are, they have never owned an EV before or rented an EV. They will stick with fossil. When they go on holiday and they need to rent a car, they will probably go for the fossil. I'm just assuming now because I don't know, but maybe you guys can prove me wrong. Okay, this is what I've kind of guessed based on what I've seen. Is that at least the EV drivers, they know how it is with fossil, and they are more like they're just enjoying their life without having to go to the gas station and not having to worry about the high fuel prices. And every time some of the big what do you call it, the big powerhouses, right, like US or East and West, when they make war, then oil prices skyrocket or spikes up and shit, and then people who drive fossil, they are affected by it, like But fortunately, electrification is coming, and also, well, we have the beautiful wind turbines here. Well, wind turbines are not that common for home use, but solar cells are getting cheaper and cheaper. And even if you don't have electric car, you can get solar cell at your home, solar panels, and you can run your fridge or TV or heater or whatever on solar and save or reduce your electricity bill, right? But it actually makes even more sense if you have electric car. So you can already buy a home generator thingy, kind of. You can become your own power plant, basically. But you cannot buy and get a fossil, I don't know, refinery, or whatever I should call it, right? You know, so yeah. I think that's why I claim that electric cars, they are superior for the home charging and for the the potential cheap electricity you can get. Okay, even if you live in a country with expensive electricity, you can most likely get some solar, even if it's just a balcony solar. That also helps, but okay, then you have some limited possibilities. But I mean, okay, so at least what I'm saying is that the EV camp, or the EV lovers, they know about fossil, how it works, and the advantages, but also the disadvantages, and they accept the disadvantages, which is that the EVs, they have lower range. Yeah, but it's fine for them. But of course, fossil people, they think they need 1,000 kilometer range. But okay, I mean, some people might need that. Actually, I have to admit that even for me, it would have been an advantage when I had the fossil. I mean, if I rented the fossil car at München Muck Airport, because on the way back I was kind of in a rush, but it was all a matter of planning. So I wanted to get to the airport kind of early, because I needed to pack the car seat into the box and stuff and take the battery out from the Anoris T. So if I had a fossil car, I would just go to the airport, fill up within 3 minutes, and then return the car. Done. But instead, I had to go to a charging station. Unfortunately, it was available, and then I had to charge there for 20 minutes. So okay, it was a matter of 5 minutes versus 20 minutes, so no big deal. So as long as you have some planning, you can still get around with it. But there will be cases where, yes, fossil is better because you can refill and you can have long range. So, you know, yeah, I know that, you know, there are advantages with the fossil, but I also know that for me, it's not a big deal, and I can live with the disadvantages with electric, but there are other advantages with electric. And then, okay, for people who just want to use fossil, then I don't know, maybe they prefer that, you know. Who knows? Like some people, they prefer listening to LP records rather than digital audio, because they love the sound of analog. I don't know. They just like, yeah, I don't know. They just the nostalgic thing about it, or the analog thing about it versus digital, or you know. So yeah, I even remember my old co-worker. He was into analog photography, and also they call it fremkalling, to make those, to print those analog things. Yeah, he had to order like photochemicals and stuff, you know. So that was his hobby. So in a way, yes, it's like people's hobby, people's preference to get fossil or to stick with fossil. And yeah, you can still get like the fossil. You can buy a cheap fossil and do the 1,000 kilometer challenge that we're doing now, and it will beat any EVs out there, even the most expensive, the biggest batteries. The fossil can beat it so easily. So in terms of travel speed or range or whatever, right? Or 1,000 kilometer challenge, or even the Sunday drive performance, all the fossil cars will outperform today's EVs. However, when I tested the BMW iX1, iX3 Neue Klasse, the range was so good that I had to skip plugging in many times, but I still had to stop and pee. But you see, I have so much experience with EVs. I've tested so many cars out there, and I found out that today's EVs, they already have good enough range, so it's no big deal. So but I don't know. I think there's also some what you call it, ignorance and like lack of knowledge, because when I mentioned that, okay, EV drivers, they have driven fossil cars before, but most fossil drivers, they haven't touched EVs, so they don't have too much experience with it. They're just basing all the hate on assumptions. So, but I mean, why can't we just be friends? I mean, like, I don't understand why there is so much so much so much hate against EV, and not only for private people. Like I seen also every time there's talk about like electric trucks, they'd be like, diesel the best, diesel is the best, you know. Fossil has this range and refueling, and electric is just shit, all this and that. I was like, wait, have you tried one? Because from what I heard, many guys who drive electric, whatever, whether it's an excavator or a truck, semi, whatever, they actually prefer, buses also, yeah, they prefer electric. So, yeah, but okay, a lot of loose talk about this, and I'm actually not sure if I can conclude anything. Except for that, I've seen this over and over again. Every time there is something, usually some accident. There's like, yeah, like for example, a car catches fire, or a bus or something. The people are just trying to find out what is that? What is that? Is that an electric car? And then they started throwing out random guesses, or random hate. Those damn electric cars are catching fire again. And then it turns out, oh, it's diesel. And then, okay. Then it went silent on that side. Or the other way, like the EV lovers to be like, now we have to get rid of all those fossil cars because they are burning and they are dangerous. But, well, I mean, it's not that easy to transition to electric. It's going now. Norway, you know, over 1 million EVs in Norway, but it takes time. And meanwhile, when we are doing that, maybe we should stop hating on every. Like, whoever is still stuck on fossil, well, fine, just stay there. But you should try electric because it's actually quite good. You know, it's and then and then the guys who move over to electric, they saw the light. Yeah, then okay, maybe we should start. We should stop making fun of the fossils. Yeah, maybe I should also. This is also a lesson to me that okay, I will tend to try to be less like, I don't know how you say it, less hate against fossil for me. But at least from what I remember, I don't just say like, you know, fossil is this. I tend to just list the disadvantages of fossil, like you can't charge. I mean, you can't refill at home. It's expensive. I always compare this. Like, you know, I wanted to. Actually, when I do 1,000 kilometer challenge, I also want to know, okay, when you fast charge, is it more expensive? Yes, but how expensive is it? You know, you don't always go for the most expensive mere chargers or recharge in Sweden. That's what the fossil lovers, the anti-EV tend to do. They make the worst case, and then they also take some thirsty EV like an I-Pace or Fat e-tron, and they're like, oh, look at this. When you drive long distance, then the EV becomes quite expensive. You know, bro, have you heard about Ionity Passport Power or Tesla member pricing? If you just buy that, you only need to buy 1 month and charge around 50 kilowatt hour per month, and then you have already saved that money. And from there, if you charge more, then it becomes cheaper. You know, and when you try to stick to those chargers, it will become way cheaper than driving fossil. So it's not like I'm trying to like spread hate that fossils are expensive. It's more like I'm trying to convince people that, hey, look at this. Whatever someone spread false news that this is more expensive than that, it's not always true. There are ways of making it cheaper for you. You know, don't waste time on useless stuff. You know, like don't buy washer fluid at gas station unless you really need it, unless it's an emergency. But buy washer fluid at Biltema and then you mix it yourself, because you're basically paying for water, and the stuff at the gas stations are overpriced. Like not only washer fluid, but for example soda and so. When I go 1,000 kilometer challenge, I bring my bottle here with some lemonade from home, so that I don't have to buy expensive overpriced drinks at gas station. So I tend to buy a banana and some other stuff at gas station. So you can do those small things to cut the cost, and then you can spend the money on drugs, sex, and rock and roll instead. No, but that's basically the same thing when I talk about EVs and stuff, like how to save money, how to avoid this. And for example, I charge the car at night, or at least past 10 in the evening, because then I have slightly lower grid fee versus when you charge in the daytime. And then in weekend you also get the lower So stuff like that, just try to be more constructive, okay? And then I will try to make less fun of fossil cars, okay? But yeah, okay, whatever. It seems like whatever I say now about fossil cars will be used against me anyway, so I just need to stop now. But yeah, I just want to know what you guys think. So is there really hate? Is there really two cams, or is it just no? I'm just being paranoid. But based on what I've seen, yeah, that's what I claim at least, that there are two cams out there. And then I also want to hear about you. I mean, if you are in the channel, if you are watching my videos, you're most likely an EV driver, you're interested in EV, or you could also be anti-EV and you're just looking for the sun news when I drive the cars down and they die, or shit like that, right? Yeah. So yeah, do you have EV? Do you hate on the fossil, or do you have fossil and the EVs are shit? And yeah, like that. There was one guy actually in the live stream. That was kind of usually the one that something in the live stream sparks me to make a podcast, and he was claiming that the EVs are not good enough today, and like in Germany it's useless because if you're a businessman, you have to hammer it on the autobahn, and it's not gonna cut it. You can't drive 300 kilometers on the autobahn, right? You run out of juice. You have to charge. You can't just you have what's it, 150 euro per hour rate, and you can't just waste your time charging, right? I'm like, well, but in Deutschland you have Baustelle, and then the speed limit is 80 kilometers per hour. And then there's, even in Deutschland, you have left lane huggers blocking the left lane, freaking Nisse, cruising at 110, 120 kilometers per hour or 100 kilometers per hour in the left lane while overtaking a truck, and it happens all the time. I'm like, it's so frustrating nowadays when I travel through Germany. So practically, I would claim that you can't go that fast, even in Germany. But so then the guy said that, yeah, but in Holland, which is not correct, Netherlands. Netherlands, in Holland, you can go 160, people go 160, 180 kilometers per hour. Like, huh? Speed limit in Netherlands is 130 kilometers per hour. So maybe you can go around 140 without getting a ticket. But if you hammer much faster than that, then yeah, you will eventually get caught. So, but okay, whatever, it's like whatever I say will be used against me, and whatever I claim about EVs, there will always be a counter argument against it. So that's why I'm like, okay, whatever. You can enjoy your you can enjoy your fossil car, and I will shut up, and I will enjoy my electric car. I will shut up, but I will of course not type any hate comments on social media. Maybe you should also stop that, and we can be friends, right? Okay, anyway, we are getting close to the border. I need to focus now. So I think that's it. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. As always, thank you for watching, and talk to you later. Okay. Okay, let me see. It's actually getting slightly warmer now. I need to pay attention here. We arrive in Oslo, in Schweinsund. Okay. 7:52 or 53? 53 possibly. Okay. I need to count when we arrive. in case there are some delays. Yeah, it's going to be 7:53. Okay. By the time we tick over here. Yeah, 53. Yeah, at the bridge. Okay, good. What do you have enough juice? 21%, 27 kilometers go. Okay, plenty. Okay, I will just stop there. Wait, can I go deeper? No, actually, I want to stop there because I can ride on the high speed. Yeah. I will then get the max speed earlier, and I probably don't need 60% this time. Yeah. I probably need maybe around 50-55% only. But actually, when I think about this, that side is kind of slow. So if I could make it to Rygge, that would have been better. It's just okay. It's Ionity, but and supercharger, but I could just go to Ionity. Okay, slightly more expensive, but two NOK versus 3 NOK per kilowatt hour. But I don't need that much energy now in the last session anyway. So. But then let me see how fast is that. It's slightly faster, but then I have to go deeper. No, okay, let's go. Yeah, we're just gonna go for it. Hopefully arrive with 10%, right? Ish. Yeah, at Inspiria, Sarpsborg, last starting stop. Then we should be able to charge quite fast, around 50%. Without any throttling. This is going to be the last charging session. No throttling. I've been hammering at max speed. Wonderful. Game over. Toyota is back in the game, yeah. Toyota kicks ass for the Lord. Charges faster than Tesla. Yeah, I tried. Wait, Toyota BZ. Yeah, I think I tried that also. I tried a bunch of profiles and stuff and it didn't work. But did it make any sense? The whole TED talk. I'm not sure if I provided much info. Except for that's like, okay, why this hate? And then, yeah, I might have also done some kind of like made some fun of the fossils, yeah, from now and then. But I try not to, and at least I don't comment on those discussions when they start yelling at each other for fossil versus electric catching fire or whatever. Okay, 20 kilometers to go. It's not the fastest exit to get over there, but then, however, if I want to go for the next one, it's gonna be Rygge. No, wait, no, I can't make it to Rygge. I'm at 18% now. Yeah, by the time I get over there, it's gonna be around 10%. Yeah, at Sarpsborg. And that's roughly what I would expect anyway, right? Oh, yeah, I think it was around there. Seems like I actually spent a little bit less than expected. But then trying to get the last leg. Yeah, a little bit uphill, but a slow Oslo stretch, which will definitely bring down the consumption a lot. Maybe 240 watt-hour per kilometer then on the last leg. No, it maybe or 230. Maybe 230 with a little bit of margin. Might go like real deep, 2%. But probably want to have at least 5% margin. Or like 7-8% margin. But you know what? I forgot one thing when I talk about the whole camp thing. It seems like people, they tend to protect their own choices. So not only do we have different camp like Tesla. I mean, like within the whatever, right? EV world, there will also be Tesla lovers and anti-Tesla and and then Kia lovers and Chinese lovers and anti-Chinese. And there's different, yeah. So, and it seems like you want to protect your own choice. Once you own that car, you will become a little bit fanboy and biased every time there is something negative against the car that you also bought. Auto steer is not working. Good one. Well, it's almost 8 now and still low traffic. Yeah, this is the wonderful thing about Sunday morning is that people are lazy. It's public holiday, or I mean, it's well, I think it's technically public holiday, right? Sunday. Hviledagen. It's so less people are out. Stuff is lots of stores are closed anyway, so fewer people need to go to work. But usually when we get closer to Oslo, it will be more crowded. And then I'll go to Remen and charge there, even though I might not get the best price, but okay, whatever. It's more convenient. It's close to home. But yeah, I now have a Pixie battery sitting at in the garage, and it has 6 of those modules, and each of them are around 5 kilowatt hours. I have around 30 kilowatt hour in there. And then my friend Morgan, he works now at Pixie. I'm like, oh, great! He's a freaking genius, man. He is a really skilled programmer. I know him from Gjøvik, and he's good at Pixie. Has Morgan as a programmer, software programmer. But yeah, so supposedly the plan is to get 50 kilowatt hour in there and 50 kilowatt, so 1C, and then with the help of Neowatt, he can help me apply for this, and I become pluskunde, so I can sell electricity, or I can become, I don't know, I can join the VPP club, and then that big, okay, we need to hook up the stuff with the electrician and all that, wire up everything correctly into the fuse box, and then I'm not sure how much we can do, at least 20 kilowatt, might be more, 25, and then I can start making money on that thing. Or can we actually do 40 kilowatt? Okay, maybe, not sure. The whole system needs to throttle, or I don't know, control everything so that I don't blow the main fuse. I don't want that to happen. So the whole idea is that I can use that battery for my advantage. And also, since I already have it there, we can also add some converters. Depends what kind of converters we add, but we can then hook on solar, and you can easily take 15 kilowatt of solar. So that, ooh, yeah, great. Then it'll be a lower starting price for me to get solar. And if I can get some kind of discount, like 10-20% discount on some insulation / some panels, that would be great. But lots of Chinese companies know me, so yeah, I bet many of the Chinese companies want to throw some solar panels at me so I can show. But I of course want some good stuff. Yeah, and also it's actually interesting. I need to show the whole thing. They operate on 48 volt. Each module, or whatever you call it, each 5 kWh module operates on 48 volt, and they chose to go low voltage. And in the rear, there's a freaking there's some fat copper bars, or what they were bus down behind there. So that they put the modules in parallel, not in serial. So they stay low on voltage and it's very safe. But it means that it needs some fat copper. So yeah, if someone wants to break in the house, don't care about the house, you want to break into the garage and steal those copper rails. But I was like, wait, so if you operate at 50, one of those racks, if they can operate at 50 kilowatt, it means and the voltage is roughly nominal voltage, 50 volts, 51 volt, right? It needs 1,000 amps. Damn, that bar needs to transfer 1,000 amp. And I Google about this. Google AI is actually quite useful because you can find out lots of stuff for me. No, I have to prepare now for arrival, 12%. It turns out that if I want vertical panels, I might have to deal with reflection, and then the neighbors might not want it, or they can refuse, or they can actually request me or demand me to take down the panels because they are reflecting. So there's a law actually in Norway. I didn't know about that. But if I have it on the roof, then it reflects out of the way. But then Morgan, who is quite smart, he said that, well, if you have vertical panels, it will reflect down to the ground and not bother anyone. So like, okay, maybe the AI was not that smart after all. But that makes sense. But okay, it depends. If you have low sun, then of course vertical panels might bounce it. No. I have the guys live higher than me, so even with low sun, south facing, it will just bounce down to the ground and not bother anyone. Yeah, I'm kind of still interested in the vertical bifacial. Okay, I need to pay attention here. It's gonna be at 8:05. Let me see. Sarpsborg, 8:06 when we exit. Well, the Tesla app can be really slow to respond, and it's like it's stuck on the bottom. I'm at Inspiria now. Can you just bring up Inspiria for me? I don't understand why Tesla app is so slow, and I even have a quite modern Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus, and still the Tesla app is kind of sluggish. Okay, last charging stop. Okay, he didn't blink to the. Okay, blink to the left. I didn't see. Okay. Spiria. But I think that the vertical bifacial south facing would generate lots of views with people that, you know, the whole like solar camp. People like, what the heck, man? Are you stupid? You stupid? Yeah. Until I show a number that, White House reflecting it. Yeah, why not? Okay, let's see. Let me focus here. Do I want to take nose install? No, I want to take the drive-through install. Okay. 2D should work, or yeah, okay. 2D. Wait, and then I'm sharing with that guy. Okay, here 5D. How about that? Well, I take the 5D 5B. Okay, that's better. Just bad position for the car, but whatever. Okay, off, park. Yeah, no, it's not a windmill, it's a wind turbine. It's not grinding anything here. Inspiria. Last charging stop now. Wait, how many percent did we arrive at? 11? Okay. Okay, let me see. There we have 59%, 166 plus 225%. Wow, really? Plus 225% with a bottle. Okay. Is it the last starting stop? I'm gonna do this, pump the shaft for one last time. No, actually, second last time. We had to pump the shaft also at the Yemen. Oh, there's a playground there. I didn't even notice. Oh, sorry, I must have. I accidentally clicked on the mute. Yeah. Okay. You guys were. I didn't see it. I wasn't. You guys weren't clear. You should have said, you know, I pressed the mute button or something. You have sound on. Yeah, it wasn't clear. It's actually kind of hard to spot the thing if you're not staring at the screen. So sorry, I must have clicked on the mute button when I moved the phone. But now we have sound. But yeah, I think if I can't catch it on the first line, after a couple of lines, you just have to say, Björn, please unmute or something, you know. If you have, as long as you mention mute or something, then I know, oh, okay, I muted by accident. Because actually, I thought you guys were referring to a really quiet ride. It is true, it's really quiet in here compared to the Puma. But yeah, I calculated now that we should finish at 9:30. In 1 hour, we should finish. And then that means 10 hours and 25 minutes. So it's actually a half an hour improvement over the old. Well, I was hoping for more, but I mean, the other was slow. We were driving slower, but it was slightly warmer on the other run. Yeah, that is actually 16 degrees now. Because okay, I don't remember what the net capacity was back then with the old, but you might have only around 7 kilowatt hour more, right? Possibly, from what I remember. So I mean, it's not a huge difference. Roughly 10% more energy. Okay, that helps. And then the charging is also maybe slightly improved. That helps. And also the faster driving. But actually, we drove slower back then. It's 10:25. That's going to be the end time. My spreadsheet calculated 10:22 or something, so it's really spot on. We'll see. I charged to 50. Was it 52 or 54%? I charged to. $11 to 54%. 50, so that's 43% plus. So it's 268. Yeah, actually, this means that because of the high consumption and all that, you know, the car should have throttled now. If this was the old 3.8 cycle instead of 5 cycle, the car should have throttled now at Inspiria before we left. At the last few 5% or so, it will throttle. You will see the quite steep drop suddenly. Instead of getting 100-ish kilowatt, we will drop to 50 kilowatt. But now, though, it seems like even if I finish now and we charge to around 60-70%, it will most likely not throttle. So this is actually quite a clear indication that this helps big time. And I'm hammering it full speed. You can actually go way beyond 1,000. You can maybe, it will throttle maybe at 1,100, 1,200, maybe 1,200 kilometers it will throttle. And then before, with the BZ4X, when I did full speed, it throttled already at around 700. So you almost double the thing, mainly because you get a bigger battery and you get the cycle. So in terms of kilowatt hour, I can also count that. Yeah, that's actually what matters. How many kilowatt hour does it take to throttle it? But also you have a slightly bigger battery, so you can actually go further before you need to start charging. So all that stuff also adds together. So actually, what we should do is we can take, for example, the throttle point or the whatever, and then add the 90% of the net capacity, for example, right? Yeah, to give you an idea of the big differences. And I think it will be something like the energy now before it throttles is something like 1.8 times before. And then if you have a sleepover and then you go again tomorrow, well, unfortunately I don't have time though. I have booked the thing and I can't just pause it. Then after 10 hours or 8 hours, then you already cool down a lot and you still need to hammer it before it throttles again. But so that could happen, yeah, if you're going on like a long trip and then you sleep over and then you go the next day, then it will probably throttle earlier. So unfortunately I don't have time to test that. Unless I go tomorrow night, but I kind of want to do the acceleration noise test at least. Yeah. But from what I heard, that it will actually you remove lots of punishment points over 8 to 10 hours. So then I probably have to hammer like 300, let's say 500 kilometers before it throttles again, right? Or charge like 2-3 times, and that's going to take a long time, man. It'll take maybe 6 hours to test it. But I think whatever, by the end of this challenge plus the charging will be quite convincing. Yeah, I mean, I wonder what they're gonna achieve anyway. I mean, okay, you're charging slower, and then what? I mean, does it matter? Because you charge slower, but I mean, you're gonna finish the trip anyway. You just end up being annoyed. So you want to do the trip, and Toyota, they don't have any flexibility. You know, like you get the throttle, and then but for the rest of the year, the remaining 10 months or 11 months, then you don't really use that much. So the average over the year is not that high. So it would be great if you can just utilize it when you're on a trip, and then for the rest of the year, no problem. But the thing, it probably doesn't count that far. It doesn't count over several weeks or months. But it could do that, like Tesla is actually logging data. Maybe they don't have enough memory because they went for 650 kilobytes. That ought to be enough. Oh, the behavior. Okay, they remove it. Yeah. I mean, like, how many people or and then hammers it like that German guy with a Tesla. Don't remember how his name again. Hansel or something. Hansel and Gretel. Wait. I would say that the system is too rigid and not flexible. And whatever they're trying to protect is kind of, I mean, it's pointless, or they end up hurting themselves without really protecting anything. Plus that there might be other things that could hurt the battery more. For example, that you can charge, you charge to 100% daily, for example, and let the car sit at 100%. That could hurt the battery more. than occasional supercharging sprees, fast charging sprees on a holiday. But of course, they haven't built in any mechanism there. So they said, okay, you can only charge to 100% once per week, or or whatever, like or once every 3 days, or some shit like that. That will also annoy people. Like sometimes they want to use the whole battery for a long trip, and then you'll be locked to only charging 90% or 80%. You're like, what? About 16 degrees Celsius. Yeah, it's actually going to be nice and warm today. Maybe we can have a little dip in the pool today. But then to check the drainage hole might be clogged, because it seems like the excess water from the rain did not drain. I can of course pump it out, then it will go quick, or I can just let it passively drain. I could wait for it to evaporate, but that's going to take forever. Well, it would be a useful protection, except for that they will end up hurting themselves, because people are like, what the fuck is this shit? Nobody else does it. You pay for the whole battery, of course you want to use the whole battery. And if the car, if it hurts the battery, then they shouldn't introduce the insane good warranty in the first place. It means that the battery can't take it. So it's basically, in a way, you can say that they are kind of cheating, because they implement this mechanism to limit the usage or force you to take better care of the battery, so they can introduce, or they can give you good warranty. Well, I don't know. Who knows how much negative publicity it has given Toyota and Lexus, but mainly Toyota, because of these limits. But many people, I think many journalists, they don't know about this. Huh? The what? And even I initially didn't know about this. I was like, oh, okay, Toyota electric, all right. And then I don't know where I heard it from, the whole the throttling and the punishment points. Well, actually, they were the one who used the word punishment point when they explained to me how it works with its cooldown and stuff. I was like, oh, okay. Taxi drivers, yeah. Well, but then they should apply this to only taxi drivers. Like Tesla, they limit. Tesla forces taxi drivers to sign some waiver, and they also force them to the software to accept the software limitation that it actually limits the charging or the true state of charge to around 85%. When they charge 100%, they cannot charge to 4.2 volts. They can charge to maybe 4.1 volts roughly. So that's what they should do, because most people, they don't know about the whole taxi limitation with Tesla, right? I even didn't know about this until the Tesla one was like, why is the energy so low? Well, was Tesla limited? And also there's some weird numbers in SkyMy Tesla. Like, wait, the state of charge in SkyMy Tesla does not correspond with the car screen. Until someone told me. I was like, oh, that's why it appears to have high degradation. It's not really high degradation, it's just capped capacity. Oh, you know what's kind of funny? I realize now, I talk about like hating on EV or anti-EV, and I just happen to sit in a freaking Lexus or Toyota talking about EV haters. The irony, oh, yeah. Toyota, they claim that nobody wants EVs because they didn't make very good EVs from the start. And they say, no, the people don't want them. There is no need for them. Well, Well, I'm still surprised that there's low traffic here, but wow, this is the magic of Sunday morning. Even when I'm late at 9 almost, there's still very low traffic. And also the other advantage, I think, is that there are not many trucks driving today, but they kind of take a break. Well, I don't know, it could come all the way from Germany, right? I get the impression that there are less trucks on the road on Sunday, and then less trucks means that there will be less people hugging the left lane, like the passenger cars, which is good because it then creates better traffic flow in Norway. Yeah, not enough demand, yeah. Oh, the BZ has, oh, interesting. Well, you see, it means that the battery does not that high lifetime itself. And they just, it's like a PR gimmick then. They offer the 1 million kilometer, but they are cheating, basically cheating. It's a new gate. It's the warranty gate or the battery gate or whatever you should call it. Okay, I mean, I guess anyone, if they could take good care of the battery, as long as, you know, based on the chemistry, you could take good care of it, right? LFP battery could maybe go 1 million kilometers, but just avoid charging it to 100%, avoid staying at 100%, go deep to around 10-20% before you charge it back to only 80%. And then it will last 1 million kilometers, right? But if there is some kind of super battery, the donut battery, that can actually last 1 million kilometers, regardless of how you punish it, whether you fast charge it or charge it 100%, name it, whatever, you can do what the heck you want with it. It's not gonna degrade, and they can guarantee 1 million kilometers. That's a different story. Yeah. Okay, 908 kilometers now. Consumption has dropped to 281, which is corrected 276, I believe. Yeah, I think still the 5 watt-hour per kilometer you have to shave off. And it's 16 degrees Celsius outside. So, okay, if you want to run the pool, I need to quickly clean it. Maybe just let the robot clean it a little bit, and then I can do the rest. And then we can maybe have some quality time in the pool with the kids. But we need to do the pool time now, or yeah, actually kind of in the morning-ish when there's a little bit of sun and nice and warm. Because if you wait until 4 or 5 in the afternoon and there's no sun, then the kids, they are kind of freezing. Oh, the solid state. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I mean, that's what my initial thought was in the beginning. That, okay, well, but okay, you can offer 1 million kilometers, but I mean, who drives that much? The average driver doesn't drive that much. You can see that in Tesla or many other cars that it might be somewhere between 20 and 50K per year, maybe 20, 30K more common, right? If you look at the top, like the normal distribution, which means that it can take 50 years, 20 to 50 years before they drive 1 million kilometers. So then it's totally irrelevant. By the time the car is 20 years or even 10 years, it's useless. There will be way better tech back then. Just look at Tesla that are getting old, or like whatever, right? Like small battery, charge slow, and who cares if there's some degradation, right? But like whatever, the car has degraded a lot, and we don't care. There will be way better technology out there. Yeah. What was the name? Is it Hans, the German guy? the Holy Grail thing. Then he has the EV clinic set on it, on the wheel bearings and stuff, and it lasts freaking forever. And the motor also. Unfortunately, I don't have time to drive Millennium Falcon that much. Yeah, in Norway, they count like 20,000 kilometers per year to be a common average. And also, another thing is that, like we've seen with the Falcon, maybe some other cars, is that, okay, one owner might drive it a lot, but the same owner using the same car for over a decade might be unlikely. They might want to change the car or some shit like that. So that for me, like Millennium Falcon was driven a lot, 100k per year, but then eventually I sold it, and then the other owners, they didn't drive it that much. So then the average went down. So like 416k on Millennium Falcon now, but 13 years, so it's like around 30, 35k per year. It has averaged and dropped the average a lot after my ownership. So that's more likely. When you look at probability on how much you drive, how long the people own it, and blah blah blah. Like 1 million kilometer, like even nowadays, how many cars, fossil cars or EVs, has that high mileage? Not many. Many of them are scrapped or like they are still not accumulating that many kilometers, and by the time they might hit 300 or 500,000, then maybe they end up in a crash, or they are just too rusted, or other reasons why they get scrapped anyway. Wow, I have to say, man, the Sunday morning, it looks like a zombie apocalypse. So low traffic here, and it's almost 9 in the morning. But dude, like those taxis, man, like even a Highland or a Juniper, the taxi interior looks shite. Like lots of people have been in there, and I don't know, they scratch the interior, they scratch the door sill, there's wear and tear on the seat. The taxis are freaking beaten down. Millennium Falcon was actually in quite good condition, except for a little bit of damage in the interior I caused from now and then because I was not careful. Sometimes kind of stressed, and you know, after repacking Millennium Falcon for an hour at one location, I was like, okay, whatever, just squeeze it in there. Yes, oh, okay, let's go. Yeah, but I was really abusing Millennium Falcon. I have to admit that. But actually, the back seats were folded most of the time, and the back seat leather is in really good condition for 400k kilometers. And even wifey's seat, the passenger seat, is in quite good condition. So what I want to do is try to get a replacement from the scrapyard. Millennium Falcon, the driver's seat on Millennium Falcon. I want to try to get one with low mileage, but the same leather, the same tan leather. Try to get it before it's too late, before the car gets too old. So there was a lot of interesting stuff I could do with Millennium Falcon that doesn't cost a fortune. Just need a little bit of time and some help from my friends. Well, namely Valdemar and Nasir, and then maybe also Kim, but I don't know, Kim seems kind of busy. Okay. I asked him, and he's like, oh yeah, go, yeah, of course, and then it's like, and then it disappears. Like, huh? Wait, okay, are we gonna do it or what? But I think I need to bring Millennium Falcon back to Pit Stop Bill Player Kim, and he can bring back the shininess on Millennium Falcon. Maybe replace that D-Tech badge. Right, do you guys know Germans here? I mean, could it be that in Germany on Sundays you're not allowed to drive trucks? Then it actually spreads in many parts of Europe, so that in general, I mean, countries not too far away from Germany, there will be less trucks there. Plus, like, I guess on Sundays maybe some businesses they don't run, right? Like Remen and Asko, they don't deliver on Sunday, and maybe also like PostNord and stuff. They all have weekends. So that's why I see way less trucks on Sundays versus weekday and Saturday. What's up? I mean, realistically, how much distance can a semi or a truck, a diesel, cover in one day? Like, can you go from Neumünster to Oslo? That's 1,000 kilometers. Sorry. I forgot to mute myself. Okay, I swallow it. It's kind of thick, but okay. Okay, now I know what how it feels to be wifey. But yeah, well, okay, they're not allowed to use the highways. Oh, okay. Oh, so they cannot use autobahn. Can they still use the Bundesstraße? But okay, so they drive 4.5 hours before they need to take a break. So in 4.5 hours, I don't know what kind of average speed they can expect. If you go only autobahn and you cruise at 88 kilometers per hour, that is around 450. No, I don't know. There's 400-ish kilometers on the first stretch, and then they have to rest for 45 minutes, and then they can go another 4.5 hours, right? So that is actually 800 kilometers in one day. But then what? Then you have to rest for the day. Is that how? I don't remember how the rules are for the truck drivers, resting versus driving work, but I think it applies throughout Europe, the same rules. Oh, no, now something is smelly in the tunnel here. Gee. Could be this auto. But this is not affected by Dieselgate. It's a diesel though, C300DE. Well, but the E is a plug-in hybrid, isn't it? Or at least hybrid at some part, some extent. Uh, 921 kilometers now. We have to go on the 982 only. On Sundays, public holiday, trucks with a permit blah blah 0.5 tons are prohibited from driving between midnight. Yeah, okay, I know about that. From Saturday night, 10 in the evening, 22 hours, to Sunday at 22. I learned about this many years ago when I was hammering on the Autobahn with Optimus Prime and the Falcon. I was like, oh. But actually, on weekends you would expect that, oh, then the Autobahn is wide open. You can just hammer it. No. Then it's freaking full of Nisse on the road, like campers and the Swiss bastards. You know, the guys from Switzerland and Austria, they are the worst. They tend to camp in the left lane way too long, and they overtake really slow. Yeah, agree with me. I mean, do you guys agree with me? But yeah, some trucks have with special permission they're allowed to travel, and of course, you know, emergency trucks like fire trucks and stuff like that. But also some, like, I don't know, food trucks or whatever it's called, they're also allowed to travel. But yeah, so that's why you see some trucks on Sunday with special permission on. Yeah, Friday and Sunday. Yeah, same here. Friday and Sunday afternoon, stau, lots of traffic, and Nisse hugging the left lane. The left lane will have more cars than the right lane. It's super annoying. Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, for commercial, but I mean for the commercial ones, I think they can usually cover only around 800 kilometers per day. But I mean that's still quite far distance. You can drive from Slagelse to Oslo in one day with a truck. Okay, maybe I can camp here. There is I don't know, is there a guy behind who wants to hammer or no? Okay. But I mean, actually, if the truck can only cover around 800 kilometers, then as long as you are the only driver and you need to rest, then electric truck would be perfect. You just have to plan it a bit and find a charging spot while you're having your 45-minute break. But that has been the problem with some of the Volvo trucks, is that they charge at only 280 kilowatt hour per hour. Whereas the Scania trucks were pumping in 350 kilowatt flat until 100% more or less. So the Scania trucks, the truck drivers I talked to at Ionity, they have to dig around for over an hour, 1.5 hours, right, filling the big battery. So that's where mega charging makes sense, or at least let's say 600 plus kilowatt would make sense. Whereas for personal transportation, most people would be happy with around 200, 250 kilowatt fairly flat. To let's say at least 50, 60%, that would be great. Yeah. And that's the thing, you know, many people, they don't understand or they don't care or they don't, like the fossil lovers. I have done the test, you know, especially the 1,000 kilometer challenge is a prime example. But like, if I do Sunday drive, like, dude, do you know how many charging stations I have to drive by not plugging in that? But and I go to the gas station and grab food and pee. But even the 1,000 kilometer challenge with modern EVs, like, okay, the minus is that I have to hammer only like 1.5 hour. Yeah, fossil cars, then you can hammer, let's say, at least 3-4 hours before you stop and refuel. But you probably want to stop a little bit earlier, and that depends, of course, if your wife is pregnant or what. But then, okay, the charging stop. But for most people with modern EVs, efficient EVs, then the range versus charging is already good enough. And once you charge, you're not going to charge for only 15-20 minutes like I do. You will most likely eat and then you charge for over half an hour, 45 minutes, and then you have 90%. Then you can hammer actually more like 2-3 hours before you need to top up again. So that's what I've experienced when I actually did those hammering with Wi-Fi back in the days before we had kids. Like MC Hammer, dude, I could barely keep up with MC Hammer. It was charging so fast. Okay, it was kind of thirsty, but during summer, not that big of a deal. Is that a question? Maybe, if I can get it. 931 to 982 then. 50 more kilometers. And we are 49 kilometers away from. Okay. I'm not sure if I count that before or after the exit. We'll see. Consumption has dropped to 274. Wow. Well, okay, well, that's still kind of high. Yeah, but okay. Only is 274 watt-hour per kilometer now. And it's going to drop even more because we have the Oslo stretch. Temperature is 15 degrees Celsius. Yeah, so even 15 degrees Celsius, as long as the sun is shining, then that is actually okay temperature for playing in the pool, swimming and stuff. That infrared radiation from the sun actually helps a lot. Versus if it's 25 degrees, as long as we are in the shade, then it gets kind of cold. So which means that as long as we have time, then we could use the pool way more often. Now, well, Axel fell in the pool twice, but it's no big deal. We were nearby. We just pull him out again. But he's because of that, he's afraid of the pool. Like, don't be afraid. It's fine. Isabel also like, look, Isabel, you've been in the pool several times before last year. No problem. So both the kids are kind of afraid of the pool. I'm like, no worries. Daddy's here, mommy's here. You don't have to worry. So yeah, but it will be better. Like when I spoke to Pawel's Pawel about his kids, and they love the pool, but they just have a mini pool, like a round one, 2 meter or something diameter, or yeah. So we'll see. Maybe have some pool day today. But I mean, I haven't even tested the other cars. I mean, maybe I should test that first before I do the big one, right? I don't know what they're doing. Plus that you might not know the situation in Norway, how it is. They are not selling. I don't know what they're doing. And then suddenly they show up on the test. I'm like, okay, are they gonna sell or not? Or okay, now closer to Oslo, slightly more traffic, but it's still going relatively fast. Yeah, it's Sunday, so we can actually use the bus lane many places. But even Friday night to Sunday morning, we can also use the bus lane. Now I'm actually getting hungry. I'm out of food. I need to munch on some food at home eventually. But I have to do the quick charging test, okay? But unfortunately, it's only around 25 minutes-ish. Yeah, the highest I charged to on this challenge was actually 62% only. But ideally, I need to go to only 55%. Yeah, but even if you go to 62, you might lose only 2-3 minutes. Oh, okay. So they are, yeah. So they are still not making money. But for example, Rivian is making money, right? I heard that they have tens of thousands of cars in US, or is it 100,000 Rivians? So they're quite big in US, but then not a single Rivian in Europe yet. I was like, why not? How hard can it be to just port it for CCS2 and get it homologated here? There's definitely a need for it. I mean, even the F-150 are selling over here. Rivian could dominate that shit, man. Oh shit, now it slows down because of the toll. Okay. But the toll booth is not the speed camera. Don't worry, lady. Well, I would say that for now, I don't have any slowdowns. You see way more I want STS, okay, Cybertruck, yeah. For what I get, my understanding is that the Rivians, they're outselling Cybertruck, and then for some reason, Americans, they don't want to buy Cybertrucks, so there are lots of unsold Cybertrucks piling up somewhere. I wonder why Cybertrucks are not selling that well, because it seems to be a big hype before and be like, oh, and then yeah. But it seems like many Europeans want Cybertrucks. There are many enthusiasts out there, lots of Tesla enthusiasts out there. So I don't know why they don't bring that shit on. They could sell, you know. They might not need to sell like big numbers, but yeah, they could sell. But maybe it's just that it has a cost to bring it here and port it for Europe. And Tesla, they probably analyze and figure out that how many Cybertrucks will sell versus how much money they have to sink into this, and they're like, okay, fuck it, it's not worth it. We're just gonna sell Model Y and focus on Model Y and some Model 3 instead, and then they just cut out the S and X because they're also not selling that much compared to the Y and S and 3, and then they will also focus on the Cyber Cap instead. Oh, the price also went up on Cybertruck. Okay, that's bad. Yeah, and also I think I heard people had problems with this Cyber issues and shit like that. Lemons and Monday cars and you name it. So that's also not good. I mean, the Cybertruck had potential to be the next shit, you know. But yeah, someone fucked up. And I mean, also to be honest, yeah, I mean, it has a really radical look. If they went for more traditional look, it could have sold more. But okay, there are lots of fanboys out there. But okay, so the hardcore fans, they love Cybertrucks. Actually, wifey thinks the Cybertruck is kind of cool because it's different. Okay, but regular people need to digest that thing, you know. And maybe it's not always practical, the whole Cybertruck, Cybertruck framework, or whatever you call it, design and limitation it has. Man, I'm getting hungry, but I can't stop at Circle K now. I was in Norway, I can get the bonus. I have some bonus burger and stuff I need to cash out one day. Oh, okay, now is where I might get some Nissan on the road in front of me. Yes, you cannot register in Norway. There has been some registration here, but there is not massive demand for the Cybertruck. Plus that the guys who import them, they tend to charge extra and whatever, you know. So it becomes quite expensive here. Way more expensive than in the native countries. But actually there will be a gateway for Cybertruck to Europe via Dubai, because I heard that Dubai, they're gonna start selling Cybertruck, and that's the closest you can get to the rest of Europe with it. But that means that I think Dubai uses Type 2, so they need to port it for Type 2, and maybe it needs the yellow blinker, not the red blinker, stuff like that. So that means, yeah, because actually when they import the US F-150, they had to put on yellow blinkers because it came with a red blinker. Dude, who thought about putting red blinker on the on cars, right? Like because you already have the red brake lights. It's hard. Sometimes it's harder to distinguish between the blinking and the braking. It's way safer and smarter and more intuitive, or what they call it, more distinct to have the yellow blinker in Europe. So I get the impression that the Americans, they might not be that smart, or maybe it's just me. I don't know. Just based on the imperial system and the Fahrenheit and other things. I mean, America's a superpower. Of course, they have a cheap stuff. They gotta be smart, right? Side markers. Well, it's probably to better visualize the size of the vehicle. Oh, but the Model, yeah, they could kinda, but I think the problem is that the Model X doesn't have a proper frame, like a pickup truck, a truck frame. It's based on just a passenger car, whereas pickup trucks, they actually have a proper truck frame. That's why they can pull shit and they are so durable. So they kind of need to redesign it. They cannot base it on Model X or S. They can maybe use some components there, but they just want to make it totally radical. And that is the problem. Because it's so radical that many people are like, no, it's fucking fugly. But actually, many people are like, oh, Rivian, yeah, and the F-150, yeah, and it looks like a traditional car, kind of. So no problem digesting it. Okay, now we start getting a few campers. Oh, I'm getting hungry now. Didn't bring enough food. I didn't. Yeah, it's an annoying dude like the Volvo. He was just slow camping in the left lane, and then suddenly it speeds up way past the point where I don't want to go that fast, because if I get measured, I will get pricks on me. But he doesn't care. One meal per day, okay. What if you wanna play in the pool? We kind of need to. Well, let me check the registration on this. It seems to be an exotic Mercedes BU43357 SL63 AMG. Oh, that is VA. That thing is probably 2 million NOK in Norway. But on the Autobahn, it can probably hit 300 plus kilometers per hour and keep it all day, all night long. Unlike Plaid, that tends to get exhausted after a while. But like I mentioned, the races doesn't last that long. So EVs, they can already kind of beat them in a street race or something. But the races don't last 1,000 kilometers normally. What I've seen when someone tries to challenge a car when I'm at night, like a couple of minutes, then it's over. Yeah, the race. Oh shit, we have a freaking taxi driver camping in the left lane now. $956. Consumption has dropped to only 272 watt-hour per kilometer. simply amazing. But now we're gonna finally speed up and gain some elevation. We are behind a new EL6 taxi. He's planning on camping all the way to Rudshøgda. So maybe all the way to Gardermoen. That's where he's going. Okay, I need to hurry past him when I have the chance. Because taxi drivers, they are the worst campers ever. Toyota Hilux, yeah. Well, dude, I still haven't tested a Toyota pickup truck. I don't know when it's available. We've been talking about the HCR Plus, whatever, and the BZ4X, but is it just a new BZ4X? I actually want the station wagon. I need to ask them again, throw it back and like, okay, June that you guys request or suggest. Sorry, I'm fully booked until September. But if I can test the pickup truck and the HCR Plus and the station wagon, then that'll be great. Yeah, but I still haven't booked the Subaru. Subaru, they were ready. I could have booked it already in May, but I feel like the Subarus are not super important, and yeah, I feel like other cars like the Xpeng G6, G9 are more important to test, and like GLC, right, for view count. So the other cars, they come kind of late. But actually, we'll see about this year. I'm not sure if I want to go to Thailand this winter, because I know that it's going to cost a lot of money. If we can just skip one winter, so we can just get stuff in the house, buy them, and then maybe next winter we can go. How about that? So we can finally get some curtains and zip screens. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah. 961, 20 more kilometers. Okay, so I have to do one session. Oh, okay, it's 310 per kilowattstunden at Jesholm. Which is not that bad. And actually until noon. Ah, okay. That's basically the same price as Ionity, just 10 euro higher. Okay. Okay, we're getting closer now. 964. Okay, so we have 55 minutes. So we are 10. What is this? 10:18 right now. Uh-oh. That's gonna be 10:30, right? 10:25. 10. Okay. But the consumption was kind of high, okay? But at least no throttling. Maybe I could hit the throttling in winter if the consumption would be even higher, like 300 plus watt-hour per kilometer. But it actually has to be a lot higher, maybe 320. Because we didn't even hit the throttle now on the last session at all. So we have to see one after session now. What happens? 966. People are actually behaving really well today. Not too many campers, except for me, of course. But I always check my mirror. If someone wants to go faster, then go ahead and go past me. Don't want to be in your way. There, 10:20 now. It will be 10:25 or 10:30. That is the end. That is the question. Because normally now we get some campers, very, very common, unfortunately, around here before Arcade Brew. I don't know. That's where all the accidents happen, at Arcade Brew. But I mean, I should be able to tolerate some traffic, as long as they don't slow you down too much. Yeah. Well, we have actually blue sky today. Wow. That is perfect for pool time. Just have to clean it and empty it out a little bit and maybe pump it. 16 degrees Celsius should be good enough. It's 30 degrees in the water anyway. He needs to slow cam past the whole line. Yeah. If he just waited 5 seconds, could have gone behind me instead. No. Okay, let's see. Time 9:71. 11 more kilometers. Oh, 271 watt-hour per kilometer now, or 276 on display, and we're down to 13%. Okay, seems like well, I could have charged to around 50% and we would be fine. So I charged to 54, was it? Yeah. I just wasn't sure how much we would spend. Just had to be better safe than sorry. But it's going to be kind of low-ish, 10% roughly when we 999, which is within spec. Yeah. $973. 974. Wait, we were 99 before the exit, or seems like right after. Okay, well, that's kind of normal. 976 almost. There's a BZ4X. They're actually quite common taxis. I think something about that. Taxis, they have good deal with Toyota. So then, okay, the only usable Toyota is the BZ4X. And they don't want to waste money on a Lexus. What nice weather. Blue sky. Wow. Blue sky is coming. $977, 5 more kilometers. With 11%. Okay, seems like my estimation was good because I also need to get back home. I don't want to go and charge at the recharge before I go home. So it seems like it was spot on. As long as I can reach the charger with 5%, then we are good, right? Means that I actually did my Ninja calculation correctly. Well, it better be good after driving this 1,000 kilometer challenge for, I don't know, over 100 times. Dude, if that's 100 times, I mean 100,000 kilometer. I think it's more. I'm getting close to 200. Okay, 978, we have to get ready now. Okay, let me get the camera and stuff, microphone, okay. Hello, is it on? Oh shit, it fell off. Okay, there. Okay, 979. Oh wait, dude, over 200,000 kilometers. If you add the 1,000 kilometer challenge with the Sunday drive, you can see how many kilometers, because those are separate tests. Okay, 970, 980, 931. Okay, so it will be 1125 or 1126 to 1127. Yeah, okay, 980. Traction level, battery low, whatever. Okay. All right, let's do the countdown. 9991. No, wait, 9991. No, dismiss this. 9992. 994. Oh, sorry, I missed it. I'm trying to. No, can you? I'm trying to dismiss that message. I want to see the consumption. 997. 998. 9999. 1,000, and the time was 9:32, so it becomes 10 hours and 27 minutes. We can round it to 10:25. A big improvement over before. But dude, can I see the consumption, please? Can you stop being annoying? There, finally, I deleted the message. Okay, 275 watt-hour per kilometer before correction. Wow. Okay, that's kind of, this is what happens when you hammer it and not drive slow. Oh, okay, let's go. Well, I actually ended up with 9% here, but we're going to go to Remen, and then we'll see how many percent I actually have. So it seems like I calculated correctly when it comes to charging. $10 hours and 25 minutes then. Yeah, or 27, but we could run it down to 25. All right. Quite spot on. Or for me, it could possibly be 10:20 if I went, I don't know, if I was more lucky with the charging and so on. But I just couldn't always time it. And I also didn't feel like charging at the most expensive chargers. Right? Yeah. Because now we just have to hammer back again, and by the time we are back at Remen, it might be down to 5% or even lower. Slow clap for what's wrong with that, dude? Have you heard the Mark Levinson sound system? Huh? It kicks ass for the Lord.
I've been feeling you.
Baby, you're on to me. times like these.
Wait, there's another one? Oh, now we're on the test. Okay. Yeah, Arctic Circle. It's actually a quite long drive, so I don't know if I want to bring the whole family with me there. The first day we could possibly reach Trondheim, but I mean, what are we supposed to do there, right? Yeah. Yeah, the joke is actually okay. It's no joke. I just remember to start preheating now. Not sure if that's needed because it's 16 degrees outside. B. I should take the 4 whatever here instead. Okay. Yeah, that'll be perfect. Oh, okay. Push it. Now let me write it down. We are at 7%. Okay. Now I'm not sure about battery preconditioning active. Yeah, okay. Okay, we're now at supercharger V4, 500 amp. We should be able to take full power. So this comes now the after session, or whatever you call it. We arrive at 7%, so that's good enough within spec. You know, as long as it's below 10%, that's good. We need to have a little margin in case something happens. Yeah, so the battery preconditioning is active now. It's taking up 20-25% of the internet cluster. Yeah, so you can dismiss it there. and then there's no beacon indicating that it's active. But okay, we should have hot enough battery. Let's plug it in and see what happens, but I need to turn off this because I don't want it to interfere with the cooling or anything. But then maybe open the windows here a bit so we get some no wait, that's sun coming. That's okay, whatever, like this. Okay, it's gonna get kind of hot now, so I need to take off my shirt and then plug it in. Okay. Oh yeah, you guys want to see this? I forgot. But I need my phone for calculating stuff, so I need to just open the door, open and close the door like a mofo again. Tap the shot with the right hand. Okay. Okay, so now it comes. The moment of truth. Will it throttle or not? Because I have to check here. According to my calculation, 268. Dude, like, what the shit? Like, it might throttle if we charge to 90% or some shit. So, okay, so this test here is actually very important. Unfortunately, I'm running out of time. I can't just keep driving. I need to rest also, sleep. But we're getting full speed for now. So according to my calculation now, if everything is correct, we have added 268%. And it will throttle at 350-ish, minus some cooldown that happened since the first charging session almost 10 hours ago, at least 9 hours ago, right? So, but it seems like I need to charge to 90% before it might throttle. Or, I don't know. Okay, I'm just gonna charge now and then see what happens. Smart. There, okay. Okay, so I need to calculate, where was it? Yeah, so the time. Well, I kind of need to sit and wait until it or I don't know, long enough, right? And then we can, if it doesn't throttle past 60%, it doesn't take too long to go 60%, then we can include some stuff, but I can't run the heating in case it overheats. So heating, I also keep the car off. I can put maybe some sunshades here so it doesn't become too bright. Here maybe. At least that helps. Okay, there. That thing there a bit. What about here? Does it help to cover this part? Oh, it actually helps a little bit to reduce the light there. Okay, always try to control the light. As a photographer or videographer, you always want to control the light, and maybe also the hardness of the light, to bounce it and stuff like that. You want to bounce. Okay. Oh, look at the speed, huh? Full speed, yeah. We wait until around 25%, then we hit the maximum speed. And then, okay, I mean, how far can I drive based on this? Well, at least 120 kilometers, right? Or more. So, this is actually way better than before. Well, actually, what happened before again? Before, it would trigger at 200 and... No, it's not. Okay, I need to calculate something. I need to look up on the data here. Okay, while we're waiting, I can calculate. I can crunch some numbers. But I kind of need to have it ready for shooting a little bit here. Let me see. I need to pull some data from before. The BZ4X specifically. BZ. Okay. Not that. There. After the upgrade, they unlock 57.7. No, not. What? 60.8 kilowatt hour I measured. Wait, I never did a cylinder drive with it, right? Maybe I should do it. B set, nope. R set. Okay. Wait. Well, I did a cylinder drive in 2024 with a Lexus RZ. Oh, I did it. 56.7 kilowatt hour only. What? That was 2 years ago. That must have been after they upgraded the battery net capacity, whatever they did. Okay. No, is that what you can expect? 56.7. Oh, sorry. 56.7 only. Oh, here's the max speed coming up right around now. Dude, this is okay. Let me check here again. Range test. Be set. So, from that's line 299. Yeah, the later test. It's only 57.7. Oh, interesting. That's the one we had to count. Okay. Where's the mic? Okay. Updated. Huh? What? How many kilowatt hours can we expect then? Look at that. At 29%, we get 163 kilowatt. We still get full power. We've been hammering 1,000 kilometer going speed limit plus VAT, and it still doesn't throttle yet. Wow. This is quite convincing. They fixed it. Yeah. You can buy the car now. You can buy the Toyota also. What updated bottom buffer? What do you mean? Because I measured 60.8 something earlier, and then I measured 57.7. I think it's that 57.7 I have to go by, right? It actually means that we have around 10 kilowatt hour more, and that's quite big. That means that you get 70% of that, 7 kilowatt hour more on each cycle, and then you multiply, and I have to calculate the kilowatt hour. It's quite complex here. Let me try to calculate. So before it was 3.8%, right? It was 57.7. So we take 3.8 times 57.7 kilowatt hour. 3.8 times No, it was 3.8 times 0.7. Yeah, 0.7, and then times 57.7 kilowatt hour. But then plus the initial, I don't know, 10 to 80% or whatever. I can actually say plus 57.7. My God. 57.7. Let's say multiply by 0.9 then. Yeah, I think that's it. That will equal. This is actually nice and flat curve, just like during the challenge. 10% charging loss and huge. Oh yeah, wait, that's why I had higher. Yeah, now I remember. Actually, previous measurement, it was counting the charging loss. That's why it appears that we have less energy available, but it was actually the 60 something kilowatt hour initially was too high. Yeah, so the 57.7 that I measured later was the correct net capacity, which means a freaking huge buffer. But okay, let me see. 3.8 points. Yeah, okay. How much is this? 3.8 times 0.7 times 57.7 is 153.5. But then plus the 0.9, okay, 57.7 times 0.9, okay, 205.4 kilowatt hour before you throttle. Yeah, that sounds right. If I was hammering it, I would usually hit the throttle point slightly past the halfway mark or something ish. Don't remember exactly how it was. But then now it's 5 times 0.7 times 67.8 kilowatt hour roughly. Plus 67.8 kilowatt hour multiplied by 0.9. That should be a lot higher number. Oh shit. Oh, 298.3 kilowatt hour. Okay, well, we can omit the decimal. It's not that important. 205 versus 298. Oh, okay, so that means roughly 50% longer before it throttles. But I think I throttled at around 700 kilometers when I did the challenge. I remember. Wait, I think it throttled at already halfway, right? At Helsingborg. So So I'm not sure how everything there was calculated before. Oh yeah, plus that, I don't remember, but supposedly if you charge fast, you get more punishment point versus when you charge slow. Yeah, that's what I remember they said. So charging at only 40 kilowatt, you get less punishment points than charging at 150 kilowatt. Oh, sneeze. See. Guten Morgen. So it's quite complex, the whole thing. But we can look at it like this way instead. According to the calculation, it seems like it's 50% long or energy, yeah. But distance-wise, I need to wait. I need to rewatch my own video then. When did the throttle? Okay, let's find out. Oh yeah. I have to look at the BZ4X 1000. Huge improvement. It says okay. 57k views. Oh really? Why are people so much interested in this car? Mr. Green? Damn. Oh, it's a part 2. We are now at Tesla V2 supercharger site. Oh, it was V2. So, yes, over here everything is closed. The good deal. And also, this time I arrived with it was 13%. A little bit more than I charged a bit more than I needed. But that seems to make wonders on the temperature here, because the voltage was not too low, and that 65% maybe amp is limited a little bit here. And then that means that the curve, and then we have 52%. Well, you can see it there. Well, can you see it? No, you can't. Shit. Oh man, there you can see it. We have 52%. Okay. Look here. It did magic to charge at V2 and actually limiting the power a bit, because now we're at 46 degrees. Oh, the charging speed is shite. 48. It's at 48 that things go hasta la vista. And 7 minutes. Degrees only. Malmö. I remember Malmö. That's where it dropped like 700 kilometers. We are now. Wait, why is it only 200? 260, yeah, roughly in par. That's good. Ooh, much. A bit more often than before. Oh, so yeah, so far so good, right? Well, I went to Malmö. I don't know why I went there. Okay, much needed stop now. It's oh, don't tell me. Oh, that's the problem. We came here a little bit too early. Okay, I'll figure out something. Oh shit, what the heck happened here? Don't tell me that it's not throttling now. Oh shit. Okay, but anyway, we're gonna go for, let me explain, added. So which means that if we would charge from 0% to 100% 2 times, that's 200%. And then the third session, if we would charge from 0 to 65%, that's 265%, right? But then what Toyota wrote to me in the email was that you have those 3.8 cycles, right? Which many people might misinterpret also. But what Toyota means by those cycles is one of those cycles means charging from 10 to 80%. So actually, a Toyota cycle is just a coincidence, maybe 200, at least in the 120 over. You will then need, but right, 2 to 8% I added there is that. And that's what. Alright. We're charging. Holy shit, all is slow. Getting 40 kilowatts.
Past 5 we start.
Shit, man.
Let's see.
Dude, I want to see how slow it is once you throttle with this car. How can we do it? 43 kilowatt only.
In 12 minutes, it's huge. They missed interval here. Speed. Start.
Dude, the map looks almost the
This is
same.
even slower than pre. But there. Okay, it's stupid. Once we have the my mode, my room mode on, I don't see the total trip meter. It's on the bottom here. Yeah. So I don't. What could be roughly the improvement of by 1.2%, which means that we have to count to 988 kilometers. Oh yeah! Alright, today it's 18th of May. Yeah, yesterday was 17th of May. So I just have to drive now. It's actually a public holiday in Sweden and I think throughout Europe, so we shouldn't hit too much traffic. So that's good at least. Yeah, let's go for it. Alright, let's 1,000 2.5 hour improvement. The slow clap for Toyota. So okay, so I did the right thing. It's not that harmful for the battery, and it just made a big difference because with the whole time that or the whole test, it was actually good that I tested. We can now see the difference before and after, and you see that 2.5 hours different roughly, and also when you look at the consumption. Okay, that was.
Okay, what let me see. What we mentioned? Internal Lexus leaflet was 2.4 cycles, now 5, huh? Oh, really? Huh? Was it 2.4? Wait, that was initial, like all time, right? 2.4, and then they increased it to 3.8, which made a difference, but it wasn't like, you know, that much. I have to look at now my charging curve. If you guys can see it also, if you look at the result table, I mean the result and then the charging curve of the test I did without any hammering. So I want to see it because I remember it throttled kind of fast. Let me see. This is not the throttling. The throttling will be like 30 kilowatt. You will see it quite clear that it throttles. This is just normal state of charge throttling. 67% on the test. I got 83 kilowatt. Spot on. Yeah. Okay, you see here, at 68%, I received 81 kilowatt. Huh? Did it throttle? No, 68, 81-ish, right? If you look here, this is a charging session I recorded without any hammering. So then no punishment point was added, right? And if you look here at 68%, I received 79 kilowatt that day. So this is actually a normal non-throttle charging curve. So which means that even for now, it hasn't throttled yet. And we actually charge way higher than we normally did. During the challenge, we mostly charged to around 60, 62% only, which seems to be very optimal. Actually, 50, 55% would have been the most optimal. And I could have saved maybe 3 minutes. And maybe I could have made it in 10:20 instead of 10:25. But I also need to time it so that I can hit the right chargers, and then there might be some expensive chargers. I avoided the most expensive chargers. Yeah, so even for now, no throttling. Dude, we need to make a new short. Let me remove this. Wait, can I? Oh, I cannot look. Oh, when the car is off, I cannot raise or lower the windows. Okay, I can do this in the garage because then I don't have any background noise. Because if I fire up the car, the compressor will stop briefly. But okay, what I also remember from the explanation from Toyota is that you get less punishment points now if you charge at only 72 kilowatt versus 150 kilowatt. But I've been actually punishing it. I've been riding on high speed and hammering it and charge more often, and I still couldn't trigger the throttle. So I don't know if I have time. But if you wanna, if actually wanted to test this, we need to charge to only around 50%. Yeah, so that's what I forgot to do, or I don't know. We couldn't always match it, right? So if you go to only 50%, you ride on the highest speed, and then you hammer it, and then you go to the next charger, and then what we needed to do is go to 50% again, and then hammer it another hour or something, right? And then eventually we will hit the throttling. But I'm running out of time. It's 10. Right, what's the time now? Yeah, it's past 10. I better get home soon and get some food, breakfast. So yeah, I can do the door slamming in the car, but wait, I need to charge the car first in the garage, and then I don't have the humming sound there. That's good. Dude, I need a next charge. What? Oh, it's gonna take. I mean, dude, with 75%, round about 150 kilometers, at least 150 kilometers of hammering, Autobahn hammering. So that will take almost 1.5 hours, and okay, speed. Yeah, well, that's the thing. When you tow, then you drive slower. So maybe Autobahn hammering would trigger it. I mean, if I was a rich bastard, I would just buy this car, or just and then go to the Autobahn. Because if I ask Lexus Toyota, hey, can I take this car to the Autobahn? I just want to test the punishment point. They'd be like, no. Yeah, I mean, this is quite convincing, and also I should highlight in the video that once it throttles, it's not gonna be 64 kilowatt at 76%. It will be around 20 kilowatt. It is ridiculously slow. At low state of charge, you will get 42 kilowatt in the beginning at 10%, and then past 50%, it's like 20 kilowatt. It's just ridiculously slow. And now I'm just, I can't keep up. I need to go and take a rest. Yeah. Now I actually charged to 90%, so you guys can see the charging curve, right? Let me see if I my test 3 days ago. 78% should be at 60 kilowatt. Yeah, spot on. 62 actually. So it's following the normal curve. Do I have time tonight? Well, I kind of want to sleep tonight. This is where we need that extra guy, or I don't know, or yeah. There was one thing though I could do. Axel sleeps in the daytime, but he will sleep. He will, yeah, he will get tired in 2 hours. But 2 hours, Then there is actually some cool down happening in 2 hours. But I normally sleep midday with him, because I also need the sleep. If I'm allowed to get a half an hour nap, power nap, I can then drive with Axel in the car seat sleeping. He will sleep for 2 full hours. But I'm not sure if it's worth testing. I mean, we already tested enough now. We're gonna hit 80% soon, right? Yeah. There. Okay, I think I'm done. 80%. Yeah. Uh, 80%. It's supposed to be 56 kilowatt. Still 56 kilowatt. Spot on. Okay, I'm. Yeah. Lexus before, huh? I have this Lexus before. Same battery mass. 67, huh? DC port cooling 96 to 100. Okay. Charge limit. Okay, one last checkpoint before I call it a day. Even at 81%, 55 kilowatt, 82%, 55 kilowatt. Okay, checking again, cross-checking with my test data. At 82%, I'm supposed to get 53 kilowatt. I'm getting 55 right now. It's actually faster. Okay, whatever. What I'm saying is that if this will be the throttle state, we will definitely not get 54 kilowatt. Once it throttles, at least with the old version, we would be even at 10%, we get only 43 kilowatt. And roughly at around 40-50%, we will get only 20 kilowatt. It is ridiculously slow. It is like less than half. It's like 1/4 of the normal charging speed. It is super slow once it throttles. So even now we pumped in how much is this? Around 75% into the battery, and still no throttling. So are we done? I need to go back home to the family. They don't know if I'm alive still. I need to take a sleep, and I need to get breakfast. So, okay, I think we're done. This is already very solid proof that with 83%, what you can do is that you can take the percent here roughly. 1% is roughly 6.7 kilowatt hour. No, sorry. 1% is 670 watt hour, and then as long as you're consuming around 250 to 260 watt hour per kilometer, 1% is roughly 3 times, right, in distance. So that means around 200 to 250 kilometers. That means hammering on the autobahn in Norway, it takes 2 more hours to drive it down to low so I can charge again. So, okay, whatever. I think I'm good now. Let's go home. So that means you can at least go 1,200 kilometers without punishment, possibly even more. Yeah, and that's roughly a doubling of before. So I don't know. It seems like the improvement seems to be like at least double, maybe even more than that. So even though the numbers say 2.5 times versus what they were, it's not the problem. It's like, yeah, it's even way less than how it was with the BMW i4, I mean, before. Okay. This is quite neat. It says there, hold the thing to stop charging. So I'm gonna press and hold this. Okay, I'm gonna try again. Second try. Press and hold this. And then it says stop charging. Yes, no, and then you have to use this. And then oh, no. It was too slow. Okay. With this and then it stopped charging. Nice. Yeah, what is that? Toot? You know? There's so many beeps and toot with this car. Are we in a Chinese car or is this a Lexus? Premium? You know what premium means? Premium means no annoying nagging. Yeah, so it was 3.1 NOK per kilowatt hour here. Now, that's actually okay price. I'll take it. But that has nice handling. It doesn't wag like a boat. So this is dude, way better with the new shit. And I think this also applies to the BZ4X, right? Which means that now, whatever, it's done. We don't have to talk about it. We don't have to care about the punishment point, except for if you're on a holiday and you actually hammer. But how many people hammer 1,000? Okay, it happens. I know it happens. Well, I've seen it. Tesla owners on my account. Like, dude, they are consuming so many kilowatt hours. They're actually hammering in the autobahn, and they can consume like 1,000 kilowatt hour in one day. Or let's say, okay, maybe not 1,000, but let me see, in one day, let's say they consume 300. But yeah, but they could maybe consume like 300, 400 kilowatt hour in one day with some autobahn hammering, and then 10, 12 hours sleep, and then they hammer again next day because they're gonna go from Norway to Spain or some shit like that. So it's not a corner case. It actually happens on a holiday scenario. Wait, why is the bike outside? Well, there's someone nearby, right? I hope. Okay, so there's some kind of Sunday driving going on here. I think wife is going out with the Kinder.วันนี้จะเล่นน้ำไหม โ Yeah, let me just, okay, random stuff, random shit going on here. Look at this, look at the cuties. You see, on a picnic, they have some water, some snack, Wi-Fi is ready. This is the, they don't sell this anymore. Kringla. Oh, they're cooking, they're cooking. Little princess and Oxel. วันนี้จะเล่นน้ำก่อน
แล้วแต่
มันต้องเตรียมสระว่ายน้ำไหม
เล่นน้
ฮะ
ำเล่นน้
หายหายหาย
ำดาดี้หยิบขนมให้หน่อย
ขมัง
หยิบขนมให้หน่อ
อั
ย
นนี้มันจะกินตอนนี้อ่ะจะกินในรถอ่ะโอเคไม่จะจำปันไปไหนอ่ะ
ไปเรื่อยๆไป
โอเคเราต้องเตรียมของอะไรแล้วก็ต้องเช็คสระว่ายน้ำหน่อย
น้ำอยู่นี่นะที่จะกินอ่ะ
Thumbs up to the cuties, man. Isabel and Oxel.
เอ๋เลย
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right, so I'll do some stuff. I need to log data. I need to wrap up and all that stuff, and log some data, copy files, and maybe grab some breakfast. And they're gonna go. On a little trip, and just to show you guys. Oh yeah! Oh, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Oh yeah. Oh. It's still not complete yet. Oh, look at this. Looking. You see the copper there? You know, if you wanna break in the house, don't care about breaking in the house. Break in the garage and steal the copper here. Like, dude. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, there's some filter here. There's like a, you know, let me show you here. There's some cooling going on here. There is PTC heater there and some air channel here. So this can be outdoor. It can heat itself up. It has some insulation shit like it. This is the shit, man. It was like, dude, yeah. Damn. 5 Kilowattstunden each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 6. Yeah. So 6 times, it's 30 Kilowattstunden here. Plus some converters here that you can add anything. There's plenty of slots for converters. They're around 3 kilowatt each. Something 3.5, I don't remember. So yeah, this is the shit, man. So just need to let Adrian from Neowatt do the magic. Well, we have to wire it up, stuff there, and then we have the one there, and then yeah, there's possibly 20 kilowatt, more, 20, 25 something. You can see in the fuse box here. That let me see, is there anything? Okay, but you can see here, the main is well, I don't know, 100 amp. What really? Like how much do we have here into the shed, the garage here? There's something that goes into the shed also. Here you see some stuff about how many amps and stuff, and at least. Yeah, it goes around 7 kilowatt to the pool from here, and there's also internal fuse in the pool, the shed, and then some shukus. So I don't know, but they need some kind of load balancing so that, yeah. And then of course, the whole idea is that if I would for some reason pull 22 kilowatt here, we want to discharge it from the battery, parts of it. But I don't do that very often. But we're going to do some peak shaving so that I can stay on lower peak power, you know, kilowatt hour per hour. Well, okay, anyway, back in here. So, but they're gonna fill it up so it becomes 50 kilowatt hour. Now I need to turn this off. And I'm gonna, yeah, solar. Well, you know, the thing can easily be configured for solar. So like the holy grail, you know, we have battery converters. It can be the MPPT or whatever, right? So we just add solar. So that means I already have components here. I don't have to invest in inverter. We get them from Pixie, and then we can add solar and have fun, go crazy. And yeah, but we have to wire it up to the, yeah, I'm not sure where, but if we go to the south wall, it's kind of far, 15-20 meter cable stretch to the south wall or something. And I'm not sure. The house is ready. It has been ready for a long time. It was born ready, but I just don't have the funds to do it. So of course, if there's some company who is interested in showing off their products, they can do it. Why wait until next year or 2 or 3 years when I have the leftover money? Because I have to prioritize like curtains and other things, right? But the companies, if they are sitting on money, they can put some solar here. It doesn't have to be that big, 5 kilowatt, whatever, just for a start or whatever they want. House is ready. My channel, my viewers are ready for vertical panel, vertical south facing bifacial, right? And then we can, if we put it as levag, what they would call it, they call it, we can do a little thing here, since we're already here. They call it levag is it's like a wind wall or whatever, right? Then you are allowed to make up to 5 meter width and 1.5 meter height. So I mean, where can we put solar? But it's a freaking big house, and it just happened to be white. And then those windows over there, they maybe that neighbor could be bothered by some low sun reflecting here. So, see here, look at this shit. Like wifey, okay, I can go on the other side maybe. Wifey was talking about a hedge here. Well, the hedge needs to be trimmed. Hedge needs to be watered. You actually need the freaking irrigation system here for the hedge. Otherwise, it might die. And then, oh, the thing now is open. So here on the slope, it will probably one day be covered by that. So I don't want to dig around with the slope, and it needs to be reinforced. You can't just put random solar panel on the slope here. Even though there's something here that was made on concrete here, the drainage. So the slope here, the problem is that there are trees blocking it, so it's not ideal. Probably has, and also because of the angle, past 3-4 in the afternoon, no production. The shed, also the garage, will be blocked by the house. The shed can get something-ish. Yeah, actually, that wall here, vertical wall in the shed, will get something in the morning. And yeah, I could do that, you know, just a couple of panels there, yes. The house, okay, needs to be painted. I need to maybe make a little house update, talk about solar, what is possible. And then, oh, I have to find out this. The drainage hole seems to be blocked. They supposedly drill a drainage hole. Oh shit, there's some dead frogs in there I need to suck out. Oh, what about here? Yeah, what? Huh? The drainage hole is, oh, it's clogged. Yeah, it's clogged. Okay, I know what the problem is. We need to find a stick, a hard stick like this. This. Poke it in the hole. You put it in the hole. Not sure how long the stick needs to be. And then hopefully that will drain. We'll see. I might need a longer stick. But okay, back to the solar. So I've been thinking about this for a long time. solar here on that wall. You see the sun is over there, so it gets the morning sun and the low sun in winter, and it's not bothering anyone. They're kind of dangerous position, but yeah, over there, like that, get the sun, but until around noon-ish, then it gets blocked by the house. So here is not ideal, really. So maybe I don't want to bother too much, but there, if it's not too expensive, wall mounted, I kind of like it. The winter tends to get some sun here. But here, really, the house, we're gonna show you. There, up there on the roof there, the roof is kind of flat, which is actually quite good for solar production. So the east is here. So the east will get the morning and midday, and even if when the sun is on the south, then, and even in the afternoon, some of that will also hit that. So, but what I'm thinking, what I really want, is this vertical panels on the wall. But then I was thinking, wait, what about that? Wait, did I make one of these videos, or didn't I? Or I haven't done it, right? I haven't done a house update talking about solar. But here's my idea: instead of planting a hedge, 2-meter hedge, I want to have a 2-meter tall electric fence here, or the solar wall. 2 meters here for privacy, and also for actually blocking some of the wind, but it needs to be anchored properly here because it can be so windy here, like 5 to 7 meters per second, and then wind gusts could be 10-15 meters per second. It is quite open here, So, but I need to possibly apply for permission to set up a vertical wall, but that's going to be freaking insanely good. Think about this: bifacial, south, north, south. It will be main side here, and then the back side will be here, and that nice white wall, especially once the sun goes south, will bounce it perfectly. And like, I don't know how good the utilization will be, but it sounds really good. But it has a slight angle. I don't know if you can see it, but it has a side trapeze angle. See, it goes slightly like this. It's not parallel. So, but okay, fair enough, whatever we have, right? But this white wall here seems to be really good. And also, during winter, now north face will actually be good for production. Plus that, very often there will be snow here. So you have like insane, you have snow there, you have snow everywhere, reflecting this shit. And it's going to be insanely good utilization of the vertical panels. And it's during winter, we have expensive solar, I mean, expensive electricity. So, but yeah, the roof gets the most light, and the roof will not be blocked. Here we have maybe a little bit of blockage, and also, of course, the reflection that could bother neighbors. But I can show you on this side also. But here, eventually I want the zip screen on that part. So yeah, maybe I should make a little video about the solar and whatever. We can even show the Pixie to draw attention to people. I should make a video about this. Just a quick house thing. So here, yeah, you see, even now around 10:30. Well, is it almost 11? 10:30. Even the west wall, sorry, the west roof gets some sun. So actually, east-west should be good, pretty good for production. So that's a freaking huge area there. And also the thing is that I have a little, I don't know what the heck that is up there, but I don't have I don't have chimney. I don't have that shit taking up space. So you see there's massive space here, prime space, man, for putting up solar. I'm gonna go climb on the neighbor's wall here a bit just to show you. And I don't know, based on the angle, maybe you guys can see. No, wind turbine needs to be, you need permission for it. But you see, I tried to Google this, so maybe you guys can actually look at the angle and try to guess, or take a screenshot, and you can calculate I'm gonna just go in the neighbor. We have good neighbors here. You see, you can try to calculate the angle, but we wanted to have low angle, flat, because the rooms inside, they don't have a slope inside. It's actually totally cubic, or I mean, not rectangular, right? You know what I mean? No slope on there. So to utilize the space in the rooms better, you can actually have closets going all the way up to the roof. But it means that just by coincidence, the angle here is actually, is it 25 degrees? Okay, I thought it was lower, but when I think about this, 10 degrees would be way too low. 25 degrees, well, it's probably okay, right? So roof would be the smartest and most common way, and maybe the best way to start with solar. But then eventually, but you know, that's kind of boring stuff. But if you do the north-south vertical here with the bouncing there and the winter and the snow reflecting all over the place, you guys have to see, I don't know if you have seen it before, during winter months, like many months, there'll be snow here for a freaking long time. Maybe even in March there'll be snow here, and that is perfect for reflecting. So in a way, I don't want to put solar on the wall, mainly because one thing actually, if you're kind of, this is also like a rule supposedly, that if the solar changes the aesthetic of the house too much, then that could actually not be allowed. I'm like, huh, really? It's our house? So which means that if you put too many black panels where it's supposed to be white, you know, the municipalities might say, you have to remove the panels. It ruins the aesthetic of the house. Seriously? But the roof is already quite dark. So that's why solar there, no problem. And also solar there would not reflect to any neighbor, it just bounces off. But here it could reflect to some of the guys over here. So yeah, that's the whole thing. I've been thinking about this for a long time. Maybe I should make a video today. We actually have lots of sun. I could just go and shoot video. Yeah, but I have to do a quick summary of the challenge first. Yeah, and then we can do the thing. It actually seems like a nice day to talk about solar. But I don't remember, did I actually do this before? The whole solar thing? Or maybe I didn't. Okay, anyway. Oh. No insects were injured during the challenge. 1.8 meter fence. Yeah, something like that. So, okay, I can talk about that. I Google a bit. But let's see. Now, I need to get ready. Yeah, I can do the short later. But yeah, just gonna focus on the wrap up and then get hang on here. So guys, I think that's gonna be it for now. If you guys find it interesting, I can make a house update with solar and show off the Pixie thing. That would probably be very interesting. But let's now just plug it in and charge it a bit. Charge cool down here. So, as always, have a nice Sunday. Sunday drive. Oh no, the car's shut down. What the heck, man? Just because I plug in, it shut down. It is kind of annoying sometimes. Huh? Why do you keep doing all this stuff, man? Just keep the things running. Keep the motor running. Solar, yes, I will. I will. I actually got a bit excited about the whole solar now, so just have to go and shoot it now. It's actually very nice now that we have sun outside. I can show how what it looks like and so on. So better hurry before the kids come back. Then it's nagging and stuff. So let me cool it a little bit, and I can film the rest. Okay, guys, I'm gonna end now. So talk to you guys later next week. Finally, X9 next week. Okay, have a nice Sunday drive. And I gotta go now.